Hello and welcome to the regular Tuesday edition of Spurs Diehards TTID Tottenham Till I Die, which just so happens to have fallen on New Year's Eve, sorry. And I haven't had a drink yet, I promise. Yeah. Tonight we will have some guests popping on, but I've got fellow founder Mark on with me. How are you, Mark?
Yeah, all is good, and I have had a drink.
You've had one, yeah?
Yes, well, I'm on my second one now.
I haven't had any. I'm waiting, actually, because it could be quite a long show. Right, tonight, my intention is to show you how, at the beginning of the show, it might take 15, 20 minutes, because we are going to run till midnight, to show you how Spurs were pioneers of total football that the Dutch played in the 70s. This was with two of our managers, which were Peter McWilliam and Vic Buckingham, which most fans would never have heard of, right?
Sorry to interrupt, Adrian. Can I? We got a question in the chat, and I'll just go through it. There's only 3 messages.
Go on.
Ellie, get well soon, miss. Get well soon if you're watching or you see this. Peter, I believe he must have finished. I think he's finished by now. Mm-hmm. Big up, sir. And James Watts, can I come on?
Sure, why not? Do you know him?
I don't think he's in any WhatsApp group I'm on. Yes, you can, James. Have you got any way of contacting any of us so we can send you the link? Well, you can carry on and I'll see if it comes in the chat. Okay. But we need to send you the link.
Any more? Or you can put the link in the channel. Put the link in the chat channel, Mark.
Oh, do you want me to?
Yeah, put it in the chat channel.
Already? All right.
It's New Year's Eve, isn't it? You know? I don't want to be too serious, but I would like, this is a good opportunity to do like the historical perspective of Spurs. So
yeah, right, James, I'm going to put the link in the channel. I'm going to put the link in the chat, right? But we are going to do the historical bit for about 20, 25 minutes. So if you do come on, you might not have a lot to say for what, 20 minutes, Adrian?
Yeah, I was reckoning that won't take that long.
Yeah. Right, I will post the link.
My intention is to do a brief synopsis of history from 1882 to 91. I'm going to bring a banner up for me because I just need it to mind map because I've got no notes or books with me at this time. So, yeah, so this is just for me. So I'll start. In 1882, folklore would have it that Tottenham Hotspur Football Club was started under a lamppost in Tottenham High Road by a group of boys from Spurs Hotspur Cricket Club. Subscriptions were 6pence each, and with a donation from the cricket club, they bought goalposts and some stationery and stuff to get going. The boys used various premises that they were kicked out of earlier in the early days. You know, they were kicked out for playing cards in a church. The kids were. They were kicked out for playing cards in a church, and they moved from venue to venue. And we know they eventually ended up in Wilmington House. In 1884, the club changed its name from Hotspur Football Club to Football Club because there was another club in a league with Hotspur as their name, so they changed it. Now we take a little jump forward to the 1899-1900 season, where Spurs were in the Southern League, and they win the Southern League, and were given a bye in the next round of the FA Cup. Sheffield United had won the FA Cup that year, and they were given a bye in that round. And as fate would have it, the two teams met in the final in 1901 at Crystal Palace's ground in front of 100,000 people. The match ended in a 2-2 draw. The replay was Bolton's Burden Park. 30,000 attended the game. Spurs went a goal behind before John Cameron, our manager, he wasn't the captain of the side, Jack Jones was, because he was the only international player we had. And Sandy Brown scored as well. And Sandy Brown scored, I think, 15 goals in the FA Cup, which was a record at that time. And Spurs lifted their first major trophy. Right, so we'll stop there because this is where it gets interesting. While Spurs were doing that, two players that were pioneers of total football became managers of Spurs. One was Vic Buckingham and the other was Peter McWilliam. Peter McWilliam was a Scottish footballer who played for Inverness Thistle. He was there 2 years. And the unique thing about that at the time was the coaches at Inverness Thistle taught the players to keep the ball on the ground. Well, this was unheard of back then because pitches cut up, no goalpost, there were no crossbars, no nets or nothing like that. And they became mud baths. Anyway, Peter McWilliam did well there. And after 2 years, Newcastle came calling. So he takes the job at Newcastle United. He stays with them for 9 years, wins 3 league titles, 1 FA Cup, became known as Peter the Great, got 8 or 9 Scottish caps it was, and was loved by the Geordie fan base. Well, we move on with McWilliam to 1913. He joined Spurs as manager. Didn't start off too well. And with the outbreak of the 1914-18 war, football was suspended. When football started again, Spurs found themselves relegated to the second division in 1919-20 season. They were in the second division because Arsenal had lobbied like mad, lying 6th in the second division under their chairman Norris, and they were promoted into the first division at the expense of Spurs and the 5 teams above them, I think. And Chelsea, who finished above Spurs, second from bottom, were allowed to stay because it was believed the game between Man United and Liverpool was rigged. So nothing changes. Well, in the 1919-20 season, Peter McWilliam, he introduces his fast attacking style of football on the ground when everyone's playing long ball football everywhere, basically. Spurs win the second division title at Cantor, I think by about 6 points. I think they went about 21 games undefeated or 22 in a row. The following season, things get even better. In the 1920-21 season, Spurs reach the FA Cup final, where they meet Wolves at Stamford Bridge. Spurs win 1-0 with an early second half. What's the player's name? I can't remember his name now. An early second half goal. The season after that, Spurs finished second in the first division to Man United. Well, McWilliam's style of play, faster tracking football on the deck, doesn't go unnoticed. Middlesbrough come calling for him, and he manages them, but he has a little success with them. And he returns to Spurs in 1938. When he returns, he gives Arthur Rowe and Vic Buckingham game time in his team. Vic Buckingham came through Spurs Northfleet nursery side, and they take on board his ideas of playing fast, attractive football on the ground. So this continues to but then McWilliam leaves his legacy with them, and he retires in 42, thinks he's too old to be a manager, but he had a lasting effect on all those that played for him. Because Spurs were playing such good, attractive football, the Hungarians came calling. And Arthur Rowe went over there to coach. Well, with the war and everything else, he ends up coming back, but they take on board these ideas. And as some of you will know, after the war, the Hungarians adopted the Spurs way, it was known. And they came to Wembley and played England and beat them 6-3. In the return match in Budapest, they beat them 7-1. And we'll come back to them later. Peter McWilliam, in the 1950, he's manager of Pegasus. Pegasus were the joint amateur team of Oxford and Cambridge universities. And he takes Pegasus to the amateur FA Cup final, where in front of 100,000 people, they beat Bishop Auckland 2-1 in the final. His style of play attracts the interest of Bradford Park Avenue. He goes there, he has success with Bradford Park Avenue, and then in 1954, he finds himself manager of West Bromwich Albion. He wins the FA Cup with West Bromwich Albion and narrowly misses out on the double. So we'll park him there, because while he was doing that in the 50s, Arthur Rowe took Spurs out of the second division in 1949-50, Spurs win the title. And in 1950-51, they win the First Division title. And Arthur Rowe just happens to have Bill Nicholson playing for him, Alf Ramsey, who would go on to win the World Cup with England, and Eddie Bailey, who they rate as one of the best wingers Spurs have ever had, who would end up being Bill Nicholson's second in command. So now we move on. We move on to Bill Nicholson. He becomes manager in 1958. On the morning of a game when we were at home to Everton, the Spurs manager resigns. Bill Nicholson takes over. Spurs beat Everton 10-4 in that first game. They would later go on and beat that scoreline when they played Crewe in the FA Cup and beat them 13-2. And then in the 60-61 season, as most people know, Nicholson wins the league title. They beat Leicester in the FA Cup and they do the double. In 62, they beat Burnley in the FA Cup final. In 63, they beat Atletico Madrid, the previous winners of the Cup Winners' Cup, the previous year. They beat them 5-1 with 2 goals from Greaves, 2 from Dyson, and 1 from White. In 67, under Nicholson, they win the FA Cup against Chelsea, 2-1 with goals from Saul and Robertson. And then we move on to the 70s with Nicholson. In 1971, he wins the League Cup against Villa, 2-0 in extra time. In 72, he wins the FA Cup against Wolves. In 73, he wins the League Cup with a single goal by Ralph Coates. And in 74, he resigns. And Spurs make one of the biggest errors, which they were going to, make loads more errors of when they appoint Terry Neal as manager instead of Danny Blanchflower. But we move back to 1960, because this is where I talked about pioneers of total football. In 1960, where is Vic Buckingham? Well, you couldn't make this up, right? Vic Buckingham is manager of Ajax of Amsterdam, and he wins the Eredivisie with them, playing a fast, attractive style of football. And he's loved there, but for personal reason, he leaves and he comes away. But then they entice him back. He goes back. In 1964, he gives a debut to a scrawny young Dutch player you might have heard of called Johan Cruyff, right? Well, things don't work out as well as they did in his first stint. Eventually he goes. Who takes over from Vic Buckingham? Rinus Michels, who'd go on to be a legendary Dutch manager and manage their national side 3 times. So where do we find Vic Buckingham 1970? Well, you couldn't make this up. He's manager of Barcelona. They win the Copa del Generalísimo, whatever it's called. Sorry about my pronunciation. And narrowly lose out on the double to Valencia on head-to-head meetings. And there Vic Buckingham's story ends. But who takes over from Buckingham at Barcelona? Rinus Michels, the legendary Dutch manager. So there his story ends. But we come back to the 1960s, because in the 1960s, Real Madrid are winning the newly inaugurated European Cup for the 5th time. It was inaugurated in 1955. So they win that, go on to win it a few times. And in the 60 side, they had that famous trio of Di Stefano, Gento and Puskas. Now we come to Puskas because the Hungarians, that had swept all of Europe before them, playing this fast, attractive style of football on the deck. And Puskas would go on and coach at the end of his career. I mean, and there's also an award for Puskas, the Puskas Goal of the Year award in Europe. The best team in Europe, best goal, gets the award. And that's understandable because Puskas scored a measly 618 goals in 619 games. He scored 84 goals in 85 internationals. And he was like the Jimmy Greaves, Lionel Messi, of his day, really, basically. So, after he finishes playing football, Puskas goes off to Europe to coach. And, he has some sort of success. And he ends up in Australia. And he manages a few clubs there. And he ends up at a club called South Melbourne Hellas. And they play this fast, attractive style of football. And while he's there, this style of football that he plays leaves a lasting impression on one, Ange Postecoglou.
Who?
And I'll end my review there, right?
Who?
Ange.
I never heard of him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No, I could have gone into more depth. I mean, like, we can talk about a bit more. I wanted to show, like, I mean, obviously, they had our coaches. I mean, Buckingham and Peter McWilliam had a profound influence on modern football. Obviously, other teams abroad would have blended those ideas with them, but it just shows to show the effect. I mean, it used to be back in the day that if a player showed great skill, the comments around the country were, he's a Spurs player, he should be in the Spurs team. You know what I mean? Because
Well, should we just say hello to Ian in a minute?
Yeah, hi. Can I say,
Good evening, Ian.
Because I come on late, and like a lot of people, I've got family and stuff to deal with. But I suspect Eugene's gone. But
Well, I was just going to do that.
do you want me to do it, or do you want to take it over? I was just going to say hi to Audio and Graham and Peter.
Yeah. Well,
it's 7 o'clock in the morning for Peter. So
yeah. Well, I've done Peter, and then I've done Peter.
have you put the link in the chat?
Yes, yeah. The link's in the chat.
If any of you want
to come on if you want.
Yeah, right. And
we're going to be pretty chill, guys. I mean, like,
yeah.
I think, and I don't know the ages of everybody. I suspect most people are sort of 45, 50 plus that listen to this group. I might be wrong. But
Eugene,
what it shows, Adrian, is that the tradition of the club has always been for having people that play attacking, innovative football. I mean, the motto, it's dumbed down to the English, but audere est facere, to dare is to do, is very much what has governed the club. And I think that maybe Alan Sugar didn't get it. I certainly don't think Daniel Levy gets it. But when you have managers like Mourinho and Conte, they don't really fit in Graham's 12 and a half next birthday. I thought you were younger than that, Graham. But I've lost my train of thought now. He always makes me laugh, Graham. It is that perhaps we do, as a club, need to remember we sacrifice certain things to follow those traditions of playing the kind of football, of winning, playing the kind of football that that Tottenham had become synonymous with. So, I'm a little bit young to remember it. Adrian, you might. But when we won the Cup Winners' Cup and blew away Atletico Madrid 5-1, I mean, you see the goals, you see the way that we played football. That 81 Cup final, granted, Manchester City played a massive part in it, but we just played glorious football, and winning playing football the right way is just such an important part of the club. And you mentioned some of the names and some of the players that have gone through. I mean, Arthur Rowe, push and run, was an absolute pioneer. Bill Nicholson being the first English manager to win a European trophy. Bringing Diaz and Villa. It was under Keith Birkinshaw, but it was
the general.
Sidney Wale, I think, was the chairman at the time that did it. We were and are and have always been pioneers of the game. And long may that continue.
Right, can I just catch up with the chat a minute? Oh, all right, Ian.
Please go, Mark, go.
Right. Graham, who is now 27 points ahead of me in the online thing.
Oh, did the results come out?
No. I'm on about the online one.
You got the Arsenal game tonight, Ian.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
The one more game.
Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the...
I've already got a really good score, and I was lying fifth, I think.
I haven't. Yeah, and so good evening, Graham. Even though I have moved back to fourth though in the so I'm in the Champions League spot. And they're just saying Happy New Year to each other. Peter, Rio, Nige is here. Apparently, Nige, so I was informed last night, we made him sick on the Christmas Eve.
Oh, sorry, Nige.
Well,
you did say you had a few before. You're not the only one who's probably ill on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, well, and then Graham's saying he's 12 and a half next birthday.
Yeah.
Fair play to you.
Have you done them all?
No. There's a
And get your questions in the chat. We will
Yeah.
take the questions later.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. I'm going to have a drink later in because it's going to be a late one.
Yes. I got an Amstel here. I got my second Amstel.
Right.
Right. David Clark, Happy New Year to all in the chat.
Yeah, there's a good few of you. Actually, I've got 27 on. That is a massive number.
Good. It's good.
Yeah.
Peter, I mean, hi, Peter. Yeah, I saw Peter. Nige.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Steve D.
Yeah. My little reminisce wasn't. I mean, I didn't have no notes. I didn't script it. If I could do it, I could go into even a lot more detail. But this is this New Year's Eve, guys, and we want to chill a bit. Like these were some of our notable managers. I want to
hang on a minute. That was the last comment, Adrian.
Okay.
Banging headache next day. Fair play to you.
Right. And actually, for some of you who are not sure, it's actually Keith Birkinshaw's first name was Harold. Harry Birkinshaw.
I didn't know that.
You didn't? Well, there you go. You learned.
No, I didn't know that either.
I'm full of mindless, useless information. Right now, I want to jump forward because this is more suited to probably you in the chat and Mark and Ian. I want to go to 1980 and 84, and I've got two banners here because I couldn't fit them all in on one. Right, and we talk about the successful teams we had there. Right. So in 1984.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Yeah, but I just write. Cheers, I'm on the Johnny Walker Black Label. Fair play to you.
Well, fair play to you, Peter.
Yeah, and Danny.
Danny, the link's in the channel if you want to come on. It's a chill show, though. We're not going to get too serious today. But if you want to come
no, all good with the history. Now we are an entertainment business, quite right, with a live circus and a top clown as a manager. Yes.
Right, okay.
Well, we'll.
David.
Yes.
Well, we moved to here then, right? 1984. Got to do this in two parts. So I'm sure you guys remember some of these players: Don McAllister, Terry Naylor, John Lacey, Paul Miller, Johnny Pratt. Peter Southey unfortunately died of cancer at a very young age. Coming through as a fullback. I assume that's Peter. Is it Peter Taylor or another Taylor? I'm not sure. Terry Yoroff, Gary O'Reilly, Ray Clements, Ian Crook, David Price, Mark Bowen, Alistair Dick.
Who's the cook?
Alistair Cook. Sorry, Crook. Ian Crook.
Crook has got to be Daniel Levy, surely.
Like Mark Bowen, Dick Webster, Ian Colehouse, Alan Brazil. I forget Cook and Cook. I see him playing.
Are you not thinking of Ali Dick, are you?
No, he's there. Alistair Dick's there. He's in the list. We had a Crook, a Cook, and another Cook, which gets confusing.
Where's
right?
Ali Dick?
He's there. He's third one. Fourth in from the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay.
Well, that could be Daniel Levy as well, to be honest.
Rennie Thomas, Gary Stevens, but
yeah,
we're going to more of cream here because we got the same. We had Chris Hewton, Graham Roberts, Steve Perriman, Glenn Hoddle, Ozzy Odddealers, Ricardo Villa, Neil McNabb, Mike Hazard, Tony Galvin. I think that's Steve Archibald, Mark Falco, Chris Armstrong, Terry Fennick, Nikolai Bertie. Who's that guy Mabbott? I don't know who that guy Mabbott is.
Hang on a minute.
He's some country bumpkin from the West Country.
Any slander, you will be removed from the stream.
Mark Kendall, Chris Jones, Colin Lee. I'm going to go to Ian first because he's a little bit younger than me, or maybe a lot bit younger of me kind. So your memories of the 80s and favourite players, Ian?
My favourite players?
Or memories of the 80s period?
I mean, I'm going to tell a little story.
Go on.
1978, I'd done my A-levels, waiting to get the grades to go to uni. So I had a really easy summer. And for those of you old enough, I think that was one of the great World Cups. Argentina 78. It was just outrageously brilliant, some of the football. And Argentina, if you remember, used to play their games like at 10 o'clock at night UK time, which would have been probably 5 o'clock at night. I think it was either 4 or 5 hours behind in Argentina. So they played in what was effectively the evening in their winter. I remember my dad coming back from a boys club reunion thing he was at. And I said, Dad, come and have a look. Hi, Nita. Dad, come and have a look at this little man, Ardias. And he was just sensational, the way little low centre of gravity went by. He said, "No, I'm going to my bed." Well, because we watched the end of the games. But in those days, social media or whatever, if you'd have come up to me in the street and said, "We're going to sign Ozzy Ardiaz, the World Cup winner from Argentina," you'd get sent off to the funny farm, because nobody signed overseas players in those days, and certainly not World Cup winners. And the point of mentioning my dad, I often mention him when we talk about football, but I never ever saw him before or since. I know he had, players that he loved watching in his teens and 20s, but he idolised Ardiaz like I never saw him idolise any footballer before or since. And it was just, he was just a genius with the ball at his feet. An absolute, but there were different players. Houghton, young kid, came through like some of our youngsters, left back, brilliant. I think his mum once flew in a plane to America over Ireland, so that qualified him to play for Ireland. But Graham Roberts, £5,000 from
Weymouth.
It was 35. I thought it was 35. I don't know.
Well, I thought it was 5. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. Semantics. Yeah, it doesn't.
Was pennies.
Pennies.
Through the youth club scheme. Houghton has obviously won. Steve Perriman, Glenn Hoddle, Neil McNabb. We spent, I think, 60,000 buying him as a 16-year-old from Morton, which is Greenock, just west of Glasgow. Oh, you're taking the names off now, but
sorry.
Mickey Hazard, another homegrown player. Tony Galvin, we signed. He was a student at Hull University, played for Gould Town, and we signed him for £10,000. Crooks and Archibald. Crooks from Stoke, Archibald from Aberdeen. I think they cost us about £1.5 million, and they seem to have this telepathic understanding. Although I remember saying on the wonders of social media, though, on Twitter to Steve Archibald, he said it wasn't telepathic. We worked really hard in it. Mark Falco, another academy graduate. Jerry Armstrong, I think we got him for peanuts from. I hope my history is good, as good as I hope it is. Jerry Armstrong, I think we got from Bangor in Northern Ireland for not very much money. Fenwick we bought, I think, from QPR. Nicola
broke his leg, didn't he? He broke his leg.
Who?
Terry Fenwick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But Gary Mabb at £125,000 from Bristol Rovers. Tony Parks, Mark Kendall. I think if they weren't graduates, they came very, very cheap. Chris Jones, I think, came from. He was a Channel Islander, I think, like Matt Letitia. I don't think we paid a fee for him, and if we did, it wasn't very much. And then Colin Lee from Torquay, was it, again, for not much money. I think the proof of that, I think the point of that, I mean, it wasn't even the point I started off thinking, is you don't always have to spend fortunes to achieve. To achieve great things as a club. You can develop your own, and you can buy players from non-leagues or small leagues and develop them. McAllister, we get him from Bolton. Terry Naylor, I think, was a graduate. Lacey, I think we got
Fulham.
Paul Miller, another academy graduate. John Pratt. Peter Souther, you said died very young. Peter Taylor, we had to buy. Terry Yoreth had been around the block a few times. Gary O'Reilly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ray Clements, we bought from Liverpool. Crook, Price, Bowen, Ali Dick. I think if they weren't, again, Ali Dick we bought from somewhere in Scotland. I can't remember where. He has Ali Dick. He's an interesting character. He has 2 UEFA Cup winners' medals, one for us and one for playing for Ajax. And he played something like 14 minutes in the 2 finals. It's a bit like the Aston Villa reserve, Jimmy Rimmer, I think it was, who came on for Nigel Spink in the 1982 European Cup final. There'd also been Alex Stepney's understudy in the 1968. So he's another one with 2 European medals without playing very much. But, you know, Culverhouse, Brazil, we bought from Ipswich. Didn't really do it at Tottenham, went to Man United, didn't really do it there, but was a genius at Ipswich. You know,
with Gates and Mariner, yeah.
You know, I mean, all right, it's all relative, but even in those days, those players didn't cost us, a million, £2 million. They were all bought. You know, they were players because, you know, Trevor Francis was costing £1 million and what have you. So you could spend £1 million, but there were some very, very, very good players. And we had, when you look at it, they call it an academy then, but we had a very, very good academy. And we produced some bloody good players out of that. And our scouting was a bit better as well.
Mark, the 80s, who do you remember?
I got all enthusiastic there, Adrian.
You did. You did. Right.
We've got 3.5 minutes to go, you know.
Right. Before I start, I'm going to catch up with the chat.
Go on.
Yeah, hi, Ben. Yeah, we said
Spurs, 1978 World Cup. I just about remember watching that, Graham. Watching my friends was probably the most colourful final. Yeah. It was also... I was 8. What would I have been? It would have been the summer 78. I'd have been 7. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you remember it as the ticker tape final.
Yeah. I can remember watching it on the TV.
Well, I remember the Dutch going ahead. They got a penalty and then...
Yeah.
UK,
hang on. I was just going through the chat, Adrian.
Carry on, because...
Yeah. Big up. Happy New Year, Daniel. Happy New Year, sir. And then there's a few people talking to each other. Here we go. David Clark, our correspondent from Leicester. Bit of Spurs history. Spurs have had 1,907 yellow cards. I'm not sure if this is this true, David? Is this true? I'm not sure.
More than 87 players sent off in 100.
You had to break someone's leg to get a yellow card back in the day.
Well, you did it, yeah.
Well, to be honest, maybe that is correct then, because the harsh red cards have only just come in the last 10 years, haven't they? No.
I was at the City Ground when when our Diaz and Villa made their debut at Nottingham Forest were the league champions.
I was there as well.
You were there, but I was standing there, and remember, we all took plastic bags full of ripped up newspapers to do the ticker tape when they came out.
Yeah. Right, Ben's in the chat as well, the mod father.
Yeah.
Big up, Ben. Thank you for all you do to the community. Everything, sir. Big up, sir. Happy New Year.
Mark, your take on do you remember much of the 80s? You're a bit younger.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Only 15 years, but what's that?
Well, no, it's nothing, is it? The 80s. One of my first, not one of my first, because I'd have been 10. But I can certainly remember I was sat in my house watching the 1981 Cup final. Now, I'd have been 10, and I was bored of the game because Man City was all over us, but we drew 1-1. Tommy Hutchinson at both ends. Because I never watched it with my dad, because my dad actually went to the game. And so I was sort of here, mum, sister, and I was watching the game, and I got bored with it as a 10-year-old. I ain't got, I just wanted to go outside and play with my friends. And I watched it, and we equalised. The great Glenn Hoddle. If you're going to talk about the 80s thing, there's only the early 80s thing. There's only one player, Glenn Hoddle, my hero growing up. Still the best player I've seen ever play for us, by far. Gaza was close, but Hoddle was supreme. And then I remember the replay, because obviously living where I do, my dad never got a ticket for the replay. He probably could have done, but it's pointless travelling and all that there. And I remember watching that, and when Ricky Villa did a bit of magic at the end, and we scored, me and my dad jumped up off the sofa. My dad picked me up and banged my head on the ceiling.
Well, it explains a lot, Mark.
It does, to be honest. Well, there we go. But like, well, yeah, so that's about all. Like, well, where did we go up to, Adrian? 84. I could obviously remember the UEFA Cup win as well. Mickey Thomas and that, when they were singing his name.
The reason my Spurs constitution is so strong is probably like Ian. I mean, being relegated in the 76-77 season.
I remember that as well.
Cup and going to places like Notts County, players' second division grounds. I mean, like these are 5-star hotels which fans are going to now. We stood out in open terraces with no roof above us on steep banks. Sometimes there was like mud in between, mud everywhere as well. You stood on an open engine, which was a bit disappointing because when you sang, the sound didn't carry. You only carried amongst yourselves, really. But you still sang your hearts out for the team, I remember being at Notts County and we were 3-1 down at half time and Johnny Pratt steps up with 2 goals. I remember Hoddle, we were ranked, I think it was Cambridge. No.
Are you thinking of Mansfield?
Mansfield, and Hoddle scores an equal. No, I wasn't for that one. Hoddle scored the equaliser. I remember Hoddle's first goal. He actually got his debut away to Stoke City. It's 1-1. Hoddle steps up for a free kick. Bang, 2-1. And
hang on a minute. Oh, no. So sorry, Adrian. But I was just going to say, David Clark in the chat. I played table tennis with Eusebio.
Wow, what a player!
And some of the other squad members. My goodness.
And so, we go down under Keith Birkinshaw. They didn't sack the manager because we got relegated. And we come up the following season. We should have walked that league, but we did it the Spurs way. We finished third. Had to go Southampton would be champions.
I was there as well.
Right. So ended up a 0-0 draw and we came up on goal difference. Only Spurs could do this. And when Ricky Villa and they come, Ricky Villa was reputed to said to our dealers, we've joined a shit team. So like, we joined a shit team, he's gone. And Ozzy sort of just shrugged his shoulders and yeah, well, okay, see how we go. Because it only cost, I think, 450 grand for the pair of them. Right? Nothing. And it was in a time where clubs didn't bring in foreign players because we were a bit arrogant in our way and thinking about, they can't be good enough for us in our league and all that. And then in 1980s, when we got Crooks and Archibald, Crooks cost 600 grand, Archibald cost 800 grand. And then you start to click. And the thing was, back then, it's not like now, even though we're in 3 cups and all that. I don't know if Ian felt the same way, but the sense was around a lot of the crowd. You knew something was about to happen, about to explode. And you knew, and we didn't think of the league because, there were stronger teams about than us. But when we were still developing, right, thought we got a chance of nicking cups. And you actually believed, season believing you were going to win a cup. At Progressive being pretty quick. It weren't a 3 or 4 year period. Like a demise was pretty quick as well at the time.
Can I say?
You come in and then I'll come in, Mark.
Yeah, right. I can remember in 1981 during the cup run, Spurs played at home to Exeter City in one of the rounds, like 5th, 6th round, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round. I would have been 9, 10, something like that. And my dad took me to the game. My dad went in a pub because I had a Coke, he had a beer in the pub. And they refused to serve him because of our West Country accent because they thought we was from Exeter. And we used to go in the same pub every time he took me. So, but
I've met a few of these guys. I've met Johnny Platt. I'm going through them.
Ben, it cost me a lot to be on this channel. We all had to pay to be on it, But can I go back? A couple of things Adrian said was because I think he's bang on. But those seasons from after winning the League Cup in '73 and then getting to the the UEFA Cup final in '74 that we lost to Feyenoord. The team was gradually deteriorating. The league form was gradually deteriorating. We nearly went down in '74. We probably would have gone down in '75 if Leeds hadn't qualified for the European Cup final and played a second team against us where we won 4-2 against Leeds in a last match of the season or second last match of the season. Alfie Conn was unplayable that day. Cyril Knowles scored a brilliant free kick. You remember those games, Adrian?
Yeah.
I remember when we went down. I can remember when we got relegated, right? The last game of the season that we actually got relegated, what would that have been? 76?
77, yeah. 76,
yeah,
77.
76, 77, right. But the last game that we got relegated, there was a pitch invasion at the end of the game. And years later, I said to my dad, I can remember being on the pitch when I was like 7 years old. I said, why was that? Have we won something? And he said, no, it was the year we got relegated. But the season after, when we was in the second division, we beat Bristol Rovers 9-0.
9-0. I was there as well.
And Colin Lee scored 4.
Yeah,
and I can always
and
I can always remember that because obviously
Ian Moore scored 4.
Colin Lee.
Colin Lee scored 4. Yeah, and I can obviously remember that because Bristol's
scored 4 on his debut and Colin Lee scored 3.
Other way round.
The wrong way round.
Yeah. Well, I can obviously remember that because Bristol Rovers is like a local club. Well, I say local, they're 40 miles up the road.
Yeah. When we went down, it was something of a relief. And if people, I don't know if there's anyone younger than Ben in the chat. I doubt it. I think the important thing, couple of things. One, going down was a relief because we hadn't competed. If you went to the old White Hart Lane in those days, you could see the crush barriers. There was 18,000, 20,000, 21,000, maybe 25,000 for a big game. The crowds were dwindling away because nobody, wanted to watch because it was, particularly football under Terry Neal and what have you. It was dire. But the difference now in going down would be, obviously for a club the size of Tottenham or Man United are in serious trouble, would be absolutely and utterly catastrophic. Whereas in those days it wasn't. The discrepancy between money you got in the first division, as it was then, and the second division. Paid for Alan Border was sitting alone. But Border played for Essex. I remember that. Anyway, let me carry on with this. That there wasn't that much difference between the money you got in the first division and the second division. In fact, you were probably making more money because you had attendances, and the television money wasn't big in those days, so it didn't make a lot of difference. It also enabled us to. It's funny because it's analogous with the current situation, and I'm not advocating we get relegated, but we had young players like Neil McNabb, we had young players like Glenn Hoddle, and Berkinshaw was able in that league to give them their head. Jem's not on tonight, but me and Jem, we would go to match after match. I mean, we were watching all kinds of games in all kinds of places, but the best one of all of them was Mansfield. I mean, Mansfield away was just phenomenal. 3-3. You can get it on YouTube. Played on a mud park. There was once, I think it was Barry Daines, a goal, came out to clear the ball. The ball got stuck in the mud, and David Moss just went and put it into the net. You just don't see football like that. And Hoddle scored. I think he scored 2 free kicks, but the one in the last minute, top right hand corner on top left hand corner, bang, made it 3-3. It was peeing down with rain. No cover on the terrace. Just absolutely. One of the boat race teams sunk that day. That's how wet it was all over England, and just got absolutely drenched. And,
can I just say, you mentioned Barry Daines there. Now we were on a public public, a family holiday to go and see the Blackpool Lights when I was a kid. And we were staying in a hotel. Tottenham happened to be playing Leeds United away. I don't even know what year it was. Barry Daines, the Spurs keeper, was carried off injured, and Glenn Hoddle went in goal.
Yeah.
And we won 5-1, I think.
Yeah.
Something like it. We won easily, and Glenn Hoddle was in goal.
Glenn Hoddle went in goal when Joe
Old
Jordan knocked out Millie Alexic's teeth in the cup. Joe Jordan, knocked out Alexic's teeth, and Hoddle went in goal, and we kept them out. And then, very late in the game, our dealer said it's the only energy I had left, and he hit this shot from the angle of the penalty area outside, and it just went in the far corner, and that was 82. I think that was 82 because we won it that year.
It was
81.
Just quickly, Mark. It was in those days. There was no live football on the television.
No.
And so I was at uni in Cardiff in those days, and one of the guys I roomed with was a United supporter. So we went to the pub. So there was no way of finding out the score unless you put a transistor radio on. No phones, no nothing. And we came back and we were watching it on the telly. And then when Alexic was injured and Hoddle went in goal, I said, come on, United, just score. Put us out of our misery. Just put me out of my misery. And then our Diaz comes up with that goal. And he wasn't a prolific goal scorer by any stretch, our Diaz, for a player at his ability. But that was a sensational win. I just saw David's comment about the Man United chat. I actually put on my Facebook page last night that I thought the last Man United side I saw that was that bad was the one that got relegated, I think in 73, 74. That was really, really awful. And they are hopeless. I mean, they are utterly hopeless.
Out of this group, I met Colin Lee in Portugal with David Hay because they'd come over for a mid-season break. They were managing Watford at the time. I think it was Watford at the time, yeah. And I met them out there. It's strange when you meet people. I met Chivers, Peters and Coates in the Olsen Groom in Edmonton because players did go for a drink in the 70s. I met Perriman in the Corbury nightclub next to the Bricklayers on the High Road. Met him in there. You get to meet players. Met Ruddock in Charlie Chan's nightclub. What a big lad he is. You get to meet a few of them. And at the back of the Spurs ground, they have this area where they used to have dudes called the Chanticleer. And when you went through in the Chanticleer, there was a staircase that led up to the players' bar, right? So because the other minders and Rudolphs and me and things like that, we always used to mix together and go to games together and go away on coaches together as well on games. We were allowed up in the players' lounge after games. Paul Walsh up there, Johnny Pratt, people like that back then. And we weren't sort of excited, starstruck then because you weren't so much about players like that then. They probably because they were a bit closer to us. But
I remember when I think I was my 10th birthday. My dad always used to take me like the nearest game to my birthday, probably the nearest game after my birthday at home. And I went once and I got lost in the crowd. Like my dad used to push me down the front, like so I could see. And there was all these big blokes and that stood in front of me. And I went back to find him and I couldn't find him. So I went up to a policeman and I said, I'm lost, can't find my dad. And I got taken to the Lost Children's thing in the White Hart Lane. And I got taken to the inside the fences, which was a mighty privilege. And I sat on the St. John's ambulance bench right by the corner flag and watched the whole game from there. At half-time, it come out, Mr. Cousins from Yeovil, your son is with us and all this nonsense. So my dad come wandering down to see me. And he said, you all right? I said, yeah, I can see her. He said, all right, I'll come and pick you up after the game. Right, and in the second half, Tottenham was kicking the way I was sat. The ball comes rolling over to me and lands at my feet. Right? And I picked the ball up. I was only 10, mind. And I just looked down, picked the ball up, looked up, and Glenn Hoddle was stood right in front of me. It was like a vision of God. It just appeared in front of me. Like there was probably a floodlight behind him. And it was like a vision of God had appeared in front of me. And I was like, yes, I am religious now. There is a God, and he is here.
Yeah. We could, unless you got, I mean, I went to so many games. I mean, yeah. It's hard to think. Let's talk about the UEFA Cup final '84. Ian, what are your memories about the '84 Cup final? What a game! Well, the two legs actually. I thought England were a better team in both games at the time. But
yeah, I remember. Well, let's talk about the first game first of all in Brussels. I remember me and my ex were at a wedding. And in those days, again, nothing. It may have been on the television, but we were at a wedding, Wednesday bloody night wedding, and going out to the car to listen on the car radio for bits and pieces of it without being missed, so that I could hear it. And of course, Paul Miller scored, didn't he? And we got a 1-1 draw. And I think drawing away, win at home, you think you're going to win. You absolutely think you're going to win. Second leg, 8 o'clock kickoff, which was late at Tottenham. And I think we just all assumed we would win. I don't remember going there feeling nervous. Just, we're going to win. And I'm sorry, I'm putting my head in my hand because I can't remember. I think he was. It wasn't a young Yes. No, it wasn't Jesper Olsen. Who was the young? It was Danish. They had a foreign player.
Morten Olsen.
Goal.
Morten Olsen.
Morten Olsen. Danish. Yeah, wasn't he? Morten Olsen. Sorry, Morten Olsen. That was him. Played brilliantly. Scored a goal. And we're 1 up. We're 1 down. And game goes on, and you think, fuck, we're not getting back in this. And then all of a sudden, our Diaz does one of his little waltzes. He hammers this ball from about, 8-9 yards. He's got a score, but he crashes it into the crossbar. With such venom, the ball flies out, and the ball goes away. And you know when you have a chance like that, Adrian, and you've missed it. Yeah. But the ball went out to the wing. It came back in, and Graham Roberts 1-1. It was at the Park Lane end of the ground. And wow, we're back in it. And then it goes to extra time, and no one can. And then it's penalties, and a European Cup final on penalties. And I guess there's one that Tony Parks makes. Was Clements injured? Ray Clements was the first choice goalkeeper. Was he injured? I think he was injured, wasn't he?
Well, Parks was in goal, so
yeah, I think Clements was injured.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Clements definitely.
Was and he made one save, I think, from Olsen, funnily enough. And then Danny Thomas goes up the field, and I think if I'm right, if Danny Thomas scores, we've won. I'm not sure. I think so.
Perriman was suspended for one of them games as well, one of the titles.
Yeah, that's why
game as well.
Yeah, that's why Graham Roberts lifted it.
That's why Graham Roberts was the captain. That's bang on, Mark.
Okay. Can I just say? Glenn Hoddle was injured too. Big up, neighbour. Much love, mate. He only lives 2 miles from me.
Yeah, he was. You forget that.
Yeah, my undying memory of that final. Go on, carry on in case you.
And then there's Danny Thomas.
Danny Thomas,
right back, lovely little player. I think we signed from Coventry. If my memory is, I'm really in a nostalgic mood now. Came up and his kick was saved.
There we go. Here we go. The comment
to the how do you pronounce that first name?
I have not got a clue.
Mr. Edwardson, Mrs. Edwardson.
Yes.
Edwardson.
Mr.
You just told the story I'm going to tell, but it's fine. Absolutely. Coming back one, Danny, and it was really quite moving.
Yeah, it was.
And then I can't remember if that was Olsen's penalty or whatever, but anyway, the next penalty was theirs, and Phil no, not his name. Tony Parks, not Phil Parks. That's showing my age. Tony Parks made a dive to his right, saved it, and went with his arms aloft. You can get it on, and we'd won the cup, and we'd won it.
It was the players running over to him that sticks in my mind once he'd saved it. Like, you know, all of a sudden all that emotion and nervous energy is released in one. It's still surreal because it still takes a little while for it to sink in that you've won the trophy. Like, you know, what I mean? Especially.
I'm just going to leave this comment here for the rest of the show.
There's no. I actually was going to pick up. There's Ben. The funny comment from Ben there should come back to, but.
Is it?
Yeah, no, but there's anyway.
Oh, I wasn't born.
Afflestow.
That's all Welsh. Comes from. There was quite a few Athelstans back in when it was Mercia back in those days.
Yeah, I mean, it was that question from David. How do you think that Glenn Hoddle could play in any system anywhere?
Yeah,
in fact, he'd probably play in that deep line position.
What they did, they put Peter Reid one side of him and Trevor Stephen the other side to do the work for him and do the defensive responsibilities, and it worked a treat. And Ron Greenwood would give him games, but there was lots saying, "Oh, he's too lightweight to play in England side." But when you got that much skill, you should be on show.
Yeah.
Ardili said he'd got 150 caps if he'd been Argentinian instead of 50 odd.
Yeah.
There's
the
answer.
Glenn Hoddle was. I mean, it was just a remarkable footballer. But later, after his career, he became quite religious, and there was that comment that. You know, Glenn Hoddle, in fact, it cost him his job because he made a pretty disparaging comment about the disabled, and Tony Blair was.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I mean, in fact, if Tony Blair
he was involved with Eileen Drury, wasn't he? It was Eileen Drury was influenced.
Must have been a bad person in a previous life or something. And I mean, Tony Blair was on television making disparaging comments about it. I think the FA felt they had no choice but to sack him. But the point of the story was that when people said Glenn Hoddle's found God, and the riposte was, well, that was some fucking pass that was.
Yeah. I remember that.
The bit when Cruyff turned around, because Cruyff was towards the twilight of his career, and Spurs threw Feyenoord away, and Cruyff said, "Oh, Mark Hoddle," and Hoddle just destroyed him on that day. And
here we go. We have a bit of history, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Athelstan was King of England in the 920s.
Oh.
Can you remember that, Adrian?
Just a little bit before my time.
Yeah. I'm still trying to go back. I got O and A levels in history, but it was all modern history from 1832 onwards.
Grandson of
King
Alfred.
My tutors, so whether I'll get to first century history is another matter.
King Alfred was rumoured to have burnt the cake.
Yeah, that's familiar now when he said that.
Well, I do apologise, Mr. Edwardson, but I thought that especially that first little bit of your name, I thought that was a Greek letter.
Yeah, it is, but it's Athelstan, yeah.
And we must, Mr. Edwardson, meet up for a beer in town at some stage, because literally he lives 3 miles from me.
Oh, right. Okay.
Literally, he lives in a little village just outside of my town.
Nice. Okay, I thought you were going to talk about when your memories of King of England in the 920s and 930s.
I'm not that bloody old.
Adrian will have to tell you all about that.
I was going to say 920s in about 10 minutes. It's 9:09 at the moment.
Mark, do you remember Hoddle's debut against Bulgaria?
Yeah. Oh, I won a 50p bet on that.
Wow.
Hoddle's.
That was a lot of money then.
No.
You could get 2 pints.
That was a world-class goal he scored in midair. You got to have technique to be able to do that. Even players today haven't got that. I remember he scored a similar super goal against Nottingham Forest.
This is true as well, Adrian. Glenn couldn't get a game in Ron Greenwood's England team because he preferred Brian Robson, who we thought can go. Yeah, in them days, they wanted the traditional midfielders. They didn't want no one with flair. If Glenn Hoddle was Brazilian, Spanish, French, anything like that, he'd have got hundreds of caps. How many caps did he get for England?
About 52 or something.
Yeah, I was going to say it wasn't many, but if he was like any other nationality than England, like he would have got 100 easily. He was just unfortunate to be born English when we were very structured in the way we played.
Yeah, Glenn never scored a bad goal. He turned around and said,
No.
I may not be a great goal scorer, but I was a scorer of great goals. And it's true, because they're either free kicks, volleys from outside the box, great technique. I mean, people remember the drag back against Watford and chipping it over the keeper into the far corner when we won 3 there and all that. I mean, so many. His last game, I mean, he scored on his debut, he scored on his last game. He just dummied the player coming towards him, just sent the keeper a dummy and just rolled it in the net, you know. But
here we go. Look, we have some more sort of history-ish. No, Mark, whatever character, that AE character, is of Germanic in origin. See, to me, it looked Greek. I'm just saying.
Well, we never started speaking
It's still used in Icelandic, which is Norse. Yeah, I can understand that. Not used in English since Old English language. Changed to Middle English. Middle English. Well, that's where we are, mate.
Well, Chaucer made the change, because I think in about 1405 he sort of insisted that Parliament should speak English, because a lot of them spoke French. You know, you look at even the Russian royal family; they all spoke French, and so you know the English language, like you wanted to identify yourself with one language. I mean, they adopted what was English of that time. You know, so and they had to speak it in Parliament then. Yeah. So let me scroll down on the banners. 84, yeah. So, yeah, Hoddle, best player England have ever produced, in my opinion. People should go and watch him play on their mud bath pitches. I've got loads of video clips of Hoddle in our Spurs Facebook group, which has got quite a huge following, nearly 14,500 now. We could do some of them on here, but some people won't go near social media like this with a barge pole, and I don't blame them, actually. So let's move on to this period, 1991, because it's a cup winning year. Your memories, Mark. Let's go to you, because me and Emily's.
My memories. What? The 1991 Cup final.
And the players here. Have you got any stories?
Oh, right. Clive Allen, obviously, 47 goals in 87. You know, or was it 49? 47 or
49.
49 goals in one season, and we should have won the league really in that season. We were very unlucky not to win anything.
By the way, guys, this list of players I've took off the web. So if one or two players don't belong in amongst any of these groups, you know,
yeah,
it's for the show. Like,
is that Gundy Bergson?
It would be,
yeah.
Icelandic.
Yeah.
Yes. Justin Edinburgh, obviously RIP legend. Terry Fennick, I remember him breaking his leg against Man United, I believe. Paul Gascoigne, second best player I've ever seen at Tottenham.
Is that Paul Allen? That's Paul Allen. It's not Clive Allen. It's Paul Allen, because Paul Allen played in the final.
Oh, all right, Paul Allen.
Was before him.
We got
Les Allen. We got
Howes, Lineker. Howes, Lineker. Lineker was all right. Gary Mabbott, never heard of him. Who's he? No. Obviously, like 1990, I was in hospital. Gary Mabbott became my hero immediately, being diagnosed with type 1 diabetes.
From halfway line, Mark?
9 from the halfway line. Yeah. Vinny Samways, solid player. Steve said, well, all these here are like solid players. Paul Stewart, obviously, yes. I can see a comment, Ben. I just ain't got to it. Big up Paul Stewart. I can see that. Well, Paul Stewart is the decider of the Kit Kat debate, allegedly. Danny Thomas. No, that can't be Danny Thomas, surely.
No, it'd be someone. unless it's the wrong list. We probably had a player there called Thomas.
Eric Torsvet.
Yeah, good goalkeeper.
Eric the Viking. Vanden Howard Walker. Paul Walsh, super sub. Barnby. And
John Moncur.
And Razor Ruddock. And Razor Ruddock was a good player as well.
He came to us twice, didn't he? We got him off Millwall. Then he went away and we got him back again.
See, this is sort of the era that because I would have been 1990, I would have been 20. So this is the era I can remember. You know, I found alcohol and women. So it was a glorious time. But then.
We had possibly the best referee we could have had for that final in Roger Milford. Because I remember his comments before, Spurs are a joy to referee. Because we were all a football inside, never got stuck in and things like that. Any other referee probably would have seen Gascoigne off in that final.
With VAR, he'd have gone, wouldn't he?
Yeah. And he does his ligaments. We nearly skinned. Instead of getting 8.5 million, because all the money was in Italian football back then in Spain, we sold it for 5.5 million. Yeah, but what a talent he was. It's just a shame he had poor mentors around him, Gascoigne. I mean, Jimmy Five Bellies he called. I remember seeing a T-shirt which said, had on it, because you know Jimmy Five Bellies gag, like on the T-shirt it said "Free the Newcastle Five," like which was amusing. This
is a comment here as well. I thought when a Glenn Hoddle's better, Watford that the turn in the chip, he was a fan. To be honest, Glenn Hoddle is still the greatest player I've ever seen play for Tottenham. I'm not old enough to remember. You know, I've had a few beers. The goal scorer.
New Year's Eve, it's a very chill show.
Yeah, the goal scorer.
Oh, Paul Allen.
Jimmy Greaves. No. I'm not old enough to remember Jimmy Greaves, but Glenn Hoddle definitely is the best player I've ever seen.
Paul Allen would always put a shift in for you, just in Edinburgh. I remember his tussle on the sidelines with Roy Keane, and give Edinburgh his due. He wasn't having any of it off of Roy Keane, even though Roy Keane tried to intimidate him. He wasn't having none of it. Like, you know, and you had obviously Gascoigne. David Howes used to do a tremendous job in front of the back four, you know, so Obviously Lineker was really a penalty box guy, wasn't he? Man,
yeah.
Goals as well.
Yeah.
Sedgley always put in his shift. Paul Stewart always put in his shift. You know.
Yeah. Hang on, you were talking about Paul Stewart.
Yeah.
Paul Stewart is a demigod, and it was Mitchell Thomas.
Yeah.
Mitchell Thomas. I should remember that, but I've had a couple of beers.
Yeah.
So I do apologise.
Kick an opponent into the stand. Right. Nicky Barmby should never have left Spurs. His career never progressed after that, really. Did okay in games and that. Paul Walsh, very slippery forward. Remind me a bit of Chris Jones when he was at Spurs. Yeah.
There we go. Remember Tuttle's goal versus Feyenoord?
No, I don't actually. Offhand.
No.
Yeah. So, and in that final, I mean, it was ironic, wasn't it? Because after losing the 87 final, when Mabbott,
fair play to you.
Yeah.
No, that's not good. No, Adrian, you're trying to piss me off now. and do you know to this day? Coventry City's fan magazine that they release is still called GMK, Gary Mabbott's knee. Because the last time I met him, he told that story. It's still called Gary Mabbott's knee.
And then here, of course, this one comes off Des Walker, I think. Mabott gets up for it. And
I was gutted. I was gutted because after 87, and you got to remember in 91, I was maybe a month, 6 weeks out of hospital after being diagnosed with like type 1 diabetes. Gary Mabbott rises for the ball, but Des Walker heads it in. Gary Mabbott had become my hero by this stage. And so when Gary never scored it, but you see Gary, because the thing I can change my back screen thing to is Gary Mabbott running away when Des Walker heads it into his own net. And now I have posted it in a couple of groups. I had a clip of the bit where Gary's going up to get the cup, and just as he's getting to the top of the steps, the commentator says, I think it's the BBC commentary, he said, Gary Mabbott, a fine ambassador for the game, battled diabetes all his life and all that, and here he is lifting the cup for Spurs. Right, and I thought, because I'd only had it for a month, well, I'd been diagnosed a month, and I thought, if that man can do it, so can I. And he gave me such a lift, I thought, right, because I'll be honest with you, I don't mind saying this on here, we're live and whatever. I know people that had diabetes like me. They're dead now, and they were younger than me. I'm 54. I knew a lad very well from round here, and I used to tell him, look after yourself. He didn't. He kept going out drinking. He never looked after himself. He died when he was about 46, 47. And he's not here anymore. But when Gary Mabbott lifted that FA Cup, that picked me up so much. Because I was in the prime of my life at 20, allegedly. Always the word allegedly in there. But and he gave me I've had the honour to meet him twice. Because I went to Willesden to meet him, and he came to Taunton. To do a talk, and he is an absolute gentleman. I met him because Somerset Spurs had a sort of thing with him, and he is an absolute gentleman. I just talked to him about diabetes for about half an hour.
Well, moving on to as we move further through, obviously, more of you can get involved in the chat. We move on to the George Graham era. 1990.
I was at the final.
You was at the final. Well, tell us about your experience, Mark.
The 1999 final. The only reason we got tickets is there was someone who worked where me and my dad used to work, and his dad had something to do with the Dorset FA, and every club gets tickets. Not every FA region gets tickets sent out. Some for the FA Cup final, some for the League Cup final, whatever it was called back then. And my dad come up to me in work, and he said, what are you doing in February this time? I said, I don't know. And he said, well, you're coming to Wembley. I got us 2 tickets, because they get 2 tickets, and we managed to get both of them. And so I went to the 99, forget what it was called back then. It was sponsored by them, wasn't it? Whatever it was called, I went to the 99 final against Leicester.
Either the Coca-Cola or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, no, I can't remember either. But Matey for Leicester, the Welsh lad, he was an absolute arse the whole game. Wound the crowd up, wound the team up. What's his name? Help me, Adrian.
I can picture him and just trying to...
The Welsh, the Welsh lad that played for Leicester, he was an absolute arse the whole game. Wound the crowd up.
Which game was
the 99.
Was it?
The Welsh.
Savage.
Yes, that's it.
Savage.
Robbie Savage. What an absolute arse that man is. I've never liked him since. He does podcasts and that now.
I think the word you're actually meaning begins with C and ends in T.
Well, I can't say that. Let's face it.
No.
And then Edinburgh gets sent off, doesn't he?
Yes.
And then the Spurs crowd are baying for one of their players to be sent off every time they made a tackle. And then, not Everson. Is he here? Hang on, let's have a look. Have I missed him out? Nilsson popped up with a winner.
Yeah, header.
Yeah.
In the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's 2 finals we've beaten Leicester in. It's funny.
Yes.
2 we've beaten Chelsea, and 2 we've beaten Wolves in. It's strange the way things turn out.
Right, here we go. We got some more comments. John White.
Yeah, I mean, he...
Yeah, it was.
I mean...
Before my time.
Well, Ian's friend, the author, eulogises about John White.
I don't remember. I'm too young as well.
Yeah, I mean,
I am in touch with his son on social media, who's very friendly with Julie.
Yeah, Julie Welch.
So,
yeah,
Julie Welch. So
he would. I mean, like they say, Martin Peters used to ghost him, but John White, you'd be watching something else. He'd always be available. He'd just pick up space that no other players could pick up. I mean, like he was just good as a kid, like, you know. Yeah.
Right, no, right. We got Ben. I've never seen it. Yeah, it is sad, mate.
This
it
year,
is sad.
This year.
No, but what? Nigel answers him. Look, it's not sad. It means you're not an old codger. Right now, Jermaine Defoe looked world class when he was scoring goals. But when he wasn't, he looked levels below. Yeah,
he was never a player that was going to play you in. He was never going to play you in, and that's why I think a lot of managers, like he was just a, prolific goal scorer. He was just a very good goal scorer. But other than that, he wasn't one that very rare that he played other players in the game. His link-up play wasn't great, but he was just a great goal scorer.
Yeah, here we go. Isn't it a good memory as well? When Paul Stewart hopped over the advertising boards after equalising. I remember that.
Yeah.
In the Blue England top club. Was an under-14s teammate. Oh, yes. And when we met up again, college, he gave me the match day programme, which he'd got Gary. I only read the top line, which he got Gary. I was waiting for Mabbott because I'd have had it off you. Which he got Gary Lineker to sign. He didn't want it. He was an Arsenal fan. Oh, my goodness. I'm 30 next year. My time of being young is like, no, you're still a youngster. Here we go. He comes from the Oval area too. Yeah, big up the man. What, an Arsenal fan? Well, I won't say big up the man. No. I can't go that far.
Can I tell a quick John White story?
Go on.
So we're emptying the dishwasher, so man's going to have to be quiet while I do it. As I said to you, I don't know him well, but his son Rob has done, if you look up Rob, Rob's done a tremendous amount of work to keep his dad's memory alive. And I think he was only like 2 or 3, maybe 4 when his dad died. So he's about my age. Anyway, the long and the short of it is he was killed on, was it Enfield Golf Course? Which one was it? Was it the one up at?
It was Enfield. Enfield
Golf. It wasn't Bushfield Park. I think it was Enfield Golf. Can't remember. Anyway, look, neither here nor there. And they wanted to talk to Rob about having a commemoration thing, a plaque, near where the tree was that he was hiding under when he was struck by the lightning. Anyway, and they did an inscription on this plaque, and obviously someone had not proofed it properly, because it actually, when he looked at it, it said "killed by lighting." So it wasn't clever, but I mean, he laughed at it. I mean, seeing the funny side, but I'm too young to remember him. I'm too young. So, but I think if you talk to anybody, probably in their 70s, that remembers him playing, everybody waxed lyrical. I remember, just quickly, because I'm going to have to go. Remember, Spurs played Manchester United in the 3rd round of the FA Cup in January 1968. You just imagine how big a game that was. We were the FA Cup holders. They were the league champions. What was that?
Sorry, someone.
We had.
That had nothing to do with. I don't know what was that.
Greaves and Chivers and Jennings and England.
Misclipped what it was.
They had Best and Charlton and Law and Stepney. And it was an all-star cast. Anyway, I remember going up, and it was just coming up for 10 years. after the Munich air disaster. Now, I am 8 years old. I've just turned 8, and I have no idea what the Munich air disaster was, but I got to hear about it. I saw the plaque for the first time in memory of the players, and I heard the name for the first time, Duncan Edwards, and everybody talked about, how good Duncan Edwards was and how good he would have been, and probably would have played in the World Cup final for England. Had he been, what would he have been, 25 or something like that by then? I don't know, you won't remember him, Adrian, either. You'd be too young as well. But, everybody just raved about how good Duncan Edwards was. And when you hear about John White, you hear Tottenham supporters talking in much the same breath. He was the player that Bill Nicholson was going to remodel his side, his post-63 side around. And he dies in those tragic circumstances. Just awful.
Scored in the Cup Winners' Cup final. The other two are by Jones.
The post-63.
Two from Greece, two from Dyson, one from White. Yeah.
Anyway, look, I tell you what, the numbers in the chat are brilliant. So for all of you that have joined us since we only started in July, and we got a good little following. So to all of you in the chat that have been on, Happy New Year. Let's hope it's a good one. Let's hope for a cup or two. And we can all get behind the bit.
Let's hope for some signings in January. I think there's going to be a lot of loan deals done this clubs. I think
I'm reading all kinds of stuff tomorrow. I'm reading that Ferguson from Brighton on loan. They're talking about Nicholas Kuhn from Celtic, who's ripping it up here and can genuinely play. Maybe at last Levy's going to say, I can't go through another effing manager. I need to back one and put the players in place to do the job he wants. So, look, here's hoping. We've had too many false dawns. But so to everyone in the chat, to Mark, to Adrian.
Yeah, big up, sir.
Say, have a great one. Have a couple of drinks if you do and enjoy. And as I say, let's hope next year is the year. So take care, everybody.
Cheers, Ian. Cheers, Ian.
Cheers, Ian.
Have a few.
Happy New Year, mate.
We're gonna have a brandy, I think.
And
yes.
It was Friday, and we'll see you Sunday. Right. So, these players, Mark. Tell me about some of your memories about these players. And if you want to come on, guys, in the chat, there's 22 of you. The link's in the channel.
Yeah.
Come on. Everyone's welcome. New Year's Eve.
I'm just trying.
I was a big fan of Darren Anderton. I thought it was a phenomenal.
Yeah. Shaggy.
Much maligned as well, because he got the reputation of being called sick note, but he played 299 games for Spurs. But it's just that his injuries were noticeable. Maybe we had other injuries at the time, and it was a big effect on the squad. Chris Armstrong, Stevie Carr was a good on the right, wasn't he? He was a good fullback,
Yeah.
Sam Davies here as well was good on the wing. Man United looked at him, everyone looked at him and all that. Yeah. Les Ferdinand, Sir Les, when he was up for it, he was unplayable. When he was up for it, Then you had Fox, Tricky, and Ginola. Some of his goals were extra special. Right?
Yeah. Right, yeah. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Right, now you want me to talk? Oh, you got rid of it, Adrian.
No, you took it away. It didn't chat.
No. That's a chat caught up with, I think. Darren Anderton was fantastic. Yeah. Everyone called him sick note, but he did have lengthy spells out injured, but he wasn't that bad. To be honest, he still made 200-300 appearances for Tottenham. Yeah, Shaggy, wasn't it? He looked like Shaggy off of Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
Chris Armstrong. Yeah. Striker, I believe. Was he a striker?
He was a striker, Chris Armstrong.
Yeah, I thought he was.
So
yeah. Well, yeah.
Home and 2-1, you're always going to be a hero.
Well, I'm going to ignore.
Davison was good as well, good striker.
Yeah. I'm going to ignore the next one. Stephen Kerr, my lord. You always got to say my lord after Stephen Kerr. No, he's probably the best He's one of the best right backs I've seen play for us, without a shadow of a doubt. Stephen Clements, he's Ray's son, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of them sort of mere players, wasn't he? To be honest, I don't even know. That can't be Ben Davis, so it must be somebody else. Don't even know him. Gary Doherty, was it? Yeah. Just Edinburgh, R.I.P.
I'll tell you who's missing from one of these lists. Chris Waddle.
Have we sold him by then?
Yeah.
Well, no, he wouldn't have been about 99, surely.
No.
Because I believe Chris Waddle...
He played with Hoddle, didn't he? They did the Diamond Lights together.
So. Only sort of just so, because we sort of bought Chris Waddle. Because I remember at the time I was like really excited that we had Hoddle and we signed Waddle as well, who was a fantastic player. And I thought, and I thought, like, bloody hell, like we got Waddle and Hoddle, but just after that, Hoddle left.
Yeah. I mean, this wasn't a great Spurs squad. Had some good individuals in it, but it wasn't great. But it won the League Cup. So we move on to this, which more people. The last list of players, which was when George Graham won the 2008. That was One Day Ramos. This is, isn't it? So yeah, Akoto, Darren Bent, Bale. We all know Berbatov. Yes, Boateng. Radic Cherney, wasn't it? Pascal Chimbonda.
Oh, sorry. That was me.
Michael Dawson, Defoe, Gilberto, Huddleston, Hutton, Jenas, Cabal, King, Lennon, Malbrank, O'Hara, Robinson, Stalteri. Got the fourth goal against West Ham away from the free kick, didn't he? Timo Tainio, Jonathan Woodgate. What was it? Bobby Zia Zakor or something? Young Pio. What's your memories of this, Mark? These players?
I was just copying the link again so I can put it in the chat.
Yeah,
let me have a look at it. Right now, I will do in a minute. So Akoto, Ben, Bell, obviously a legend. Berbatov, yes, another legend. Boateng, Cerny, not really sure. Yeah, Chimbonda, Dawson, Defoe, yeah. Put it this way, in the 90s and that, and coming into this period, we never had fantastic sides, did we? We always had that one standout player, didn't we? We always had like in this list you got here, you can see Bell,
Berbatov.
Yeah, and Berbatov. But we had sort of one or two, didn't we?
Dawson and Defoe.
Yeah, well, all right. We had a few good players, but we never had it. But we never had a strong enough team to sort of win a league, did we?
No, it wasn't.
You know what I mean? It was always like, if you can remember the team from like the 80s and that, we had Glenn Hoddle and sort of 10 others, in my opinion. That's only my opinion. Even though a lot of the players were great, Steve Perryman, Ozzy, but we've in my lifetime certainly, we've never had that title winning team, have we? We've never been that complete article. Do you think, apart from the Poch era that we're not going to get to, we've never really had that, like, team that you think, apart from the Poch era. In my growing up years, we've never had that team that you think, we're going to win the league. Because back when I was a kid, Liverpool used to win it most years.
I don't think I've ever seen a better number 9 with twinkle toes than Berbatov.
No. Put it this way, he never ran about a lot because he didn't have to. He was a magician. He was always criticised for being lazy. But the things he could do with the football with one touch, it'd take most players 3 or 4 touches. Yeah, he was fantastic. I was gutted when we sold him to Man United.
Yeah, I was disappointed when Michael Dawson went because I think even under the Poch era, I think that I think it's more a question of pace with Dawson.
Yeah. In my opinion, Adrian, Dawes only looked good when Ledley was next to him.
Mm.
You know what I mean? He was never on Ledley's levels. That's in my opinion, to be honest.
Huddleston had great technique for a midfielder.
Yeah, his shots.
Kabosh could have been a lot better, but he gets hero status because we were 2-0 down at Arsenal and he got the winner in the 3-2 right near the end. So, Yunus Kabul, I always thought he should have been a much better defender than he was positionally in that. And of course, Ledley King, awesome roles. Yeah. Lennon, always loved by the fans, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. Others here. Woodgate was a class. I mean, he got the winner against Chelsea, didn't he, in 2008. So
the first England shirt I ever bought, but the only England shirt I've ever bought, there was a deal in JJB. You could get the shirt and that. You could get a shirt with a name printed on the back for like 20 quid or something. And I got Aaron Lennon 19 on the back of my England shirt. And I wore it out this summer for the Italy game because it does still fit. And that's the last time I wear it. I got no interest in England whatsoever now. They've let me down.
I haven't either. I used to.
No. Right, anyway, we got another history lesson here. My real name is Anthony.
Alexander
the Great. Marvellous. Now, I'll ask this question. Are you on Facebook or any other social media outlets?
His father was David, and they were from.
Yeah, because I will contact you and we will arrange a spare. We will do.
Oh.
If you're on Facebook or something, just put it in the chat, mate. Well, actually, I was going to put the link in the chat. If you want to come on, mate, that I will put the link in the chat now. There you go. Anyone's welcome to come on. I think it's in there. I haven't scrolled down far enough. Hoddle. No, hang on a minute, Mr. Trotter. Hang on a minute, Mr. Trotter. Hang on. My granddad got Chris Waddle's autograph photo for me. Still got it. Chris Waddle and Gaza. Yeah.
Good pair.
Yeah. For me, Glenn Hoddle, really. Glenn Hoddle is like, as I've said, Glenn Hoddle was the best player I've seen play for us. Yeah. I remember that as well. That was the year after, and we lost to them on penalties. Yeah, I was. If you remember this, Mr. Edwardson, I was in the Westminster in town watching it. But it was a pub. That's a pub, Adrian. I was in the Westminster in town watching that, and there was a few Man United fans in there and me, and I got control of the Sky thing. And when they won, I turned the channel over, so they even missed the trophy presentation because we'd lost. Let's see what other comments we got on here. Went to a game with Charlie Hyde Moores, played Leyton Orient, and Justin Edinburgh was Leyton Orient coach. It was only only weeks before he passed away. Yeah, R.I.P. Mr. Edinburgh. Oh, Ellie's here. Now, if you want to, I've just put the link in the chat, Ellie. Well, you don't need the link. Bill. No. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yeah.
Guys in the chat, who would you like to see? Be realistic. Us bring in because
great player.
All that. I mean. I've got two banners on transfer rumours. I'll go through some of them with you.
Oh, someone. I'll hide this, Adrian. And sorry, I was just going through the chat, Adrian.
we'll keep the show going as long as we can. Transfer rumours, Branthwaite at 22. He's not realistic, Mark, is he? They talk about 80 million. We're not paying 80 million for a player, and then wages on top. Like,
I was surprised if we pay 80p, Adrian, with Mr. Levy in charge. It doesn't matter about transfers, does it? This club is doomed while Daniel Levy is in charge.
All I want to do is talk about that. Otherwise, we're going to. This show's going. We're going to set a broken record every time we come on. Then you got Godfrey, who's 26 now. He's out there. He's not getting game time, so no wonder we're getting linked. He probably wants to come home, but from what I mean, the club are not interested in him. This is an interesting one, Tyreek Mitchell, because he's near the end of his contract at Palace. He's a left back. To be honest, I usually when these stories gain gravitas, I will go and look at them, and if I think there's talks going on or something, then I'll post videos. But there's no point beforehand. I don't know enough about this kid. Do you, Mark?
Which kid, sorry?
Tyreek Mitchell at Palace, Crystal Palace. He's a left back.
A kid, you said?
Well, he's 23. Everything in brackets age, right? Okay, so.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry, I never saw that. 23 left back. No, Lord knows, mate. I'm the worst on transfers, mate, because I don't see.
Then you got Fratesi at Juve. It's not getting game time, yet he plays for Italy. 25. I would take him, but I don't think it'd be a deal to do. Maybe 30 mil or something like that. It's a question of like a down payment down on a player.
Yeah.
Grealish, Man City going to deal with us after Levy being the one pressing for them to be punished for their financial irregularities. Don't think so. Plus Grealish is 29, bouldering on.
I'll be honest, Adrian. Grealish, we could have got him if Levy had coughed up an extra 5 million, 3 million.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
we are where we are now.
But to be honest,
smashed it at Man City though, has he, Mark?
Well, yeah. That's because. Oh wait, hang on, Phil's here.
Yo, Phil. Hi, all right, mate.
How's it going? It's right.
Yeah. How's the move going? All right.
How's it going? Oh, hang on, 2 seconds.
Okay.
Right, I can catch up with the chat now.
Hang on. Just back out and then come back in 2 seconds.
Okay. I'll run through these with him afterwards and all.
Yeah. Well, I'll just run through the chat.
Even I would say he's a good player, but if you're talking about a left winger, and we got so many, you got Richarlison can play there. We still got Werner. You got Son. You got Mikey Moore. Yang Min Hyuk can play on the left and right.
Here we go. This is a good comment here.
Go on.
Season I found frustrating was 89-90 because if Chris Waddle stayed instead of leaving for Marseille, we would have had Gaza, Waddle, and Lineker. Might have won the league. Oh, hang on, Phil's back. Oh shit! You added him and I removed him.
Let's start that again, shall we? How we doing?
Hang on a minute. There you go, mate. I've got the bomb.
We're having more of a sort of chill, but we're not going to go heavy anyway. We just
thought I'd show my face.
No, thanks for coming on. Yeah, so I was just going through. I've got 2 banners with transfers on because we've covered a lot of the Spurs history, and we won't go about that.
Sorry.
It's all right. The beer's working, Mark. I know. I'm going.
No. I'm trying to catch up with the chat, Adrian.
About 10 o'clock or afterwards. I haven't had a drink for obvious reasons. It's just too long, you know. Branthwaite, that's a no-go, Phil, isn't it? We're not getting him. We're not paying 80 million for a player.
I don't think he suits the way we play at this moment in time. Maybe a different manager, but I don't think Branthwaite is what we need at this moment in time. But we do need a centre back, but just not his type of his profile.
And Godfrey again, not getting time. I mean,
1 minute, Adrian. Call of nature.
Okay, fine. We're all right.
Yeah, Godfrey. I mean, he was a bit hit and miss at Everton, weren't he? He didn't really hit it off, and he hasn't really done that well in Italy. I've seen a few games of his, but yeah, I don't think he's what we're looking for either. Tyreek Mitchell, I do rate. I think he's a good left back.
Well, you've obviously seen more of him than I have, so I mean, I've got to admit, I don't know
I do.
much about his
I think he's a good defender, and he's pretty good going forward as well. Whether he can play that inverted role, I don't know. But
Yeah, well, we'll stick on the centre backs. The last two names here, Kuzanov, I think's got an H after the card. He's 20.
yeah, Kuzanov, I have no idea who that is. I don't know who he plays for or what. But Skriniar is. I've said this on a couple of channels and in the chats. I think we should go for him straight away. I think he's the type of defender we need. He's a proper leader as well. Proper leader. Experience in the Champions League, in every competition. Do you know what I mean? So he's exactly what we need.
Exactly. But I don't think we're going to go for a centre back anyway. As much as you could use one, if we get one in on loan, that's different because I think there'll be a lot of loan deals done in January from lots of clubs, right?
Yeah.
My take is
Skriniar, we might be able to get on a 6-month loan.
Then from PSG.
Yeah.
Because Miani's at PSG as well, and he's not got the times. All these rich teams that could buy, they can't under new rules, have gone out and they've virtually parked players, so those other teams can't get them, you know. But with me, but the old centre back thing to me, just the maths don't add up. I mean, although we could do with one on loan, my issue is Postecoglou did say in previous podcasts and that he didn't want to block the path of Dorrington and Phillips. It's a question of when you blood them, though, right?
And Vuskovic as well. Vuskovic coming in.
Well, now I've watched those two. I mean, Phillips is 6'4", pacey as well, can bring the ball forward. Dorrington prefers his right foot, but plays on the left side and has played left back for the under 21s. Both really huge talents, in my opinion. But Vuskovic is better than the pair of them. I think he's probably the best centre back I've seen at his age ever.
Yeah, I've heard a lot. I've heard a lot about Vuskovic at the moment. He's doing really well where he's at the moment.
Yeah, he's at Westerlo with Alfie Devine, and every league he's been to, because we got him from Croatia. I forget the Croatian name, the famous name. It's not Zagreb.
Is it?
Hajduk Split, yeah, got him from there,
yeah.
And we paid 12 mil for him. 12 mil for a 16-year-old, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's not Spurs paying 12 mil for a 16-year-old, right? So,
I mean, we
every
paid
league
4
is
mil for Archie Gray.
Polish league up to this Belgian league. He's got 6 goals this year as well. And he looks like he could play as a number 6. He reads the game so well. I mean, I just think he looks fantastic. I really do. But because we got 3 centre-backs there, I mean, even Phillips could get they're talking rumours he can be recalled from Stoke, but we don't know how these deals are signed. I would have hoped that Spurs would have wised up after failed deals before, because when Phillips and Devine went to Plymouth, right? Was it Plymouth or Portsmouth? Right? When they changed the manager.
Well, Rooney got sacked today.
Yeah, so they're looking for another manager. So
Right, Adrian, can I please catch up with the chat? Because I don't know how far I'm behind. I ain't got a clue. Right, Ellie, Garvin Roberts, Perryman Houghton, Ozzy Ardiles, Archibald and Crooks up front. They were fabulous. They were indeed, Ellie. Right, David Clark. Is he the one that he left? Right. I'm sure he was the one that he left. He left. He left right at the end, and we were sent some youngster on loan. Is that the one?
I remember on deadline day. He was at the top. He was at the top of the stadium. They showed the camera, and he was walking across.
Yeah,
going for his medical or what? I don't know.
Levy. Mr. Levy, our glorious leader, whatever. But he left it. He screwed every penny at Man United, and it left us with no one up front. We had what's his name coming from Man United? He was a youngster, and he was our only Fraser Campbell, and he was our only registered striker when he left because if Man United were after him. And they were the best team in the world at that stage. They were after him the whole of that window. if Levy had bit the bullet and sold him for a little bit less, we could have replaced him with that money.
To be honest,
30-odd million.
He was coming into his prime, weren't he?
Yeah.
Tough, and
Man
United were winning trophies at that time.
Well,
and
they're the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't blame him for going. I obviously didn't want him to go because he was such a class player. Like,
yeah.
I didn't blame him for going because Man United at that time were ambitious and they were winning trophies.
Yeah.
So you can't blame a player for doing that.
No.
I don't.
He's posted you the email.
Right. I'll catch up with that and I will delete the comment, mate.
Back on. Right, okay.
It's Chelsea. Can't be doing that.
As manager.
Yeah.
After he'd managed at Swindon with Gorman, was it? Or
maybe I'll. Oh, all right. All right, mate. No worries. Waddle, and the yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's really signed for us at the last moment. He had a change of heart.
Yeah. Allegedly, I know he's known as like a Southampton, like one club man and all that. But like, yeah, he very nearly did sign for us. King was the main man. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Dawson wasn't. This is how far I am behind.
They had a good partnership, didn't they? King was like, he was so calm on the ball and good with his feet and just mopped everything up. But Dawson was like no nonsense defender, and he was the other type of defender. Like, you know, the chemistry between them two is quality. Like,
yeah, right. I'll just catch up with the chat. Yeah, Galvin, Roberts, Perryman, Houghton, Ozzy. Yeah.
I heard about all these. Obviously, Glenn Hoddle, and you know, is a standout, but I don't remember seeing these playing. You know, 87 I was born, so it was
Perryman and Glenn were my Glenn was definitely mine, Ali. Definitely.
And then like
I ain't caught up with a chat. Well, now, Mr. Edwardson, I'm in charge of the thumbnails now. Yes. So, like, if ever I can sneak Gary Abbott in there, I will do. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Ben, I know, you know, he's 30 now. Unless he was on loan, we ain't bringing him in anyway. But I don't think we need a centre back. It's just that we got four centre backs out, and Gray's substituting. So if you bring a centre back in permanently, not on loan, that's different story. You bring a centre back in permanently. When everyone's fit, you've got a bloated squad. I remember the fan base complaining, "Oh, we've got a bloated squad," and all that before. 16 players went out last year. I think some of our kids on loan as well. But these deals still had to be arranged. And apart from players that went, most of them weren't playing anyway. They were sort of bench players as such. But I don't think we need to bring them in. But I don't know when we're getting the others back. I don't know when Davies and Dragerson and VDV and Romero are coming back.
Davies is coming back in, I think it was January the 15th.
Yeah. And we're in at VDV and Romero might be a bit of second week or whatever. It's getting over the Newcastle, the League Cup game, and the Arsenal away game, really.
Can I just say big up to Ellie's husband? He supports the Rangers. He supports QPR. Big up, sir.
There you go.
Big up, Theo.
Right, last comment, Adrian. What have I got? That's the last comment. That's just Ben saying Happy New Year to Theo.
I mean,
even no,
he's mentioned here. Oh, okay, Paul J.
All right, that's the last one.
Yeah, Ethan Marnie, a striker, left winger. Well, we don't need a left winger. You know, we've got loads of them, right? And like, then you're looking at Fratesi. I would take if he's an option for a midfielder for Italy, holding midfield player. Grealish, don't want him. Good player. He's a left winger. It's not just that, the fact he looks good on the ball. Doku's getting all the game time at Man City. Why is this? Well, I've always said when we've got a front three, if we're wingers at this club, you can be Ronaldo on one wing and Messi on the other. But if you're not scoring goals, you're no good in front three for us.
Yeah, that ship's sailed now.
Yeah, he's nearly 30. It's slowly. He doesn't score enough goals.
All we had to do was pay an extra $5 million, and we would have snapped him up. And look what he got. He went for 100 million. He went for 100 million. We didn't fork out that 5 million. Do you know what I mean? Another player we missed out on.
I couldn't fit all the players in. I was really looking. I'm looking mainly for the links with the left back because that's the main position we need to fill. Again, Johnny Cardoso, that's a weird deal. I mean, because Lo Celso's at Sevilla with Cardoso, the deal is we get to buy Cardoso for 25 million euros in the summer. If we don't buy him, we get a percentage of the sell-on clause if they sell him. But I don't know if they can get out of this by selling him in January to a club that's interested. Although we want to wait till the summer, that's the deal. I'm not sure. Well, we don't know what the hidden print's like on that.
No.
I've watched him. He's energetic. He's brave. He gets up and down. He could do the box-to-box holding midfield. Like, he's technically decent. Because these sort of players are not sexy when you look at them, like, even on videos and that. But look, plays for the USA. David Henko, don't know nothing about him. Any of you know anything about David Henko?
He's Czech Republic international, isn't he? I think.
Is he?
I believe he is. Yeah, played at the Euros. I watched a little bit of him. Not a pretty handy player. Patrick Struik, I'm not too keen on.
Yeah.
Akora, I haven't seen much of him. Tillman's another American player, isn't he? Plays for PSV, I think.
Yeah, he plays for PSV or Feyenoord, one of them, yeah. But he's an attacking midfielder. We don't need him. We need to get rid of Basuma, Richarlison, Werner, three straight away. And then you've got to look at it. If we're going to bring a foreign player in, we're already restricted to 23-man squad in the Europa League, aren't we? I mean, we can't have 25 because we didn't have 4 academy-trained players that have been at the club for 3 years. We only got 2. So we had to lose 2 off the Euro list. So that means like we're hampered in that way. So, and as for looking for homegrown, I ain't seen too many links apart from the left back at Palace, who's out of contract at the end of the season, Tyrell Mitchell.
Yeah. We were after that one from Lecce as well, weren't we? Dorku, was it?
He looks an absolute baller. I mean, like, he play left back, left side midfield, left wing, if we need another left winger. But like, he looks in under 20. He's of Nigerian Danish descent, and he looks an absolute baller. He does. But at 20, you're going to be raw, and it'd be bringing another young one in. Like, although I wouldn't be against it, but I'd like experience. But
we need cover in that area, though. Let's be honest, we do.
We do now. Well, now your doggy's out.
Reggie's not the answer, is he?
Your doggy might be out for 2 months.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it, this injury?
If we bring a centre back, you know that Gray's going to go left back and Spencer's going to go right back, or Porro's going to play, or Porro be forced to play, and he's worn out anyway. And Gray might stay in the middle, and Spence might have to go left back. Unless, so it's patch up the squad and go at the moment. Just do the best you can, and hope you don't get more injuries because these players are being overplayed. So,
good evening, Destiny 5. Good evening.
Destiny 5.
Big up, sir.
Yeah. Just on the loan market, you're allowed 6 loans in the Premier League. I think the rules have changed. You can bring in a maximum of 4 foreign and a maximum of 2 home players. And in the Championship, they can bring as many as they want in. So we can loan these players, if we need to. There's got to be some juggling done. But it's like with a lot of these late links, right, to players in the news media when I go to all these feeds and check out the latest BS, basically, and most of it is. If we haven't really got our lists of players we want, rather than come to a week before the transfer window or no, it's tomorrow. It opens, doesn't it? Opens tomorrow. Then something's seriously wrong with our recruitment team. And I haven't
2 hours, Adrian. 2 hours, Adrian.
And I haven't even, because we must have, unless you get an opportunist signing, like Skriniar and Moani have come up recently, right? PSG would probably do a deal with wages on them, right? Levy's got good contacts with Sheikh, whatever owns PSG. So something could happen there. If PSG don't want them 2 players, there's loads of clubs want to take them. There'll be loads of clubs that want to take them. So that's what I call opportunist. Most of these others that are mentioned in the media now, well, hang on, we should have the list of players we want at left back, in midfield, the 2 main areas. We will need a number 9 if somehow Richarlison can't perform a miracle in the second half of the season when he comes back. But we're going to have to keep him because the way the squad is, at the moment, until we get bodies back, he's going to have to be kept. And he's got to show some form to be sold, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, whose fault is it with the squad that we've got, though? Do you know what I mean? With this, the allocation of homegrown and all that kind of stuff. Whose fault is it we're in this predicament? Do you know what I mean?
The Bold and Levy have to take responsibility for bringing in one player, experienced player, who I didn't know too much about in Solanke. And then we brought in Bergvall, Gray, Yang-Min Hook, Odegaard. Right?
Yeah.
So all brought in under, those 5 have all been brought in under Lange's watch. Lange's taken a lot of stick, but, he's been here a year and a half. He must have been involved in those ones. Most of the previous signings were Paratici, and he was at the ground. So I'm hoping he's coming back in some capacity. He's going to work his magic.
Yeah,
there we go.
I didn't rate Lange before he come in. To be honest with you, I like some of his recruitment at Villa wasn't great at all. I had no confidence in him before he came into the club.
And you notice, Villa never fought and scrapped to keep him. They never kicked up a fuss when he wanted to leave. So that tells you a lot, mate. It does tell you a lot.
Well, players have been brought in. I mean, it remains to be seen. It's too early as far as I'm concerned. I mean, but like Dan brought up, said, bring up the hamstring thing from Dan.
There we go. Yeah.
There is a counter argument to that. I mean, you've got this, like you say, okay, all right. So at the back being stretched, you could say VDV's got his hamstring and he had a history of that in Germany. Then you could say now you doggy's got one, right? Romero's is a quad injury on the front, right? But strangely, I find fast players like Johnson, one of the fastest players, he ain't picked up a hamstring injury. Solanke's worked his socks off in so many games, he hasn't picked up an hamstring injury. Even Son hasn't picked up a hamstring injury. You've got our midfielders, they haven't picked up hamstring injuries, unless I'm wrong. We've got 7 of them, right? It's not, so I'm putting it down to, if you play too much, you don't rest enough, you can get an injury. So some of these players will pick up injuries, but I don't think they'll be hamstrings, because how fast does Madison run, or Basuma even, and Sarr? Although Sarr's box to box, Porro, for all his fast running down that side, you'd think he'd have picked up an hamstring, but he hasn't. I'm not disagreeing with Dan, but there are variables in this. There are variables to why we're picking up these injuries. And if it's the science team bringing players back too early, get rid of them.
Dan's got the link if he wants to come on.
If you want to come on, Dan, you can come on.
Yeah, I sent him the link earlier.
Right. He might be with his wife and all that. But
well, I don't know.
Well, I can send it to you on WhatsApp anyway.
Well, I've sent it to him. He's got the link.
He said where?
What? Where? No, that was before we started talking about that. That was 10:07. It's now 10:09. We only spoke about that about 30 seconds ago. I did send him the link, I promise.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. No. Hang on, let's bring it back. Yeah, no. Here we go. But a debate.
He's got the link. Okay.
I've got link. Yeah, I was going to say I sent it to him.
Yeah. I mean, Phil, what's your take? Do you think?
I don't know if it's down to the tactic. I don't know. But I'm a bit suspect on that. Van der Ven already had issues with his hamstring before he came to Tottenham anyway. I mean, who are the others? Richarlison, did he have history with hamstrings, at Everton? I'm not sure.
Or Watford, I don't know. When he went at Watford to Everton,
I'd have to go and have a look at these players that we've got out with hamstring injuries and look at their history and on the injury table. So,
can I say though, playing the style of football we do, right, with the million miles an hour for 100 minutes in a Premier League game, is not sustainable, and it will lead to injuries. I mean, if you can't admit to that, then there's no hope, because no team plays like we do, or try to play like we do for a full. I mean, you look at Liverpool the other week. They went 5-1 up and took the foot off the gas. When did we ever do that? Never. We are running about like headless chickens the whole game, whether it's working or not. That's what he insists on. But this is why we have the injuries.
Injuries, Mark. Right?
Didn't we have?
Yeah. I was saying that, but this is why we got all the bloody injuries we got. Is because this system is absolute.
Well, Vicaro's ankle, Odebert is hamstring. Davis slight pulled hamstring. Richarlison quad.
He's hamstring, isn't it?
Moore was virus back training, so is Richarlison. They're back on, and I think even Odebert had boots on recently, back on the training field. VDV is hamstring. Romero isn't. Udogie is. So I mean, like Bentancur suspended for Newcastle. So you got Udogie there. Odebert was well early in the season, and that was more through challenges in that than anything else, right? So Davis, Paul, right? So it's 3 there, and VDV's 4. 4 out of the 8, and Bentancur suspended. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a contributing factor, the way we play, but I look at other players on the pitch and I think, well, you're fast players. Why haven't you picked them up? I mean, Johnson's one of our fastest players. Why hasn't he picked up a hamstring? Why isn't Porro? Why isn't Son? Why isn't Solanke? There is, I mean, I think there's variables into this. I think it's to do with,
Sar's another one. I mean, he runs around as much as everyone else does, if not more. Do you know what I mean? But with Conte, under Conte, I know his training was more excessive, more intense than the actual game itself. But did we have many injuries? Hamstring injuries when we were under Conte. I don't know. I'd lean towards more the medical side of it, to be honest with you, than tactics. But we'll never know, will we?
I'm pouring my first drink of the evening.
You carry on, Adrian. I'm just messaging Mr. Edwardson here because he sent me an email. Because he literally lives 3 miles, I think, from me. He lives in a village very close to my town. And me and him are going to meet up for a sneaky lager. Or 7.
Yeah, that's the injury list we got. And when you look at ankle, hamstring injuries, there's 4. 4 of them have had hamstring injuries out of that lot. The others aren't. So, yeah, I mean, what do you think about? Do you think tiredness and playing too many games leads up to some of these injuries, Phil?
Yeah, it could be a factor. It could be a factor in that. I don't know, man. I mean, the fixture list is intense, isn't it? I mean, everyone else. Well, I wouldn't say everyone else, but
it's the same for every team.
A lot of teams are in the same predicament, but they don't play the same tactics as we do they? So, I mean, it could be a bit of both. I mean, tactics could play a part in that.
I see in some of the media, we're not just the only ones that are suffering this. And when you think these players cost a lot of money and are paid a lot in wages, right? I don't know if it was Ange. I think I've heard it before of others saying, well, basically clubs need to be allowed bigger squads. I can see this 9 substitutes being increased for teams in the future, and perhaps we'll go to bigger squads, because otherwise we're going to ruin a lot of, if it is through playing too many games, not so much being a pacey player that picks up a hamstring injury, and there's some science which shows it. I mean, logically, you think it's a bit of everything, right?
I mean, look at the Euros as well, Adrian. Do you know what I mean? They played the Euros. They didn't even get much time off. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, for me, the fixture schedule in international and club level is too much. It's way too much. It needs to be looked at.
I mean, after the last game, I mean, we have got this 6-day break. Apparently, Ange's given all the players 2 days off. You know, you should just eat and sleep, basically. Eat the right food and sleep, and just get some energy back into your system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then we got Newcastle. I mean, they've got injuries. They've got about 6 out, I think. But see, you can say, like, to me, that there's still variables with that, because we can have 6 players out, another team can have 6 players out, and you make the case saying, yeah, but they got 6 out as well. But there are such things as key players in your team, you know, and we've lost our 2 best centre-backs and our number 1 goalkeeper for a long time now, right? And now lost the other 2. How many other teams would have done well if they lost 4 centre-backs and their main goalkeeper? You know, say it was Liverpool, top of the league, you know, whatever. And I think it's theirs to lose the title, by the way, now. But, I mean, how many other teams? So it's easy to say, like, you've got a lot of injuries in there as well, you know. But we didn't do enough. We didn't do enough work in January. I think Levy got into his head again that, like with Poch, he thought, we can keep performing miracles like this. We'll just squeeze every bit of juice out of the lemon we can get. And he did. And in the end, he sacked Poch. And I just thought that was all disgusting anyway.
That's when I became Levy out.
All right. Okay.
When he sacked Poch.
Yeah.
Levy's the biggest problem at this club. The manager is a close second. But Levy's the biggest problem.
I'm fully Ange. Mark knows. Mark's Ange. He still hopes that Ange's going to be a success. But I'm fully Ange in, because, like, don't want to go through this rinse and repeat cycle again. Also, we're in 3 cup competitions, and as I've said on a few podcasts recently, you take Levy, Phil, right now. If he were, I mean, rumour is he's given to after the second leg against Liverpool, but by then the transfer windows are done. We've done our loans and maybe brought 1 or 2 in, right? You're going to give it to Mason and Matty Wells, who are homegrown Spurs ex-players, or you give it to Nick Montgomery and Sergio Romendo to take the reins to the end of the season. But even if you do that, imagine the backlash once Ange goes. While he's there, he's like the barrier between the ardent Levy out protesters, and people like me wouldn't mind if Levy went, but he doesn't live in my head as such, right? I'm more concerned about results and how well the team do at this stage. So don't you think that if Levy were to sack Ange, say it was to sack him the end of January, first week in February, 6th of Thursday, we play the second leg, we lose it, Liverpool go through, which everyone's expecting because they're in some real fine form at the moment.
Here we go. Right.
I've been banging this drum, Adrian, since the last few weeks, if not a month, about getting Redknapp in. I think he needs to come in as an interim. Right?
1,000,000%.
He needs to come into as an interim and go back to basics, which we definitely need at this time, and just start from the back, start fresh again, and then and then get a full-time manager at the end of the season. I think Redknapp will get us back on track, and then we just get a full-time manager after that. He will certainly get us playing properly. And big up, Dan. Thanks for coming on, sir.
To me, I'm sure Dan has got a different opinion. That's fair enough. But to me, I don't see Levy sacking Ange simply for the reason then it puts him under intense pressure. Even if he was to appoint someone else temporary wouldn't stop the flack and the intense pressure he's going to be under. And they've got no ready-made replacement. And Dan, what's your take on this? Welcome anyway. Happy New Year to you and your family.
Yeah, Happy New Year to all you lot. Just had myself a nice shower and was laying down. Had this on the side in the background.
I just poured my first drink because we're going to go to midnight if we've got enough to talk about. So
I've got my other drink with me, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
I prefer it straight. Look, the thing with the situation with Ange at the moment, it's not working. Simple as that. Even the man who have defended him to the bone are now sitting here saying, adapt, fix up. Even the old pundits, even the ex-managers, even people say, oh, pundits, they can do one, whatever. But I'm sure everyone's got a bit of respect for Harry Redknapp, yeah? Even Harry Redknapp went live on TV on TalkSport and said, what is this man doing? He's playing off-key football. I have never, ever seen a football club open at the back in my entire life.
Exactly.
And coming from Harry Redknapp, I think most of us can respect that comment. Okay, Gary Neville, Jamie Carragher and all that, they don't want to listen to, even though they were both great defenders and wing-backs, both great players, whether you like Carragher or not. He's top prick, but quality defender. And they're all saying the same thing. Most of us have been saying the same thing for a long time.
Yeah. He's
still using the inverted wing backs. He's still pushing up as high as he can. Not quite as high at the moment because it just can't be done. He's still playing them out. He's still playing 8 out of 10 players totally out of sync and not to their utmost ability as such. And he just, I won't adapt. Now, the way I look at it, it's like playing a game of poker. Few have heard me see this, yeah? Don't know if you free play it, but what do you play poker with? I play with tactics.
Yeah.
But then you can only play with the cards you got when it comes down to it. You can only bluff it so far, and then it catches you. Ange has been caught out time and time and time again. We are on 9 defeats. Our goal difference is exactly the same as it was last season. We are 11th in the league. We are just about to go out of the League Cup, and please don't anyone try and say otherwise. Over 2 rounds, we are screwed. 1 round, maybe. Europa, we're not making that stuff. And FA Cup, you can write that one out the window unless we just have a bit of luck. We're going to be lucky if we see top 7. With the way he's going and the way the form's going, we're going to be lucky if we ain't up for a relegation battle. Not saying we get relegated, but a battle. And it looks like he's losing the players. And to top it all off, I think about 4 of those injuries at the back you can put clearly on Ange's head.
Okay.
Romero and Van der Ven should never, ever have even stepped foot on that pitch against Chelsea.
He was fighting for his job, Dan. He was fighting for his job at that stage, Dan.
I was completely shocked to see them in the starting line.
Yeah.
But he could have got away with a loss at Chelsea because we always lose at Chelsea.
Yeah.
That one's a bit of a,
There's a variable there, though, isn't there? I mean, he's put them in the team, right? What's the science team doing?
His hamstring's out for 2 months.
Horror
is half dead.
Yeah. There's 4 people with the hamstrings. The rest aren't, right? 4 out of these 8, and Bent
happened in Celtic. Same problems.
You've got the science team at this club need to go. I think if Ange is asking players whether they want to play or not, are you okay? Right? We don't want to let the team down. Most players are going to say, I want to play. Right? They are. And then you've got the situation. Well, what's the science team reporting to Ange? Are they ready to play or not? Well, we don't know this. This is all like we're in unknown territory with this. I get people coming out and saying, "Oh, we shouldn't have played them" and all that. Well, if you knew they weren't fit enough to play, then yeah, I'm in agreement with it.
Of course, he knew they weren't fit enough to play. Of course, he knew.
Well, no.
If he's this master tactician of football for how many years, like 25 years, and the man's nearly 60. He should have slightly got a clue that neither of those players were fit. Just that little thing in his head, like, yeah, maybe they ain't fully fit for this, where they're literally only just coming back into training. It don't take bloody Einstein to work that out.
He was desperate. That's why he played him. He was desperate.
Yeah.
You could be right there, Phil. You could be right. We don't know, but you could be
He
right.
He was, Adrian. I'm sorry to cut in, but he was desperate. He was desperate because...
Listen, okay, that's fine.
Hang on, Adrian.
Right? No. You don't know that for 100% fact. No one does. People speculate. I speculate. We all speculate. But we don't know 100%. It alludes to that. It does allude to that. I'm not denying it. You know me. I always look at... I try to keep a balanced perspective on most things to do with the club, but it does. But it doesn't. I mean, like
Adrian, right? Romero played. How long did he play in that game? Was it 20 minutes before he pulled up? Do you know what I mean? Come on, man. A player doesn't pull up like that straight away. He wasn't fit. He wasn't fit. He had an injury before the game. He was probably around 30%, 40%. Right? Van der Ven was probably the same as well, I'd say. And he risked it. He risked it. And it didn't pay off. It didn't pay off. And now we're left in the shit.
And with the style of play, our team covers any more ground than any team in the world. When I say the world, I mean Europe playing football. Any team, And when you've got defenders, which they're not meant to do, and that is run back and forth, kamikaze for like sprinting at least let's say between 6 to 8 to even 10 times a game, it is going to do you damage. End of. His tactics are destroying these players. If Van der Ven does not pack up his bags and go very quickly, you can say goodbye to his career.
Well, he's got a history of hamstring problems.
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. He had one.
Van der Ven did have one. He had one. He had
one.
He had a history of that.
If that's a history, he had one. If that's history, he had one.
Well, that's not a history, is it? I mean, he had one. He had one.
But hang on. It depends what kind of grade hamstring it was at Wolfsburg. I don't know.
He was out for a month.
It's a grade 3 hamstring.
He was out for a month.
Okay, so that might be a grade 2 then. Something like that. Yeah,
he hasn't ripped nothing. All
I got to say is Ange is the worst manager that we've had in the Premier League era at Tottenham. He is destroying the players. He is tactically inept. He doesn't change for anything. Whether we play the top team in the league, Liverpool, or we play the bottom team in the league, Southampton, his tactics are always the same. All right, Southampton, we went out and won 5-0. Yeah, but they're getting relegated. We all know that, right? Against Liverpool, 2-1 up. 2-1 up with 5 minutes to go in the first half. You would have thought, right, sit in now, we're still in this game. No, the same nonsense. And Liverpool, well, put it this way, in the Liverpool game, if Liverpool had scored 10 in that game, it wouldn't have been a disgrace. But Liverpool sat back, and then we got to cut the goals back, right? And Liverpool thought, right, we got to up it here. And they scored a 6th, just to really put it to bed. If Liverpool had played with the same intensity they did in the first little bit of the game, right, they could have beat us 10 easily.
They didn't even get easily. Out of second gear.
A lot of fans turn around and say Ange doesn't adapt, he's too stubborn to adapt. What do you actually think, any of you, these fans mean by adapting?
Adapting is you do it every game. Every manager, majority of managers do. And what do I mean by adapt? Too many people think adapt means totally change the system. If you want to talk about a fella that really had a brain on him, that totally changed his whole system just to play us, hello, Mr. Arteta. He went from Arsenal playing how they do to a fully out-and-out defence. And people say we dominated that game. Bullshit, did we dominate that game? They dominated it. Why? Because we fell straight into their trap and did everything that they read us to be and done it exactly the way we wanted. Oh, we got more passes, we got more shots. Maybe we should have scored. I'll agree with that, yeah? And we had more of this, more of that. But Arsenal just sat back, tick-tock, tick-tock. Our time will come. Bang, there you go. Goodbye, Spurs. Baked potato, see you later. We'll catch you at the Emirates. And that is totally adapting to a game. But then when you're playing other games and you're playing someone like Liverpool, where is that main problem? Mr. Salah on the side. So what do? You don't get your wing back to invert up to a number 10 so that he can clear his line every bloody time. You get your wing back, you stick on that man like a fly on shit, mate. You do not let that man out your sight. You stand next to him to the point where he's going to punch you in the head. You as well cover it when he comes back as well. That's what I was about to say. Or you double up. Ange, no. Mr. Porro, get in the middle. Mr. Spence or Mr. Udoji or whoever's there, make sure you're in the middle. Block up the number 10 space so Maddison or Kulusevski's got nowhere to pass. Yep, and what I'll do with you, Mr. Basuma, you try and play a DM and a box-to-box and attacking midfielder in one game where you're making yourself look terrible because you're having to cover the left side where he's inverted. You're having to cover the right side where he's inverted. You're having to cover behind you because the defenders are bloody level with you. This man has not got a clue what he is doing in English Premier League football.
No.
He's Scottish Premier League at his very best. And the Scottish Premier League is ranked lower than the MLS, for God's sake. Any one of us four could go into Scotland and win that league with Celtic. Easy as. He had plenty of injuries out in Celtic. All the same type he's got here. Difference is out in Celtic, they can lose half their team and bring on their youth and just smash everybody else there. Difference is with Scottish football is that most of us, I can't vouch for everyone, can probably only name 3 teams there. The rest of us, people don't even know who's in the bloody league. That is how poor that league is.
I think most of the problems, as everyone knows, are most games are won and lost in midfield, and their midfield just isn't good enough, right? Basuma's not good enough, lacks consistency.
No,
I would hang on to Matt because he does offer you something against other teams, and he has got 8 goals this season, I think,
Yeah, but you look how we get caught out. We get caught out up the front, yeah?
Yeah, where's the nous? Where's the intelligent awareness of the players?
Right. So because you've had the ball lost up front, that shouldn't mean game over. That shouldn't mean, right, get the ball down the flanks because it's naked or over the top because it's naked. That should mean, right, I've got the ball there. Now I've got to get it to him to get it going. Nope. Mr. Ange says, stand on the highway line. Be inverted at a number 10. Bang, there you go. No one can catch their man. Oh, there goes another hamstring. Oh, and another hamstring. And that is how it's going with him. He is inept. He is not a Premier League manager. He is not a top club manager. Right. He wouldn't do it in La Liga. Yeah. He wouldn't do it in Bundesliga. He wouldn't do it in Serie A. Give him the best team ever on this planet. This man will still never, ever win a league because his tactics are that inept. He would still concede too many goals. Fine.
There has been snippets, right, of us playing well this season. There has been snippets, right? It hasn't all been completely bad, right? I'm going to defend Ange a little bit here. Oh, I'm Ange. I want red napping now. Right?
I'm fully Ange, but carry on.
I was going to say my finger was on the remove button then when you said you were Ange. No, I'm only joking, Phil. Carry on.
That's all right. No, I just think in a group.
I just think I can't disagree with what Dan was saying about Ange. Completely agree. But the frustrating thing is, right, we do look good going forward at times, right? But he needs to playing this way all season is not sustainable.
No,
it's not
a chance.
I said that earlier.
You have to adapt to certain teams, right?
I said that after 7 games. His first 7 games, I said that.
It's the midfield pivot attending to state they were staying back now. He has changed things.
Look at it in this way as well, yeah.
He has adapted as far as I've seen. Others don't agree with my opinion. I mean, I see it, and then people say, "Oh, it's because of injuries and all that." Okay, fine, but he still didn't have to do what he did when he changed things. I mean, first game against Leicester, we should have won, right? Okay, Basuma's banned for no laughing matter with a laughing gas and all that. Second game, I was saying he gets injured. So the second game, Son goes through the middle, Johnson's still right, Odegaard's on the left, right? He changed it. People say, okay, he did it because he was forced to. He didn't have to. He could have played Lancashire through the middle. He didn't have to do that, right? And then the game after that, Basuma comes back. He switches it again. He's changed things. And this was before we had a pile of not so many injuries, right? Changed things again, right? And we haven't seen. I haven't seen this season. Mark tried to throw me a photo because I said, "Well, show me how many times we've had 2 at the back. We got done for a goal." I think we got done over the top of that twice.
Right.
Twice.
I've got it here. I've got it here.
Right.
Well, I can count.
Share the screen, Dan.
I go to the games, right? I'm lucky enough to be able to go to the games this season to go. I live close to the ground, right? So I've seen 3 at the back, 4 at the back. I've noticed lately we've played 4-2-3-1. 4-3-3, and when we're really attacking, we go 4-2-4. I've seen that right on the pitch. Now there may have been during one of them attacks, we might have had 2 on the halfway line. I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying that didn't happen, but it wasn't as pronounced as what we see last season, like when we got lost down to Chelsea and things like that. It hasn't been that. I disagree with people, and they can disagree with me. It's a question of who people think is right or wrong. But you got a Udogie to me. He doesn't invert like Porro does. Porro does, and I do think that can be a cause of a problem, because when Porro comes in inverts as a 10, whereas because Johnson don't take his man on, when Porro and Decky was out on the wing, there was more interplay between those two, and they would get an overload on the right. That doesn't happen with Johnson when Porro inverts. It doesn't happen because he's got no one to overload with Porro. It doesn't happen. Johnson, sorry. On the other side, give Udogie, he's been in poor form as well as Porro's this season, but like when he's gone down the left, you know, bombarding his way down the left as he does. I like him when he's on good form. He's trying to get, you've got Maddison who plays central left, and then you've got Son on the left. So Maddison's trying to link with Udogie and Son on the left. And you will see Udogie get to the byline, right? You will see him, or he'll cut in a little bit to the close space on the edge of the area, but he doesn't invert. I don't believe that Udogie. He hasn't got the technique. He's got to do. Yeah, but not, he doesn't.
Right, Adrian.
Yeah.
Has he adapted? How many times?
You showed me the Liverpool photos before, Mark. If you show me those ones.
Right, I'm going to share my screen now. Go
on, share.
How many times has he adapted this season?
Right, are we still on? I don't know.
Yep.
Right, can you see that?
Game, yeah.
Yeah, this is for the Liverpool game.
Right,
this is 3 of Liverpool's goals.
Can you make it bigger? Oh,
well, go on. Can you do that? I ain't got a clue, mate.
You see where it's got the cursor at the very top here, at the very top, where it's got minus at the top. Bring your cursor up to the top, and you'll see a
middle one.
Hang on.
There we go. Or go across to
zoom level. 100%.
You can do that as well.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep. Right. This is 3 of Liverpool's goals.
What we're doing here.
Well, I've sort of adjusted it. I'm not sure if it's working, so I can't see.
No, we know the point. I've seen the photos anyway.
Take the chat off.
I'm not sure how to do that.
That you've got the chat on there, injury woes and everything else. Take that off.
I don't know how to. Right, I'll stop sharing.
No, you just did it. You just did it.
Did I?
You're right.
I never touched nothing.
I did it, so I done that.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's fine what you've got on there.
Yeah, I
Look
guess.
how open we are on those 2 goals. 3 goals.
3 goals.
Oh,
3 goals.
One of the worst ones was the ball put over the top of Dragerson, right? During that game
Yeah.
when they got through. This probably resulted in this goal. I can't remember which goal it resulted into, right? That shouldn't happen. He's been questionable at the back. His positional player suspect. I mean, he gave away a penalty against Karabag. He also got sent off, didn't he? You know, he's, you know.
Why is it?
Because player. I mean, I think he's got talent, but
he has. We're just playing him the wrong way.
Very good in the air. He can tackle and all that, but
he's a centre back. He is not a ball playing defender.
He
is a John Terry.
In this team, Dan.
He is a John Terry. But when you're trying to get players to play out a sync, when you're getting Udogie and Porro, who have blatantly all their career been overlapping wing backs, never been full backs, overlapping wing backs. I followed Udogie in Italy because I knew we were getting him, and I follow Italy anyway. He done none of this crap, and he was bloody good at what he did. So you're only going to get to see 60% of them at their best. Now you go and play a defender who is an old school John Terry, sit back, die hard, block it with his life, head the ball out, get rid of it. Go play him, say, sitting on the halfway line where he might as well be a DM or a bloody centre mid. You're not going to get any good out of him. Go and play Kulusevski on the right, which he does respectable. Oh, all of a sudden he plays in the middle, and everyone's saying, "Oh, he's so much better in the middle." No shit, Sherlock. I was only telling everyone that 14 months ago. And then when it comes also down to it, the striker he's got coming here, there, back, everywhere. When Solanke is just not qualified to do that, he's only had 1 good season his entire life. And the other games he's played, when he played 20 for Liverpool, he scored a bloody goal. But where they set him up to what he was good at, and he repelled with what he was good at. You put play. You can, who else can you put in that team out of sync? Bentancur. He's not a box to box. He's either a deep line playmaker or an attacking playmaker. Basuma, yes, box to box. Sarr, box to box. But you can add other players on there. 8 out of the team, he just plays them completely out of sync. You can get a very average team, play each one of them to what they're good at doing, and you can make that team look good. He is destroying this team. Now, if you can, share my screen on here, and I'll show you something.
You see, I mean, I don't see it that way at all. I mean, I think he has made tactical switches. He did say in press conferences, I picked teams to win a game.
Do you want me to add it, Dan?
Yeah, you've got to.
I put a lot of our ills. I put a lot of our ills on our midfield. They just haven't performed.
Not that.
If you don't win the midfield battle, you're going to lose in all other areas of the pitch. And like Basuma, to me, is not consistent enough. He should go, right? And we should bring someone else in, right? Gray should be given a chance there as well in midfield. And
was that it, Dan? Was that what you were trying to add?
Press
add screen. There you go.
Yep.
Until we fix the midfield, we're not going anywhere.
Is that come up on your screen?
No, it's come up again. It's like a downward thing. It's like looking 2 people in a mirror. You know, it's just going back and back and back.
No. I've done it wrong. Don't worry about the thing. I can't.
I'll remove it. There you go.
Right, but what I can then tell you then, I can give you these stats. Right, the stats are. I mean, I can even WhatsApp you if you wanted to put them on here. The stats are, when it comes down to it, let me just open my Spurs stats. Right. Season manager, 14 to 15, Poch. Average points out of 38 games, these all are 1.68. Poch, 15 to 16, 1.84. Poch, 16 to 17, 2.26.
We love Poch.
18, 203. 18.9 is where he starts slipping, 187, and then 19 to 20, 138. Jose Mourinho, 160, 2021, 158. 2022, Nuno, 150. 21-22, Conte, 2. 22-23, Conte, 1.7. Ange, 23-24, 1.74. Ange, 23-25, 1.26. Christian Gross, 97-98, 1.29. This man is a shambles. Next bit. Season 1 to 19, 36 points, 1.89 points per game. 20 to 38, 30 points, 1.58. Season 2, 1 to 19 games, 24 points, 1.26 points. On course, we keep playing this. We are on the way for 48 points. And then to bring another one into it, I'll bring that one in a bit later because that one will be more interesting for later. The screen just didn't work. My point is, this on stats is our worst manager fact since Christian Gross. Oh, he might do this, he might do that. But the facts out and the stats out, he's worse than Christian Gross. People say we concede less. Well, that's pretty much gone to shit now, hasn't it, as well? People say we score goals. Brilliant. But if we've scored more goals and conceded less goals, then why is our goal difference exactly the same as it was this time last season? Answers?
Well,
no, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. The man is a fraud. The man is a fraud.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't. Look, you don't play. Listen, we as fans know. We know we've got a firm aspect to the graft of football, right? We know tactics, right? And we know systems. And all systems work and all systems fail. If you can't impose your game plan on another team, then you will lose. So that means you failed, right? And other times you do it and you will win. No, Mark.
How much have you got to lose to fail, Adrian?
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
What I'm saying is,
what do you call fail?
hold on. What about all the other variables out there then, right? What about when you mention all them stats? That's fine. They're stats. I don't argue with them. But what were the circumstances throughout the whole season? What were the stats for the whole season for that manager with that squad of players compared with the next manager with his squad of players compared with the next manager with his squad of players? That's where the stats fall down.
What the stats are that this manager has had a better squad than the past 4 managers.
Last season, Dan, right? He comes in, he starts without arguably the world's best striker. We go 10 games.
No. Adrian, stop it there, mate. He never had Harry Kane and he knew it. He never had him and he knew it.
Hold on. You've had your say. I'll have mine. Right?
No, my bad.
So he's got the record which doesn't beat him, right? Then VDV does his hamstring. Maddison gets an ankle injury, he's out for it. But what's the name get injured as well, and then you've got Basuma suspended 3 times during that season. Romero suspended once, right? Players then go away on international duty. They come back, right? We finished 5th. I think he did brilliantly last year. I really do. To get 5th after all
rubbish, absolute rubbish, absolute rubbish.
To finish 5th because he goes off on a tangent about all teams that had that amount of points finished the league or won the league, but that's rubbish. In all honesty, that is rubbish because
to finish 5th,
you can't compare
on his first season,
right?
Was respectful, yeah. But then to take it into July, but you can only do what you're playing against. Literally every other team was actually crap that season anyway. That was Chelsea out the records most of the time. Liverpool weren't smashing it.
Why is it when we do well, it's because everybody else is crap? Why is it when we win it's because they're crap?
The point of it is, we got there last season. We got there last season because of the first 10 games. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it all counts at the end of the season. But he's still living off his first 10 games. What did I tell everyone, you including Adrian, because you was on the show when I'd done it, that he has got to watch out for this season? He ain't going to have those 10 games cutting his hairy backside, is he? No, he's not. And it is bloody showing. Those 10 games saved his life last year in a big, big way.
Yeah,
right, the injuries.
Right.
Isn't it funny how the players... Let's finish it. Isn't it funny how the players are dropping with exactly the same injuries at exactly the same time as last season? Right, if you want to bring the other stats into it, when we've had a full team...
We still lost to Ipswich.
Players out. We have still lost the same amount of games on either side.
Yeah.
When we've had full games and half empty.
I will say though, with Romero and Van der Ven, I don't care if we're playing this system or any system, they make an impact on this team. For me, you can throw stats at me all day long, but Romero and VDV make a difference to this team when they're playing. If they're playing,
not against Ipswich,
if they're playing different tactics, and they play better, right? But even if they play these tactics, right, they do make an impact. They do.
I'll give you another one then. Then why have we got more clean sheets when Van der Ven and Romero ain't playing together?
Yeah.
Right, this is over like half the season or
no. This is over this is over 18 months. Why have we got more clean sheets without them two playing with each other?
Yeah.
Well, who have we played in each of those games? Did we have what we might call
Liverpool? Well, season and a half is everybody.
Season and a half.
Yeah.
Is everyone.
So what we're saying that Romero and VDV are no good then?
Are you saying
what I'm saying is
Romero and VDV, right, don't make an impact on this team, even with these tactics or any other tactics then?
The only one who really makes an impact, because for me, Romero has been probably our second worst player of the season, if we go by his standards. Yeah,
really,
because we expect better. Really. Well, you can say out of the first few games, he cost us about 4 goals.
By a light year, is our best.
I'm not saying other words, but are you telling me he's played good this year? He's been absolute crap.
Hang on.
He has cost us nearly 4 games.
Players do have, dips in form, Dan. They do.
Of course they do. But I can only talk about what I see this season. And this season, he's been terrible. Right, Van der Ven, he covers our arse.
If you look at both players individually, right, as defenders, as footballers, right, they are good players. right? Romero and Van de Ven are good players, and to say that they don't make an impact on this team is.
I didn't say they don't make an impact. If you listen to what I said, why have we got more clean sheets without them than with them?
It's a confidence issue, mate. This team, it flows through most of the players in this team at the moment. And when you're not winning games, it affects players. It does. Right?
So the fact that last season we got more clean sheets with Emerson Royale and Ben Davis. Yeah. Well, come on, it's got to tell you something. I thought these two were such a major impact. The fact that we've actually conceded more goals when them two are playing together than when they're not playing together tells you something as well.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because you've got to consider. You've got to consider the rest. Look, you've got what you miss in that. The biggest variable in the miss of that, and Spurs fans love to do this, is in what phase of play do you apportion blame for conceding a goal, right? So that can affect your centre backs, any centre backs you've got. I mean, I look at the first goal away at Newcastle, right? First goal away, that throw in, which caught everyone cold, and Romero had gone forward. All right, he picked the wrong moment, but he weren't in fault with that goal. That goal should have. We had still had two players there that could have stopped Matey from scoring, right?
I agree.
Second goal against Newcastle. Let's take that one, right? You doggy should have been closer to Murphy. Left centre back was Romero in that game.
Why wasn't Adoji closer to him?
Well, I don't know. Ask him. I don't know why. He should have been, right? The Porro was in line with those three. The only player that was playing the 3 on was actually Dragerson. I'm not knocking him for that, because a new centre back has to get used to a partnership with Davies, with VDV, with Romero. So I'm not knocking him for that. I would blame Romero for that goal, that second goal, because he's the experienced man that should marshal the defence.
That is why I rate him highly and say he's playing crap.
At Leicester, when we conceded the goal there, you had Romero, people said was out of position, and you had Porro, right? If you don't like Romero as a Spurs fan, you're going to blame him for that goal, because Spurs fans do that. They blame the player they don't like. When we're away at Brighton, where was Porro stopping across to come and you dodgy? You fuffed at the ball in the middle. And most of them goals then,
I agree.
Goals when we've conceded. We've actually, this is what's so bad. This is what I put back to the coaching team as well as Ange. We'll critique him on this, right? Is we've had 6, 7, 8 players in our penalty area when we've conceded most of the goals we conceded, which isn't good enough. The results haven't been good enough. I'll come on Ange and I've critiqued him on some of his game managing, his substitutions and stuff like that. All that, but I like to be balanced. I'm not having it all on Ange. It's not right.
Okay, I'll give you another thing then.
Can I just interject a minute? Hang on, Dan. Alan's been on here for 5 minutes now and he ain't said a word. Good evening, Alan.
Good evening.
Good evening, Alan.
Right. Sorry about that, Alan. How rude of us.
No, that's okay. Happy New Year. I'm living in the past. It's still 2024 here. I know it's 2024 there, but it's what about in an hour or so? It's going to be 2025.
Hour and 10, mate. Hour and 10. Yeah. Firstly, can we have a weather report from San Diego?
It's 15 degrees here. I looked it up. So it's cold, but not cloudy.
That's you've done it for us. You've done it for us. Yeah. Centigrade. You've done it for us. That's still warmer than it is here. So we still don't like it.
Is it warm? Is that considered warm? I mean, for us, but we're thin-blooded here. We're spoiled. So anything that's below a certain, it's like snow for us.
Hang on, I will have a look. I will have a look at the temperature currently in my. Oh, it's 11. It's It's 11 where I live.
Oh wow!
Yes.
Yeah, that's cold.
So, and so we're still jealous of you.
It's bloody 6 degrees here.
Yeah, even if you are freezing to death, and no, so Alan, where do you stand on the Ange thing?
As far as Ange in or Ange out, is that the question?
Yes.
I mean,
or generally on his management of the team, or or his tenure here, or
I don't necessarily want to see him out until the if he's going to go out, I'd rather wait till the end of the season. It's kind of to do with Ange, but also more to do with the team, because I know that the instability that brings in while we wait to find a manager. In remembering how long it took us to find Ange. I mean, Ange was not the majority of people's first, second, third, fourth, or probably even fifth, sixth, or seventh choice. A lot of us didn't even know who Ange was. There's only a few people I know of that even knew of Ange to want to have him at the club. And it took a long time. And there was the whole Stellini thing and Mason thing. And it was not a fun time for us as Spurs fans. So I don't necessarily want to see us have to go through that, considering we've already dealing with a major injury crisis, which is destabilizing as it is. So I think at least if we have the same manager, regardless of tactics or whatever, I think that it brings some semblance of stability to the team that I just don't want to see thrown out because we don't like the manager to start a whole new project mid-season. So
why do you have to start a new project with a new manager?
I would say that every manager comes in with their own ideas,
right.
And
so you bring in a manager that works with a project, don't you?
Well,
you
yes,
don't drop the whole project and start again. It doesn't have to be done.
No, you're not wrong there. I don't know that, because from what I'm gathering with coaches, a lot of coaches don't coach the way Ange coaches, and anyone that comes and and any manager that comes in most likely will want to stamp their own seal of approval on a system, which may not be anything like what Ange was doing. I have my thoughts about Ange. I think Ange probably works these guys too hard during practice. We're seeing, Dan pointed it out, we are seeing a lot of the same type of injuries, these hamstring injuries, which I don't know if it's the amount of running they're doing or if they're just
getting from the halfway line. It's the amount of sprinting they have to do from the halfway line. This happened to half his players in Celtic.
Morrow's a fast player. He hasn't picked up hamstring, and Johnson hasn't picked up hamstring and runs around like.
Oh, come on! Don't give me. No, he gets the ball and taps it in and does nothing.
Solanke works his socks off. He hasn't picked up a hamstring. Donny hasn't picked up a hamstring. See, now I get where you're coming from.
Different running. Look at the sprinting. Yes, it does. I'll give you the reason why. Because they only have a short distance to do. Van der Ven has to sprint from the bloody halfway line back to the box. So does whoever is it. Romero's had to do it, and he's not as good at it.
Sometimes further up,
even. Had to do it. Exactly. Yeah, and look how dead Porro is. He's only about one or two sprints away from the hamstring. Adoji's had to do it, and his hamstrings has gone.
You made a good point there, right, about bringing a new guy in, right? Now, you bring a new guy in, right? It's right, Ange ain't going to change because simply like, what? Now he changes things for the players. And they go, what you've been trying to teach us for 18 months, and now you want to change things. What's going on?
Well, maybe they... Okay.
Right, yeah. So I'm going to finish, right? My point. You bring a new manager in, and you know your football. I know that, right? But you bring a new manager in, even if he was going to play 5 at the back, which is not my favourite system, but it doesn't sound right. Some people like that system. I don't. I like 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1. That's just being like
each their own
systems, right? But you bring a new manager in to do this that does things differently, right? Mm-hmm. You think, click, it's going to change things. It won't, because even when we played under Conte and all that, when you even had trained, you've got to practice on the training ground, because when one wing went down the wing against Leeds, and the other one, Doherty was one, came in at the far post and banged a goal in. You have to practice and train that on the training ground. In any system you change, you've got to put work in the training ground and change it. And we haven't got the luxury of that time.
Okay, yes, we have. And I'll drop this for you and totally destroy it for you, Adrian. Adrian, I'll destroy this for you.
Okay.
Right. Every player had to learn a brand new system when Ange come in. Mm. If you get a sensible, flexible manager in there who plays the players to the way they have played all their life, you haven't got much adapting and change to do. When you go and change this to 3-4-1-2 or 3-4-1-2 or a 5-3-2, whatever. Yeah, right. All of a sudden, you've got two wing backs that play overlapping. Well done. They're actually playing the way they've played all their life. It's not much practice. Hang on a second. Right, you've then got two ball playing defenders that have always played that way. Well done. They'll pick it up easy. You'll then have a centre mid in the middle, a centre back in the middle who has always played that way as a central defender. Fine. And then you play the other players where they've always played in these formations. You've got a pretty easy job. They had to totally change everything for Ange. They still haven't done it over 18 months, so he's definitely doing something wrong. He's just being that stubborn. If you haven't got the players with the capability of doing what you want, maybe he's got to be a bit of a man and step down and say, right, maybe I have to adjust some of my players. What are you here for, Ange Postecoglou? Are you here because you've got your head so far stuck up your own arse you can smell yesterday's dinner? Or are you here because you want this team to win?
Right,
he obviously ain't too bothered about the win when he starts talking about entertainment as well, is he?
Right, now, Dan has sent me some. Dan has sent me some on WhatsApp that I am going to share now, if it works.
Right.
Can everyone see that? This is the average positions at Christmas. Right, with the years at the bottom. Can everybody see this?
Yeah.
I will try and enlarge it a bit if I can.
You don't need to. You can see it clear as day.
You can? Good. Yes. Yeah. Right. Now, look. This is from 2009. Look where we are now. 11th. Right? And you're telling me he's a good manager? No, it doesn't figure in my... he is a fool. The manager is a fool. He refuses to adapt. He refuses to adapt to anything. Right, whether we're playing the top of the league or the bottom of the league, he's got to go, in my opinion. On
top of that, tell me two players that have not regressed underneath Ange. I'll give you two. Kulusevski, and that's only because the man's own, and that's only because he's just got the brains to put him in his main position. And Porro, even though Johnson, even though he's probably one of the worst players I've seen out there on the side because he can't dribble, he can't pass, he can't bloody cross the ball. He's got about as much muscle on him as a ball that I flick the boy on the ear when he comes flying off. But he gets in the right place to tap it in the net, and that's what you need it to do. Fine. Apart from that, he goes missing in every single game. Van der Ven, he's regressed. He is not as good as he was last season. Romero is an absolute shocker to what he should be. Porro, again, is just as bad as when he come in under Conte. Doji, wow, that man looks shocking. Sarr, yeah, he's gone back a bit from last season, but not so bad. Bentancur, he's never been the same since the injury. Maddison, he's never really got. You telling me Bentancur's been as good since he had that injury? When he came back from that ACL, before he got that ban, he was back. To me, I thought it was virtually back to his best. But we can disagree on that. That's fine. Right, and then you look at Maddison. Maddison just hasn't been consistent since he's been here, full stop. He's been a proper patchy ass. Yeah, but he's done better than last year. He's got 8 goals and he's got assists. Yeah, that's why I said a couple of players. But he's a patchy player, yeah? Son is dead. And that is all there is to it. This is another thing, Dan, you see, because Son always... and then look at all the players we've got. Hang on, let's go through the whole list. Right. Out of all those, Vicario... He looks tenfold more shaky when it comes up to catch a ball than he ever has done. Still excellent shot stopper. Nearly every player has regressed. Nearly every way we play football has regressed. I'll send another second. People on Son's case, they were on his case last year and he finished with 16 goals and X amount of assists. And they weren't moaning about it. I wasn't on his case last year. Well, fair enough. This season so far, in 16 league games, Son's got 5 goals, 6 assists. That's 11 game contributions in 16 games. I wish fans would go and look at some of these. When did he get the 5 goals? What games did he get the 5 goals? Does it matter? That's what he's there for. Well, when you go and score two goals, so what, it only counts. A goal only counts if he scores 3 goals in 2 games. He's always turned up against good teams in the past. So what? So goal in the past. But look, this is
wasn't a
modern
fan
day
of Callum
future.
Johnson.
Son is done. He can still score a goal, sure. He has not got the
Really?
stamina for the way Ange plays him. He
No,
has
he
not,
Certainly not.
he can't
Certainly not.
take his man on anymore because he ain't got the power
No.
to do it.
Really?
No.
Werner is better
No.
at taking on his man than Son
Right.
is.
Okay.
Son
Yes.
is even at a point
Yes.
where it looks like he can't even score.
Is there
That
been
penalty he took was so woeful. Any one of us could have
okay,
took a
he's
better
took a bad
than
penalty. He's took a bad penalty. Okay.
And how many clean
He
shots
hasn't
has he
got-
missed?
he hasn't
Look
got
what he
the
did
arse
against
to burn his-
Fulham. Look
Right.
what he did after then. How many clear chances has he had and he don't put it in the back of the net anymore? Sonny's
I'm
not
sorry,
the player he
Adrian.
was.
I'm sorry, Adrian.
Don't be
Right.
sorry. State your point.
No,
I mean,
I
was
will do.
great.
Son,
He was great,
son,
but he's done.
son,
Right.
son. I love him to bits. Obviously,
Same.
as a Spurs fan, I love him to bits. But he's not the player he was
Right.
2,
No
3
one's saying,
years
Mark,
ago.
that
He's not.
the afterburners when he scored that goal against Burnley from our penalty area, or at Wembley against Chelsea.
Yes, we all know that. But
Right, score that. No one's saying that about.
and I'll
Son.
be honest with
But
you,
this
Adrian.
season- hold on. People are comparing Son for like saying he's shot, right? Against West Ham, when Sarr give him the through ball, he's about 2 yards in a half. He runs the length of the other half of the pitch, bamboozles the player by jinking left and right, scores a goal. When against Everton, when Van der Ven picked the ball up and a penalty and charged down the length of the pitch, Sonny was keeping up with him, bit behind him, keeping up with him. VDV put him in, he smashed it in the net. Now,
Adrian.
Say, Mark, right?
Going back to that,
Right. No,
Sonny had to keep up with him from the halfway line.
Finishing what I say,
Oh,
right?
He left Son behind.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. But Son kept on going. Son
He
to me
tried.
is just tired. And I bet you by the end of the season, his numbers will be okay. Like they were last season. Was it 16 goals and X amount of assists? Right? And we haven't got no one else. It's always saying getting rid of him. We need every man.
I haven't said get rid of him. I haven't said get rid of him.
No, I say we should have got rid of him 2 years ago. Because do you know what is going to happen to this poor fella? The thing that is going to happen to him is what is happening now. It's going to happen the same as Loris. He is going to get remembered. He is going to get remembered more for the mud sticking on his back that we should have got rid of him than for what he's done. Because it's all good people remember what you've done. No, maybe not from you, but a majority will, because this is how the world works. The world sits there and works, and it remembers the good points, but sadly, the world remembers the bad points more.
Mud
sticks. So when it comes down to it, Loris, what does everyone say about Loris? 9 out of 10. He was a great keeper but he should have gone 3 seasons ago because
he just couldn't kick.
And then what they're going to say about Son is Son was a great player for but he should have gone 2 years ago because he felt shit.
And I'm like you. I don't care what people
that's
say
not
about
fair.
Players. Yeah, but I have my opinion of players. If people disagree with me, that's fair enough. I get it. It's subjective, right? Everyone has their
But it's not fair that he even has that memory on him.
Adrian,
you know as well as I do, right? And you know as well as I do. When a player's twilight in his career, Shearer for England was brilliant. What happened to twilight in his career? Everyone booed and slated him. Lampard, all right, it's a Chelsea player, but it's brilliant for England. What happened? They all booed him. What happens about a couple of years after they retired? All the love returns. They're no longer playing football. When they go back to their clubs and all that, they're all loved again. Like it's a big loving and all that. So that's
because they haven't got to put up with him mismatching on the pitch.
The hate is temporary. You know, I mean, like
no, hate is not a word I use.
Unless you're Sol Campbell, I suppose. But I mean,
yeah, well, that one. But hate is not a word I use. No, just because
I don't use it. I don't.
Just because you don't want a player anymore, it don't mean you hate him. Son is done and dusted as Heung-min Son. Yeah. If anything, the only way you are going to get anything out of this man is if we play 2 up front and play him as the puncher there, where he doesn't need to do anything about a little bit of sprinting. And it was Stell who called this out at the start of the season. And let Solanke be next to him like an Emil Heskey and do all the dirty work for him. Apart from that, his stamina is shot. He's still fast, but nowhere near as fast as he was. He's lost about 2 yards, I'd say. He's lost more pace than bloody Salah. His crossing was always sceptical as. His passing was still sceptical as. And about the only thing the man actually has to offer is he has got the best shot. And even his shooting has gone to shit lately.
Yeah,
and to top it, as a captain, he's one of the worst captains I've ever seen.
Can I
He's purely
hang on a minute?
captain
Hang on
for
a minute.
PR.
If we're on the captain thing, to me, and I'm very serious here. I'm old school. If a player needs motivating to step on that field for Tottenham Hotspur by a captain, then get out of my fucking club. Get out now.
Then get Son out the club when he stands there and starts crying on the pitch, and don't say get your balls up when everyone's losing and he's walking about with his knuckles dragging on the floor with his face in the floor. Then by your standards, what you just said, get Son out the club.
Right now,
that's what you just said.
I think
but look, I must just say hello, Jess.
All right, Jess, how you doing?
Yes, hello, Jessie.
If you want to come on, Jess, you can come on.
Yeah, well, do you want me to put the link in again, Adrian?
Put the link in. I don't mind people coming on.
Yeah, no, I will do. But I'll be honest, Adrian, right? Son, right now, if we were a top team, that this stadium was built and promised that we'd be challenging at the top of the echelons, right at the top. You know, Son, if we'll put it this way, if Son played for Man United when Ferguson was there, he'd have been gone from our club 2 years ago. Because Ferguson knew when it was time to move players on. Hang on, I haven't finished. Right? Now, right? Ferguson knew when to move players on. Right? Now, Son, he's a legend and I love him. I really do. Straight in here. I love him for the service he has provided for my club. But he has regressed. He is not the Son, certainly not when Kane left. Because Kane
fallen off a cliff.
Kane was yin and yang. Kane was his yin to his yang. And when Kane left, Son was done, mate. We should have got rid of them both at the same time, in my opinion.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Right, okay.
And now this is why we will never be a top club. Put it this way, right? Last thing I'll say, it's the last thing I'll say. Son will be here till he's 50 years old because of the shirt sales in the shop. Because
same reason he was made captain.
Exactly. It's all. I haven't finished. All because of the Son love at the stadium. Now I don't go to many games.
I agree with all that.
Every time I go to the stadium, I don't go a lot, but when I do, I see more South Korean flags, banners. Sonny, can I have your shirt? Right, and all this, right? But I'm sorry, but Son, he's not that anymore.
And he'll also be kept, Mark, on the cynical point, which I agree with, apart from the shirt sales, to mentor Yang Min Hyuk. He's going to be here to mentor him as well, right?
But he's not Sonny. Well, that's why we bought him.
But if we go and get a contract again for him, he's still going to want about 150 grand. That 150 grand could go on a good player who could do something for us. And Mark, check the
fine because on, that's fine.
Oh, shit,
I don't, because he's the best finisher at the club with his right foot and left foot. He's blasted a couple over the bar in games when I thought he should at least got him on target and test the keeper. Fair enough. Yeah. He's a streaky player. He's always been a streaky player. He's not been like Kane, a goal every game or every.
No, he's always been patchy when it comes to goals. I agree.
A little patch, or then he's a sort of. Remember when he come back from the injury and he got that hat trick, didn't he? And everybody's like, oh, he's finished again. He went bash hat trick. You're not going to get that sort of goal scoring consistent out of Son. And I get the fact that we should get more out of him during game time when he's not scoring. You know, I mean, I say the same with Johnson, who I thought he had a good game the weekend, I thought, and he did work hard, right, and get back. I thought he's had his best game without scoring was against Man City when we won 1-0 in the League Cup. I thought that's the best I've seen, and I think he's a very good finisher now. And I didn't rate him at all. I didn't want him at the club when I watched videos of him. I thought, what's all the fuss about this kid, right? And then he showed no composure. He was blasting balls over the bar last season like Werner. And this year, I've seen his finishing and his IQ to be out getting the positions, not as a tapping merchant. You've got to have the intelligence and awareness to anticipate what's going to happen as well. He's got 11 goals now. He's got one more than Slanky. Slanky got 10.
Yeah. No,
Like,
I agree with that. But the rest of the game, he disappears for and does nothing because he can't do
yeah,
it.
he does seem.
Now I'm gonna slam another point down that people
Go
ain't gonna like.
Go on.
Timo Werner is better to have on that pitch than Son. I'll give you the reason why. Because Son can't even get in the middle most of the time anymore because he just gets flicked over or he's too bloody knackered after 20 minutes. Werner has got more of an engine than him. Werner can take his man on. He is quicker than Son, faster on a 100-meter sprint now. He can get past his man. But come love nor money, can he pass it? But then neither can Son.
But hold on, I'm not having that, Dan, because like away to Man City 4-0, right? The ball he jinked through and he flicked that ball through to Maddison to chip the keeper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Played him in. One of his assists. He's got other
One
assists.
of how many attempts? It takes him about 10 attempts, 20 attempts to do it.
Look, I agree. His touch, he's either like hitting the ball just a tad too hard or a tad too under hit.
He always has done. He's never been a good passer or crosser. That's why he's never been a world-class player.
But he always get well, you say that, but he's got 90 assists.
And
you know, the maths don't add up.
So,
I mean, like,
so that makes it right. A world-class player for me is Salah.
Look,
not
if he's
Son.
waning, I'll agree with you at the end of the season, providing how many games he gets and he doesn't get injured. And if his numbers aren't up there like last year, I'll think, okay. I don't think he's done. I really don't. And when I consider what other options we've got, he's definitely not done. Right?
We ain't got the options at the moment.
Well, no, yeah. We don't know what Odeberg can do. We don't know what Yang Min Hook can do. I know what Mikey Moore can do. I know what Mikey Moore to do, right? And I've got no qualms about him at all whatsoever, right? But he's still going to need a few games in that team. But
right, can I just steer it back to the Ange debate?
Go on. Then.
I've got just another little thing I'd like to show.
Go on.
This is our defence. Now, Dan sent me this. Thank you, Dan. Because he knows I can share the screen. Well, whether I can share the screen is debatable.
Just zoom it in a little bit.
Oh, all right. Is that any better?
Yeah,
yep, clear as day.
Mm-hmm.
Right, there you go. Right, now, there we go. This is our defence in December. Goals conceded. Look at all the stats here.
And this was a game ago, like before the one play.
Yeah. We're last. We're bottom of the league.
Liverpool, yeah.
Well, I believe. Oh, I don't know.
This was just before Liverpool.
Yeah. So
just before Liverpool. So it's probably got worse then.
Prior to Liverpool, prior to that Liverpool game, I was there. Right? Prior to the Liverpool game, no team's beaten us by more than one goal. But Liverpool were exceptional on the day, right?
No, but Adrian.
That's not the point.
This is the stats. This is the stats. You know, you can't argue with that. The manager is inept.
I don't agree.
He's a fool.
Well, fine. That's subjective. It's the same with players. If you disagree with me, fine.
Right.
I don't think you hate on it or nothing like that. People want to disagree. But
do you know how many shots we've had against us in the past 12 to 13 games? Over 250.
Yeah, and how many goals should we have scored? How many big chances have we missed?
That doesn't matter.
No.
Come on.
You can't just throw one stat in here that suits your argument, which is what a lot of people do.
I've given you about 8 stats.
They never give you the full gamut of stats. They're very selective. They pick the ones they like to suit their argument. And
what is Tottenham's biggest problem?
You say, well, hang about. I agree with you. That stats the stats. But what about the other ones? I get people come to me, and I get dogs abuse, right, as well. Which I fucking have the dogs abuse. I mean, like, fuck them, right? But I mean, like, this is the thing. People want to. If you don't want Ange, I get it. I get it. If you don't want him and you don't like the system, I mean,
I have another one. I
rid of him because, like,
I do have another one here.
At the summer, if we ain't, nicked a trophy or got a Europa League spot, then okay, goodbye, right? But not now. I think to do it now, get rid of him now, I think would be absolute suicide.
Right, I do have another one here. Right, I'll share that as well. With over 65% possessions, 1-1, drawn 1, lost 5. So it's like, Well, I've said this. I've said this a million times on this channel.
That's the
Possession
other one.
means
That's
nothing.
True.
We have
true,
just
Mark.
broken a Premier
Right.
League record of being the first team to be 15 or 16 times at home, a goal up, and lose.
Right. Okay. I agree with the stat. Right. But in them games,
Is
right?
Is that
Hold
another
on.
good
In
record
them
to break?
games, in them games, we didn't finish our dinner. We had chances. We should have beaten Leicester. We should have beaten Newcastle away. We played both them teams off the park. So
But we didn't. We didn't.
No, we didn't.
That's
But I'm saying
all that
there are.
matters.
Well, I'm saying with stats. That's why there are variables.
Right.
I'll catch up.
What would you
Catch up
say,
with it.
Adrian, is our biggest problem at Spurs?
Midfield
Midfield? Well, I'd say it's defence
And
because of the way
Levy.
it's played.
and Levy.
Yeah. Well,
Midfield and Levy, right?
Levy goes without
Put
saying.
ball
The
to
sooner
one
that
side, right?
the sooner that
Midfield.
man gets nailed up in
Look,
something.
we all
the
know.
better.
Look, we all know.
But-
If you played football, I was crap. I was a right back, right?
But look,
I was
the
crap. But I
stats say
played mouse, right?
defence is our issue, yeah? So, Ange, pull your finger out your backside and sort out that defence. If he would just stop inverting those wing backs. Did you watch us in the last game? How many times Porro got caught standing in the middle with a ball going over the side? What do you think
I actually
Newcastle
thought-
are going to do
I
to us
actually
with
thought
Gordon?
Porro was a bit better in the last game.
No. If you watch it on TV, he got caught out at least 8 or 9 times in the
I thought
middle
it was a bit
where
better.
he's told to be, where we got caught off down the left-hand side.
I thought
Newcastle
Swanky
will
and Decker
tear
were
us
okay.
a new one with that. He has got to sort that defence out. If he would just stop inverting the wing backs, or at least invert just one of them and cut it back into a free,
Okay, we
like-
have a slight
like Pep
difference
Guardiola
in,
used to,
whether
yeah?
He inverts one or two. I think he inverts one. You think he inverts two. Okay.
No, I could give you facts that he inverts two if you want. I'll give you the pictures.
Well, I don't see.
He does it every game.
Your doggy hasn't got the volley and technique that Porro's got to cut in and whack one in, right? And you
No,
doggy.
but he's still sitting in the middle half the time.
Well, if they invert that much and shoot fires off, how many shots does your doggy have on target?
Yeah.
None.
That's the problem. They don't even do that. They invert and they don't do bloody nothing with it apart from Porro.
Here's a point, Adrian. Here's a point, Adrian. If midfield is a problem, why did we let Højbjerg go?
Well, good point, Ben. Because we needed someone who could move the ball a bit quicker.
Big up the mud power.
Press a little bit better. I mean, give me
We got
Edison.
Archie Gray, didn't we? I forgot about that.
I would take Edison for. Well, that's a valid point, Dave. Sorry, that's a valid point, Dan. Right? I mean, we all want to see Gray play in midfield, right? But at the moment, at back four, who are we going to play against Newcastle? We're screwed, right? We have to play Gray there. Porro's going to have to play again, right? So
even if we had the full defence, we'd be screwed like we were last time because we just cut in and leave ourselves open. Adrian, you know your football, yeah? You cannot play with two bloody centre backs.
The style of the games would be changed. We have got one player when fit in our back four that progresses us up the field, and that is Romero. None of the other centre backs.
And that leaves one defender there.
Right?
One.
It's one. Right? Romero. The other three, Davies, Dragerson, VDV, can't do that. And VDV's positional play I've seen this season has been suspect, right? So, he gets us up the field. Like when Chelsea had it, everything went through Rudiger, right? With Spurs, everything goes through Porro. At times, it's been a bit slow. To those watching on the TV, I can see it being a bit slow. But at times, you look at Liverpool in that game, Dan, you see it. They paralysed us, right? But you look at the runners they had. When we've got the ball like that, where's our runners? Where's the energy?
Right.
No energy left in this team.
Okay.
They've been
Why are they knackered? Because of Ange's system. Well, let me just answer Adrian. Yes, because when he brings them on, Adrian, they have to do suicide for 20 minutes on there, run non-stop, pass
Adrian,
Adrian,
take over the chat.
But
take over the chat.
Because of our injuries, he's had to play the same players over and over again.
Even when we had a full team.
Well, you'll also win and lose games when you've got a fully fit
squad. Adrian, take over the chat. Take over the chat. I must go to the little boy's room. Please involve Alan. He's been sat there for like 15 minutes.
That's fine. I'm enjoying listening.
It's always a good debate between me and Adrian, but what happens on the pitch stays on the pitch. Don't worry about
that. I need a was.
Don't do that. I mean, look, to those that don't know me, if there's no, they know I get, oh, you're pretty objective, pretty balanced. My Spurs compass, it points directly north, right? I don't lean, that way or that way regarding the club when you go to Ange or the board and all that shit. Can't be asked with hate. I don't do hate songs at the stadium, hate Chelsea, hate Arsenal, hate West Ham. I don't do the Sol Campbell song. I don't do the Arsenal fan on a string song. I mean, like, and it's just not. It's not my Spurs core for 6 decades of supporting this club. It's just not me. Don't hate fans would disagree with me. Just ain't got time for that shit. You just poison your own soul if you do it. But I like the passion. I like Dan's passion. I like Mark's passion. Your passion. I like passion. Come on, say it. Don't sit on a fence and like get splinters. Say what you want.
I agree.
So I'm not that sort of a person. We're not the sort of a group anyway. I mean, like, well, we've got to leave you out as in here and Mark and Ellie, and fair play to them. No arguments. I have some good phone calls with Mark, and we disagree on shit, but we agree on a load of shit. Same with Ellie, and I've got Ian as well. He's pretty neutral, as well. So we've got 4 balanced founders in this group, and we class ourselves on being mature and sensible, and it is because we got abusive people. They just get kicked. They're never coming back. You know what I mean? But I'm sure that won't happen because I think, judging by the members we've got, that they are, well, not members, subscribers we've got, they tend to be a mature and sensible group. But if you like our channel, while I'm pumping it, guys, please subscribe, give it a thumbs up, and leave a comment. Whether you agree with us or not, we'll treat it equally. We'll like that. So back to the debate. Go on.
With another question then, yeah?
Go on.
Why is it we cover the most distance than any team on this planet or any team in Europe, yeah?
I think that might be a factor to our injuries, Dan, more than the press.
You've just answered my question.
Because
you've just made me right.
If you're running all these kilometers, because then because
let me give you the stats on it, yeah? I can bring up the numbers. We cover more distance than any other club in Europe what plays football. We have more sprints than any other club in Europe playing football from all positions overall, what have to get done overall during a game. More 0 to 60 in a split second, like what poor Van der Ven does 10 times a game. And the players, with Ange's kamikaze, suicidal football, attack. He thinks he's got a bunch of Terminators on the bloody pitch. He hasn't. They're only human. And this is by when it gets to about 30 minutes, you see it literally start going like that, like it did with Liverpool and even though Chelsea and everything else. And then they come out again. Whew, they're a bit more freshened up. And then about 15 minutes later, down it goes again because every single one of them is knackered. If this manager had half a peanut in his head, let alone a brain cell about football, he would know when, after 20 minutes, even if it's not going good, right, boys, regress a bit, come back, slow your game down a bit, get your breath back together, try and keep control of the ball, wind it up again for 5-10 minutes, bang, attack, go for it. Nope. Not Mr. Big Ange, Mr. Postecoglou, who will never change his ways and doesn't have to. Attack. He sounds worse than a bloody Viking, for God's sake.
Alan, question for you, and Dan can come back, right? It's New Year's Eve. We will get past the midnight hour, I'm sure we will, probably further than that. But I mean, like, Alan, guy's he's done it in different leagues, right? I mean, it's worked in different leagues. Like I've said, I believe all systems work and they fail if you can enforce your game plan on an opposing team. It's shown it works because it's not been, the results haven't been good enough, but it's what you don't win 4-0 at Man City and 3-0 at Man United. I don't care if they've got shit teams. You're still away from fucking home.
They were brilliant wins.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But Alan, I mean, and I don't agree that a guy is clueless, 59 years of age, been in football all these places. He'll know every system, every tactic, and all that. I mean, like,
and you have to get to 59 to get a job in a big league.
Right, fair enough. Alan, do you think he's clueless? Do you think Ange is clueless?
No, I don't think he's clueless. I think he's aware of all of these other tactics. I think he's heard the fans even, because I think in some of his pressers, he's addressed. He's kind of addressed this where he says, look, I could be like everybody else, but I don't want to be. I think he's very aware that there's a large contingent that want him to adapt more.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I'm one of them. I want to see him do exactly what Dan was saying, like, hold back, do like, like Arne Slot is pretty good about looking at the team in front of him, making a plan based on the team in front of him and reacting accordingly. Whereas with Ange, it's, as you say, it's pretty much just an all-out attack. Attack, even in defense, is attack. And I personally, I don't agree with it. I'm a little concerned about with the injuries. He needs to. I think his hard-headedness, which he is, he's kind of being hard-headed about it. But I mean, I understand it. When you get to those levels, there's a certain amount of knowledge and ego and whatnot that all of these guys have to get to this point. They don't get there just by being the nice guy. They get there.
You never get to
and stand out.
nice. You're right.
Yeah. I'm positive that he is familiar with these other systems. I just don't think he wants to. I think he wants to make everyone see that he's right.
So he's arrogant. He's arrogant then.
I
He is
they're all
very.
Is it
they're
arrogant?
all kind of arrogant. Yeah, the arrogance is kind of on show with him more now because players dropping like flies, and we're in 11th position. We're in 11th, and so we've lost a lot of games, and it's on show. When we were winning, no one really cared as much, but we were all. I know the alarm bells were going off last season. We were concerned when VDV did his hamstring. We were all saying that pretty much the same thing, which was
at exactly the same time he did this year.
Yeah, which was just that he is he running too much in practice? Is he getting overworked? Is Ange overworking these guys? Is the defense having to run more than they really need to? I mean, from my perspective, like, I don't like the idea of wasted steps. If I can carry dishes down from the second floor to the first floor, or go downstairs and then go up and get them and bring them back down, I try and not waste steps. And I think the all-out attack, where we have our defenders going up to the halfway line, and very often even they go beyond the halfway line, that feels like wasted effort. Like just because we're trying to maintain a certain high line, it really drains the defense. And it's like a given. If we're going to make them run more, they're going to get tired more. They're playing longer games. They're playing more games this season than we did last season because of European football. So they
struggled last season because
we struggled. We did struggle last season, and this season we're struggling even more. I just feel like that I would love Ange to kind of have one of those moments where he says, you know what, screw my ego, screw the hard-headedness. I know that this attacking football can work, but I've got such a diminished squad. I have to make some sort of adjustments here, which I know he's trying. I know that there are things that he's trying. I don't know many managers that can manage successfully out of so many injuries. Most teams that have injuries, I watch a lot of Man United stuff, and they talk about a couple of injuries. We have way more injuries than they've got, and we still do better than they do. But with such a diminished squad, I kind of temper my expectations, because at this point it's just bailing, we're just bailing water because it's a leaky ship at this point with so many injuries. It's very difficult to kind of get his way through to the players when you're just trying to keep your head above water. So
can I just give an example for what you said? Just a quick example.
Go on.
I just want to give you an example to make him right on what he said. Your description is basically what my wife's granddaughter said to me. Every time I used to go and make a cup of coffee, Just one cup of coffee. I used to fill the kettle up to the top and boil it. Why? I'm not going to use the rest of the water in there. Why don't I just put the water in there that I'm going to boil there and then and use it? Because I'm not going to use the coffee again.
That's energy conservation. Energy conservation.
I'm making you 100% right and giving you how I've just taken your perspective.
Right, Alan.
Yep.
Oh, you made a good point there. So my point is then, okay, when Man City have got all their players fit, right, not lost Rodri, who's key for them, right? And they play a high press.
All right, my wife's grandfather. Sorry, I got that wrong. I just got slapped in the side.
We know what you mean. We know what you mean. It's all right. It's all right, right? So apart from the debate with a lot of fans.
Big up Mrs. Danny, by the way. Big up Mrs. Danny.
Fullbacks or one, right? Park that aside, right? So apart from that, Alan, what is the actual difference between the high press that Klopp and Man City and even Arsenal play, right, with the possession-based attacking football? What is different between what Spurs do, apart from whether you believe we play two inverted fullbacks or one? What is the difference?
Well, let's look at Liverpool. I mean, first, there's the obvious, there's the talent. I think that Liverpool on the whole, if we look at player to player, if we start looking at all of the players in the different positions, they have better players.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So it starts with the players, and it says a lot. A lot of their players have stayed in Liverpool. I mean, Salah has given up loads of money from places just to stay at Liverpool. They brought in players like Szoboszlai and McAllister, who is a boss in the midfield. And they have Trent Alexander-Arnold, who I know he kind of splits the audience.
He does split their fan base on his defensiveness, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And I know
Can I just say, big up Dan's missus.
Big up Beth.
In the chat.
Yeah.
Please like and subscribe and all that nonsense.
You can select few of us have had a drink. Carry on out.
Yeah, so the players, obviously, I think with Liverpool, they don't just all out attack. We've seen it. So, they can go and do a low block if they have to. They adapt to the opponent on the day.
Yeah,
and that's which is exactly what I want
to. Which we lack.
Yeah,
well,
we lack that.
We lack a manager with the intelligence to do that. That's what we
can look at. We can look at Pep Guardiola this season. Pep always had the best players, so I don't think any of us really called out Pep because we didn't have anything to back it up because he was always winning. But now that he's losing, we see that he also plays a lot of the same thing. He plays one way and one way only from beginning to end, and they've been losing. And because they don't necessarily have the best players. So that would be my question about Ange is, does his system work only in the Premier League? Because I don't know that an all-out attack for any team, maybe Liverpool at this point, I don't think any other team could handle an all-out high-line attack and succeed with the same success that they've had up to now, like Arsenal, where they're at.
Chelsea and Arsenal, they have been much better than us, and I hate to say that about Chelsea and Arsenal, but they've been better than us. Go on, Mark. You stop doing your impression.
A very special welcome. Miss
Brian, if you want to come on, you can come
legend,
on.
I can send him the link.
Send him the link.
I will do. I'll go through the chat. I will send him the link. Yes. Big up Brian Daigle. Yeah, big up Brian. big up. So, yeah, one of the finest men. Him and Ben. May I just say, him and Ben, the Modfather, two of the finest gentlemen I've ever met in my life.
Look, they're like you guys. Whether we disagree or not, you're well-intentioned Spurs fans. We're not going to get slushy about it or no shit like that. I'm not like that. But like, well-intentioned, and people have most people's are valid. It's a question of you agree with them or not, and you can agree with them or not without getting like, too prickly about it. Well, Dan, I come from 6 decades of watching this team, and I'm first and foremost almost an eye test old school, right? Then I have to come home and do shows. Sometimes I might have to look at a stat, or if my concentration is 90 minutes of a game, right? Okay, Brian, that's fine.
Yeah, that's cool, mate.
I have to sort of like try and balance it out, and I think I will try it. Sometimes I can't get back from a game quick enough, and I haven't got time to watch even, the highlights, which I need to do in case I've missed something. You know what I mean? So, and I don't want to miss something and like mispresent what has actually happened at the stadium and watch the games, But results haven't been good enough, and he's got to turn it around. But I don't see Ange getting the sack because like that would suit. There are a section in the fan base that will use any stick to bash Ange because they'd like to get a Levy. Fine. I don't give a shit if Levy stays at his club or not. I don't give a damn about him, right? I do it, but I've always been the same way with every manager at this club and every player. I won't boo them, right, and all that. And while they're there, I will support them. If and when they go and I've been proved wrong, fine, I'll hold my hands up. Yeah, I'm wrong, and that's it. But I'm not going to go. I won't go down. Difference between disliking a manager and player and going down the hate trail and trolling him like Brennan Johnson was trolled earlier on this season before he scored that great goal against Coventry. He gets back in the game and Spence scored the winner, or the other way around. I can't remember now. I'm not going down that road ever. I won't ever go down that road. I won't boo the team. I won't boo the players. I won't do it. If fans call support? That's their option. They can do it. I mean, that's down to them. They paid their money, right? So fine, right? I wasn't one of them. Now, this would be more controversial and get people coming at me. It's like, I wanted to win us that game against Man City because I believe we should win every game. But where I get that Spurs fans want us to lose.
That's a fair point. That's fair. You're allowed that opinion. You're allowed to have that. Everybody is. But sometimes facts don't lie. We know stats can lie, yeah, and you can use them to your advantage and whatever else. But the stats that was just brought up there by Mark, what I gave him, you cannot argue any single one of them. They show how much of a they can show us as shambles are. On the support side, you said, yeah. Now, I think people just look on support as difference. Do I want Ange to win? Yes. Do I want Timo Werner to score 30 goals? Yes. So I'm supporting them to do it. Do I have to like them? No. Do I have to like their tactics? No. So just because I don't, does that now mean that I'm not supporting them? The reason I want Ange out is because I support Tottenham Hotspur FC. I am not an Ange sexual like so many bloody chats seem to be who've just come over from ever and only support Spurs because of Ange. I don't support Ange. I don't support Werner. I don't support Son. I don't support whoever else. I support Tottenham. And I want what is best for Tottenham. And Ange ain't best for Tottenham. We are 11th place. We have 9 defeats. Our goal difference is no better. We get beaten the same way nearly every bloody game. Nothing has bloody changed. Nearly every player has regressed. How can we? He has had 350 million cash spent on him.
Okay, Dan. Staying with you.
How can we back it?
Staying with you. Do you think that if we brought in a couple of players, I'm talking about midfielders mainly because that's my bugbear with the midfield. Do you think if we brought in 1 or 2 midfielders of your choice, do you think that would transform us?
Not a chance. And I'll give you the reason why. Because I'd want a number 6 and Ange don't play with a 6. That's another problem. If he'd play 2 inverted wing backs as he does, which I can't stand, he should have a number 6 there to come back and make it a 3 at the back.
No, he's got to play 2 holding midfield players that can get food and shit.
Yeah, as all he needs to do is play with a DM now.
I see that in the last game at the stadium.
But he doesn't. He doesn't.
But like
it was box to box again. It was box to box.
The problem I want to talk about the midfield, guys, because it really bugs me, our midfield, right? All right, Maddison is what Maddison is. You know it is when you brought him in. You know it can give you. He's got 8 goals, so he's done well, really. Again, consistency. Basuma's not consistent enough to be in this team. I'd keep Maddison because he can unlock a defence here and then do something special at times, right? So I'd keep him. I'd get rid of Basuma, to be honest. Yeah, talented player, just not consistent enough. I mean, and the midfield is where we're losing these battles. If we're running out of gas, not doing it. Basuma wanders all over the place. He'll dribble here, dribble left. He's good on the ball. He can beat the press, blah, blah, blah. But like, not if we're going to progress, to me, he's not good enough. Sarr was our best midfielder last year, in my opinion, by a mile. And admittedly, like the other midfielders were injured, Basuma suspended 3 times, blah, blah, blah. So maybe he didn't have a lot to beat. So Sarr, to me, I think he's got a very high ceiling. The goal against Man City, can score against the box. He's got a lot more on his locker. I've really warmed to Brennan Johnson. I actually think like, Christ, you've got a lot higher ceiling than I thought, and I think there's more to see for him. Kulu, well, like he's going to be good. Even if you just had him as an unsung hero, tanking your side would be good. But he scored 5 in the last 6 games or something as well. So like his quality, always liked him. Bentancur, if Kulu wasn't a midfielder, Bentancur is his best. Would be my first pick in midfield above any of the others. He would be my first pick. Drives us up the pitch, like you said earlier, Dan. You see him more as an attacking 8. Yeah, I see him as a more sort of box to box 8. He drives us up the field when he's at his best.
Who's that? Basuma?
Yeah, no, Bentancur.
Bentancur's the only DM we've got.
Yeah, he's not 6.
Yes, he is. He played it at Juventus for 4 years.
Yeah, but you're talking about a league which isn't at the same pace as the Premier League.
No,
I'm not going to get in the ring with you over Italian football because I know very little about it, right? So I'm not going to do that.
But he did play as a DM there, sort of like DM, deep line playmaker.
But did he have a lot more time on the ball there? He would have. It's the Italian league. It's Serie A.
I would say at times, but the thing is with the Italian league that makes it faster than the Premiership in one aspect is the counter attack in the Italian league is twice as fast as the counter attack.
I can't really comment on that. I've only got to look at videos of players.
It's only the counter attack that's quick. The rest of it is very slow and very tactical. They use their wing backs properly, basically, so they need a DM or they play with a 3.
We have to. So what I'm going to ask you, I'll ask you, Dan, and then Mark is on his 28th beer, right?
No. 6.
How do we fix this? Look, games are lost and won in midfield. We know that. If we've played football, I was crap, but we've played football. We know this, right? You lose the midfield battle, and in most games, unless you're playing long ball football, you're not going to win the game, right? How do we fix the midfield issue? Dan?
God, sorry, I was reading something.
How do we fix the midfield issue in this club? It's just
the midfield is a very tricky one because the problem is with that midfield, there is not one consistent player there. Sarr is not consistent. I think he's regressed since last season. Maddison, he's not even a centre mid. He's an attacking midfield playmaker. Further up, what you'd have in front of you, 2 in the middle. Basuma, he's more patchy than an old lady's bloody rug. The whole midfield is patchy. As if we can cover that midfield better, but the problem is Ange's tactics will still get us destroyed. Because
I disagree with you on Sarr. Mainly I'm biased because I'm a fan. Because like he scored a nice goal against Man City in the League Cup. He put Sonny through for that goal against West Ham and all that.
Is he playing as good as he was last season?
And he hasn't. There isn't a big enough sample on Sarr game time this season to judge him fairly. I mean, like I don't know.
I think he's played a fair few games.
He has more. That's noticeable now because he's played more recently. He didn't start hardly any of the games earlier on. He didn't start hardly.
No, he was very fixed on.
Alan's in the back garden, right?
Yes, now I'm in the back garden.
That's the other thing with Ange as well. Even when he sees a player who's playing crap, he still won't change him. I mean, now Jed Spence, we don't know nothing really about him that much, but Porro was half dead at times. He should have stuck Spence on there. I get why he couldn't put him into the Euros, which still for me he should have. But I get why he didn't. But there's been so many times that he can change things when needed, and he didn't. And this is why half the players are burnt to shit as well. Not just the tactics that they have to play, but the way he just plays them time and time and time again, week in, week out, no bloody rest. And he basically burnt that whole team out. Barcelona.
Well, he's not in a very good position. Alan on that with the injuries, the 8 out, right?
Yep.
And Bentancur suspended. My fear, I mean, I'm confident that we get these players back. We'll have a better second half of the season. Not saying like we'd get top 4. That's never going to happen, right? So much. Top 6 is okay. Well, unless Chelsea and Man City get relegated, and we'd have earned it by default then, right? We may get a Europa League place by default by the time that happens. But like, my concern is like, if we pick up more injuries, I mean, then we will struggle. I'm confident we'll get through the next stage Europa League. I'm confident we'll beat Tamworth. Against Liverpool, what team are they going to field against us in the League Cup semi-final, first leg or second leg? They've also got a congested fixture list. I don't know if their players are in danger of suspension or whatever. So I don't know. So it's not logically you say we got no chance, right? But cup football is a different animal, right? I mean, like, what are your hopes then? We get these players back and just more selection choices, or what?
Gosh. Well, you brought up the point. I've kind of given up on winning getting to either the Levy Trophy, which is 4th, or 1st. At this point, I just don't want to get relegated. But as long as we don't get relegated, but I want to win. I would love to win a cup. I don't care which one it is. The Carabao Cup, FA Cup. I'd love Euro. If we win Europa,
Champions League.
Right, it gives us Champions League if we win Europa. Yeah, but I'm worried about it because there's so many injuries, and again, the players have to get used to playing with one another on the practice field so that they can do well together on the actual play field. And I'm worried that with so many injuries that we'll start getting Romero back, and who's he going to be with? Archie Gray? I don't think they played much together, the two of them, and it's just I'm really worried about how the team with so many injuries. It's kind of like we took a grenade mid-season, and now it's like, well, who's left, and how are we going to salvage best we can? But at the same time, I want silverware. And promised silverware in his second season.
What he actually, this is
more lies. More lies.
This is where he made a mistake. Right? He turned around and said, "I usually win in my second season."
In his second season with a club, right? Let's be clear on this, because
and that was a very
people like you to fashion with.
And that was a very stupid, probably one of the most stupid things I've ever heard a manager say.
He said lots of silly things
to a bunch of blood-festering vampires like Spurs who are desperate for a trophy.
He said lots of silly things.
Shot himself in the foot so many times. Right, Adrian, always a good debate with you, mate. Always fun to come on and cheer the show up.
You're 8 minutes before midnight and you can't make
it. Happy New Year.
Do the fireworks with the wife. Have Happy New Year, everyone. Right. Everyone on the chat.
You're always welcome on the show. Actually, it's been quite a while since you've been on, actually.
I've been doing a lot of things on my own. Got to 4K.
I know you do different things that when we're on.
Congrats on 4K, Dan. Congrats on 4K.
Well done, Dan. Yeah, well done.
Sooner or later. So big up to you. Happy New Year. Yeah, take care of yourself.
Big up, Dan.
Happy New Year.
Big up, Dan.
New Year.
Well, all right.
Go on, Mark.
I was going to say I had to get Dan in because he's on my side of the fence.
I'm bothered about people coming on the show, right? As long as they're mature and sensible, right? And he's cool. He's cool, right? So,
no, Dan's a legend.
Yeah, he's cool. Well, if he wouldn't have the subscribers if people didn't think he talked sense.
No. Right, we got 7 minutes, Adrian.
I know.
Get to the 7 minutes.
Well,
I mean,
for us, not you, Alan.
all these injuries-
No, yeah, I know. For me, I'm going to be in the past.
Wasn't it obvious? I did it on the show before with Mark. I said, like, Bentaker's on 4 yellow cards. He's going to play the next game. And knowing it's first fight of happening, he'll get suspended. And what happens? He picked up a yellow card. And I didn't think it was a necessary yellow card, actually. Maybe he wanted Christmas off. I don't know. He wanted Christmas.
Yeah. You were right. We were worried about them getting that 5th yellow card, and then he got it. So now is he suspended for
Newcastle.
2 games?
No, one.
One.
Hang on.
If you pick up another 5 and you get 10 before the 32nd game of the season, you get a two ban. You get 2.
Oh,
bans.
that's the 2 ban. Okay.
I mean, this is the watch, actually, the yellow card watch. I've had to give people their abbreviated names. Because we're not allowed 200 like characters in these.
Oh,
bands.
yeah.
Adrian, Destiny 5 is disappointed with you.
Is he? Oh, right. It's warm now. We've got rain moving in. It must be even warm where Mark is. And it's usually like 2 degrees lower than it is here. Alexa, what's the temperature?
At the moment, it's 12 degrees Celsius.
12 degrees. I mean, like, it's like tropical here in Edmonton. North. It's tropical in the evening, right? So none of these are really a threat. But then, of course, suspended. Yeah, my biggest concern is, like, if we pick up more injuries, then we're looking at, like, Dorrington has to be given game time, and Ashley Phillip has. I mean, Yang Min Hook will be registered. He will have his work permit.
Yep.
So 1st of January, that was allowed. All the paperwork will be done and should be agreed. It'd be interesting if he's on the bench against Newcastle. I don't think he's going to be coming on the pitch unless we're winning 3-0 with like 20 minutes to go, right? But we'll look at the Newcastle game because that's a 12:30 kickoff, right?
Oh, sorry, that's me.
Okay. And these are the fixtures we've got in January, barring I couldn't fit the Carabao Cup game in, right, against Liverpool, the home leg. But I shall be going anyway. And then cup games, anything can happen in football. They could get a player sent off or 2 or whatever. We might need that. We might need that, right? So, like, So let's go up to the team and do, like, I think. Now, I don't know if I put all the injured people on here or not. Predicted lineup, false Austin's going to be a bench. I mean, like, obviously, Alan, who's playing at fullback for us against Newcastle?
Well, assuming Davies is back.
I'm sorry, Alan. I must jump in. We got another question from Ellie.
Go on in. I'm a bit old for women and waiting at Queen Ellie. I don't want my body making appointments. I don't want my mind making appointments my body can't make, right? Okay, at my age. I'm 70. I'm 70 in 21 days. So, like, I'll give up on that.
Right. I'm sorry, Alan. Carry on.
No, it's fine. I think, assuming if Ben Davies is back, is he going to be back or is he out in another couple weeks?
He's out for about 2 months, I reckon.
Yeah.
So then with Newcastle, look, I mean, he's probably going to start Dragishin and oh, that's right, Dragishin's out. Yeah. It's going to be so. I wouldn't mind seeing Dorrington and Archie Gray. I guess, boy, I never thought I would have that kind of choice, but we're so limited. I mean, really, the bottom of the barrel.
Bare bones. We're down to either Dorrington can play as a left back, so either in the middle or alongside Gray. But then you've still got Spence and Porro.
You got right. We have Spence and Porro, so they'll be playing in their respective roles. We're gonna have Forster in goal. Sheesh. Again, for the midfield, my guess is I like Sarr in the midfield. Bentancur is suspended, right? So He's probably going to have Madison with Sarr and maybe Bergvall. I could see because I prefer having Kulu up at the top right, and then have maybe Brendan Johnson come in as an impact sub. I find that on average, it seems like he's better when he's coming in rather than having the pressure on him from the start to have to perform. And then Solanke in the middle and I get Son on the left.
Well, all I gotta say is people around me are premature. It's 11:59 according to my
Fireworks
computer.
going off. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's fucking all sorts going on
I've got it all
outside.
going off here, fireworks as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna wait.
Money well spent. Yeah.
Well, I don't. Well, fuck if I know. But it's either
Don't
that
know.
or, yeah, right. Happy New Year. It's
Happy
just
New
ticked
Year.
over.
Happy New Year.
It's just ticked
Yeah.
over.
5, 6, 7 hours. 7 hours to wait, or 8 hours. I don't know.
Yeah, I got
Right.
8 hours. Yeah, I'm still in 2024. You're in 2025.
Yeah.
Americans, Mark. You know,
Time travelers. Right now, can I say, may Spurs win at least something before I die?
That'll happen, Mark.
Right. Ange out, 2025. Levy out, Ange out.
Okay. So midfield, I mean, like, you've got like a chance of Sarr, Basuma, Madison, Kulusevski. You're not playing Gray there because he's going to be playing at the back, right? Bergvall, I like that call. Al, he's moved again, isn't he?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Bergvall. I like Bergvall. I thought he did pretty well last time he was out. He's big. He uses his body. I just think that we need to start giving the youth this opportunity because, I mean, we're running Porro into the ground regardless of how I feel his overall performance has been.
Yeah.
Yes. Happy New Year.
Well, not for you.
No, not for me.
No,
not yet.
No, yes. No, you gotta wait. You gotta wait 8 hours.
I do. A little more time in 2024. And I'll tell you what the temperature is like in 2024.
In your sunshine, in your palm trees.
That's right.
That's fine. Mark probably still won't be sober.
Hang on.
That's good though. It's allowed. It's New Year's Eve, Mark. Get it down.
No. Hang on. I'm doing an update on my blood sugars.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Alan,
No. When did I start drinking ages ago? But here we go. Still in the, hang on. Still in the normal zone, look. And I've had 6 cans of Amstel.
Bergvall.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You're going
That's because Amstel doesn't affect my sugar levels.
Yeah, for the midfield, but Bergvall, Sarr, and Madison.
Okay. So, but then who plays on the right wing for you? Decky?
Kulu. Yeah,
Kulu.
Decky.
And we have to proceed with Solanke hoping he doesn't get injured.
Right.
You know, I guess Son play on the left. He's captain. I suppose he has to.
I mean, if he doesn't want Lancashire to start, you almost. I mean, it wouldn't be out of character for him to put Brendan Johnson in the middle instead of Solanke, considering that's where he used to play that role. So he could. It's not that far out for him to play.
True.
You know, center striker.
Yeah. So, what about the left wing then? Werner, Son. I don't know if Mikey was fit enough. If he was, I'd put him in. I wouldn't.
Yes, if Mikey Moore was fit, I would play him. Otherwise, I think.
Happy New Year, Ellie. Hope you're better. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year.
To you.
Big love, Ellie. Big love.
I think you start Son because that's otherwise there's no point in keeping him around the club. I think if we've got him, we got to use him.
Nudge. We'll get you on soon, Nudge, as well.
No, I'm going to put link in the channel.
Well, you can come on, Nudge. With
Get your ass
son-
on there, Nige. Get your ass on there, Nige.
I think you have to bear in mind, Mark, that I started drinking late. These guys might have started very early.
Well, I'm not worried. I just
Where do you drink now at all?
I don't have. Well, I don't have anything on me. I was drinking scotch earlier,
All right. Okay.
and
oh my days.
Midday drinking.
well, my wife started it. She had a Bloody Mary, and I said, okay, well, I guess I'll have something. And I didn't feel like a Bloody Mary.
Al, if she had a Bloody Mary, you should have had a bloody vodka. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, let's keep the bloodies level. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she started day drinking early, so I was like, all right, I'll join you. So she didn't feel as bad. But we got champagne. We got champagne on ice waiting.
Oh, shut that. I hate champagne.
My mother used to call champagne glorified lemonade. She called
Glorified lemonade. Yep.
Glorified lemonade.
It gives me a headache.
Me too. Me too. That's why I can only do like one glass.
I mean, I'd rather drink beer than champagne, honestly. It just doesn't do nothing for me.
Me too.
No,
I'm nervous about this Newcastle game because Newcastle.
They played well first half against Man United. The second half, Man United really got at them. And if Man United can get a Newcastle, we can as well. We did spank them last year 4-1. I mean, it's an even record here against them. We've got a slightly better record than Newcastle.
Hang on a minute, Adrian. Newcastle bloody school Man United.
Not in the second half, they didn't, Mark.
Oh, I don't
They
know.
off the park in the first half, right? They looked like they could have scored a few more. They didn't. In the second half, well, Man United had no choice to give it a go. You don't know whether Newcastle took their foot off the gas a little bit or not with a 2-0 lead and try and get something from a set piece or something. You don't know. But I thought Newcastle looked a bit suspect second half. You can get at them. And if anyone can get at a team, Tottenham can, but like any team can also get at us. That's the thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they don't have the injury crisis that we have. They have most of all their players.
About 6 out. Fabian Schär won't be playing. I don't know. The thing with injury crisis with me, it's like, okay, they've got 6, we've got 6, and someone says that hang about. But like, if one team's lost 6 strikers, all their strikers, and the other team hasn't, it's different. You can't compare injury lists. You can't unless you know the positions and the players, and if they're key players, then you can compare injury lists fair, and do like a fair analysis. But like, I'm not all that. When other teams got injuries and we've got injuries, okay. Have you lost your 4 centre backs and your number 1 goalkeeper for so many games? Well, no. Okay. Well, then there are differences, but
that's the only thing with Ange. I wonder. Look, I think that managers may not necessarily excel in every aspect of the role, and in this case, it's damage control, which is not even Pep is handling damage control that well. So that's a skill. I'm not sure, and I think Ange in the press is frustrated. I think we can all tell he's frustrated, and the question is why is it that we have so many injuries, and is it because of how hard they're training? Is it that they're just not used to the kind of the weather and they're getting all these cramps? I see a lot of players cramping on the field. I know it's cold there, and these guys, they don't have a lot of body fat.
Good night, Graham.
Happy New Year.
May your predictions be rubbish in 2025.
Is he above you?
Alan, I agree
27 points, Alan. 27 points, man.
I think there are contributing factors. I think
I've been like Ange.
I think it's part. You can put it down to pace if they're all getting hamstring injuries, which 4 of those 8 haven't got. And you can also put it down to like lack of rest and recovery time, because like a lot of the players in their team, Basuma, Maddison, Sarr, in midfield, Decky, You'd think they haven't picked up injuries. Johnson hasn't. Solanke hasn't. Son hasn't. You know, I try to balance it out. I'm not saying people that disagree haven't got a valid points. I'm not saying that at all. I just question it. What is really going on is if there was one thing that was core to all of this, then I could say you could zero in it and say like, right, hang about, the club aren't doing this. This is bad, but I don't see it.
Good evening, John.
Yeah.
Good evening, John.
Good evening, John. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
If you haven't subscribed to the channel, guys, there's 22 of you still here at midnight. Wow. So
that's unbelievable. I thought we'd just be like talking all right.
Subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, give us a thumbs up for our videos. You know, we're a very discerning, mature, and sensible group, or we like to be.
Allegedly.
When we had a few years, it might be a bit different, but it's still been pretty cool. You know, a little bit passionate at times, but it's still been pretty cool.
Yep. I got to run, guys. I'm going to go. We're headed to a party, and we're gonna get going. But thank you so much for having me. Happy New Year.
Alan,
love to you guys.
Get you're not escaping our clutches, right? You know.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Right. You take care, and again, Happy New Year.
Right. Thanks for coming on, mate. Cheers.
Big up, Alan.
Absolutely.
Big up, Alan.
Later,
Happy New Year, mate. When it gets to you.
Happy New Year.
And then there were two. Are you all right, Mark?
And then there was two. Yeah. I'm good, mate. I'll still got another can here.
If anybody in the chat, post a link in because
I have. I would do it again. I think.
Post it again. If anyone
can
wants
do
to
it
come
again.
In,
Yeah.
Fine.
Anybody who would like to join us?
We made it to the midnight hour. That was the main thing.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I will. There we go. It's going in. There we go. It's in there.
Right. Okay.
Right now,
We'll have to say you're more than welcome. We are very friendly.
Yeah.
We don't bite. Right?
No. I have tea. I'm not hungry.
Have you? It's a bit early to give any thought to this. I think Forster absolutely starts this game. Reglan hasn't gone yet, so he might be a must-use option in this. This is one.
Well, he's going to be, isn't he?
We've got Borrow and Spence, so looks like those three will share defensive responsibilities at fullback. Dragons out. He's out. I mean, like he's in of a. Then you got Sarr, Basuma, Madison, Kulu, Gray, or Bergvall could play in midfield. We're well stocked in midfield. We just lack consistency. I mean,
I'll be honest, Adrian.
I'd like to see Bergvall start personally. I would like. Just want to see him. I've written off this season, to be honest. I mean, like we're not getting top four. We're not getting relegated. But like, so blood the youngsters. Whether we finish mid-table or get a top 6 place because Chelsea and Man City get points deductions. Don't want to do it that way, obviously. But if it happens that way, I would take it, right? Because don't remember, we missed out on Champions League places before to Chelsea and all that. You remember going back a little bit?
Yeah.
So I'd take it. My midfield centre-back's going to be Gray. I think Dorrington has to get a game now. We are down to the bone marrow, not the bones. I think Dorrington has a part to play here.
Yeah, but I'll be honest. If I was Dorrington right now, Archie Gray, a midfielder, has been put in as a centre back. If I was Archie Gray, I'd be saying, "What the fuck's going on here?" You know what I mean? I'd be like, you know.
I'd be thinking, Mark, that he's great. I mean, look, he's made 21 appearances in all competitions this season, right? He's been brilliant. And that's for people out there.
I'm not saying he hasn't. He hasn't.
He hasn't let the side down, whether he's played at left back, right back, or even centre back, right? He's been excellent. So
I've got one comment to bring up here.
He wasn't oven ready when he came. I agree with you on that. We brought him in. He wasn't oven ready. Now he's an integral part of this squad now.
I've got one comment to bring up here, Adrian, and I agree a million billion% with this. There you go. And that is it.
If he was to go John Fitzpatrick, I'd love to get Poch back. I don't know if it's still a bit too soon in the Levy Baldwin regime, whether they would have him back or not, I don't know.
Put it this way, Adrian. I would not want Poch back, right? Whilst Mr. Levy, our beloved owner, is still here.
Well, then
because he messed it.
To manage by the time that happens.
He messed him over once.
Yeah.
You know, when we had the best team in the country. We had the best team in the country, and Levy done him a bad one.
I think Poch suited their DNA, right? Whether Ange, I think he'll be allowed. Look, the reason I think Ange will be allowed to play out this season is simply because when the board have said, I think they're being crafty here. I think they're saying to the second game against Liverpool, right? Listen to this, what I'm thinking. I think they're saying to the second game against Liverpool because by then the January transfer window will be over, right? And they're the ones that want to go with this youth analysis, data analysis project. They've gone through it, right? We get through to January, even if we're still where we are in the league, 10th, 11th, halfway. I think that gives them the excuse. We're in the cups. We're still in the FA Cup and Europa League. We'd have to be totally disastrous to fall out of the Europa League, right? So, because it goes down to 24th team, even in the playoffs, if we were involved in that. And we've got Elfsberg and Hoffenheim to play. So, don't think that's going to happen. So, that means the season's not dead when we get through to the end of January, even if we get slaughtered by Liverpool. And, we'll wait and see what happens there. Everyone's expecting it. I get it, because it is logical. But it's not a foregone conclusion that will happen, right? So we see. Then I just don't see Levy sacking Ange.
No, nor do I, to be honest. Even though I want it more than anything else, right? Right, Levy.
The pressure that would put on Levy and the board would be. I mean, why are they going to kick themselves in the teeth? They've chose to go down this youth policy. They've gone a bit too much youth heavy, right, and not experience. I mean, I'm in agreement with you on that, Mark. No arguments there. But so they know. Well, we need to bring experience in, definitely in midfield. I like that dog I've seen, but he's 20. He's another youngster. But I mean, would I take it? Yeah, I would, because I think he's that good. But we need to bring in at least an experienced midfielder. An experienced midfielder I think it's crucial in January. Can we get one in January? The problem we have is if you're a team if you've got a quality midfielder, if you're a team now, apparently Fratesi isn't getting the game time at Juventus, so that's what you're looking for. Players that aren't getting game time at their clubs, because other than that, if you're trying to prize players out of clubs that are all over Europe or here that are involved in relegation, not going to happen. If those clubs are also involved with the chance of winning a competition in Europe or going along, that's not going to happen. So unless they've got 3 players in one position that you need, then you've got a chance. So they should be looking at, okay, Fratesi, you're not getting time.
Destiny 5 here. Dybala and Locatelli. Are they not playing for their teams? I don't know. I have no idea.
I think the boat's passed with Dybala because he's a player.
Yeah, well, we should.
He's not an urgent need. Destiny, don't get me wrong, good player on his day, and Locatelli. Over the two of them, yeah, definitely Locatelli. But
that's the one. Is Dybala the one we won't pay his image rights?
Oh, yeah,
is that the one?
The image rights.
Yeah.
His club.
Yeah, we could have had him 5 years ago.
It was always, yeah.
Yes, Levy again. See,
Locatelli. I think even. I'm not sure if the boat's passed with him as well. I think I'd rather go for. I'd love to get Edison in or Fratesi. I'll take either of them. But
I have no idea.
The transfer window, Destiny. I mean, all the ones we're linked with now in the media, forget them, because unless they are opportunist signings like Skriniar, Miani from PSG, who are rumoured to want to get them off or willing to pay off their wage bill and all that, then no way. Anyone interested in this now? No, because we should have had our targets lined up weeks ago, right? Been in discussion with the Rangers agents, been in discussion with clubs. Yeah, unless you agree half wages with them or something like that, right? I mean, like if they're on 300, 400 grand a week or whatever, and you say, well, we'll pay 150, but not more than 170. I get that. I get that.
No. This is the problem with our club. The first bit, Levy. He is the biggest problem at the club. We all know that. It doesn't matter who the manager is of our club. They will be hamstrung, I will say, because it applies to Ange as well. They will be hamstrung by Daniel Levy.
Solanke. One experienced player, oven ready player was Solanke.
Exactly.
Exactly. We don't know.
No. But hang on a minute, Adrian. Why do you think, like, we've gone down this Project Youth scheme? Because Levy wants the investment, the outside investment, Amanda Stavely and all that, so he can build the bloody hotel, right? Now, allegedly, I don't know, I haven't researched it, but, like, your value of the club is done on your revenue and wage bill and all that. And Daniel Levy lowered the wage bill in the summer by 30 or 40 million pound, right? By selling all the top earners. Hang on. All the top earners were gone. Lloris, Dyer, Kane, whoever else we sold. All the top earners were gone because he wants the investment in. So when they buy, say Amanda Stavely comes in and says, here's 500 million with her consortium. Here's 500 million. Right? That gets her, say, 11 or 12% of the club instead of 15. That's why he's doing it, right? Well, he wants the 500 million to build the hotel. He's not interested in the football.
Mark. I'd rather someone come in and buy the club. If and when that happens in my lifetime, who knows? In the next 5 or 10 years, who knows? I mean, it might take 2 or 3 years to build the hotel, right? And whatever, and revamp the women's training ground, which they've leased half the golf course area at White Webs or whatever it was, right? And do all the building on that. Then I think they might be willing to sell, right?
It's a valid point there.
Yeah,
it's a valid point here. Yeah. If only Levy's son has Levy got any kids? I thought it was his niece I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Levy. I'm not really interested in Levy. I mean, it doesn't live in my head. Right?
Knowing Levy, he's too tight to have any kids passing any money on to him.
But he owns like 29.7% of ENIC anyway. So he's virtually a billionaire in his own right without the owners of ENIC, which Joe Lewis has left to his daughter because he stepped aside when he had to face all them charges in America, which that's all been dealt with. You know, the Americans, they'll have a big fine and move on, right? And what's the point of putting them 85, 4-year-old or 5-year-old in prison or whatever? There's no point at all, right? Then he pays more for his care than anything else. So, so I mean, if the club is bought, the way I see it going is that you don't, if you're in your right mind, I mean, like, look, Stavely comes in, they're investors. The danger is in the word investors. They'll want to return on their money, right? That's not good, right? They'll still want to return their money. I mean, obviously, if you do all this building around Tottenham, and you increase the value of the land around Tottenham, then obviously the value of the property, the stadium, and the land, and it grows exponentially as well, right? We all know how house prices have risen, and what area you're in 30 years or whatever, the way house prices have boomed, right? Even through recessions, right? So if you buy Tottenham Hotspur, this is my idea of what happens, right? And also because when people like me, oh yeah, well they've done it all now, and I do a bit on the women's training ground, they'll build the hotels and that's it and all that. I said, hang about. We've got an estimated 34 million fan base out on that planet. They are a gold mine to tap in for Levy. They must lick their lips when they look at like different ways they can increase revenue streams for this club.
Well, Adrian, why do you think we go on pre-season tour to South Korea every year?
Well, of course, it's also
it's obvious. It's obvious.
Also, we're doing what? I mean, the hint is this year that at the end of this season we will go on a pre-season tour to America.
Mm-hmm.
So why is that? We've been south of the hemisphere, Australia, Korea, a couple of times. Now, you have to look like a lot of our pre-season tours are influenced by our sponsors who are paying us money.
Yeah.
We give you good money. Yeah. We expect you to come and like, you know, fly the colours where we are. And they've been good for fans out there. They've been brilliant.
But hang on a minute. AIA is
Australia was a disaster.
AIA is a Asian company anyway, and it is out that way.
Singapore, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, but there we go. Yeah.
So obviously they're international, so they will have like a strong interest in places like America. Who hasn't in the world market, right? So the rumor is we're going to America next year. I get that. It's less to travel, less to get back here. I think, oh, good. Once I've always wanted us to like do a tour and be back on a training ground a month before the season starts. And then if you're going to play games, have 3 games with teams at home. Go to Scotland. You know what I mean? Come down here, play at championship sides or whatever. Do that, right? That's my idea of it, right?
Yeah. Anyway, it's 25 past 12 now. Have we signed anyone yet?
We can now.
Well, I'm just asking.
Transfer window is open.
No. Yes, I know.
Right, if you want to buy Tottenham Hotspur, this is my thoughts on this, right? You don't buy a football club if you think you're going to make money. Whatever club there is out there, no matter what owner you've got, right, or how much money you've got to spend or your personal wealth, if you're allowed to under the rules, whatever you spend, the fans of every club fan base out there will want you to spend more than what you've got. Sugar actually said at Spurs, if I spent all my wealth and walked away, what thanks would I get? None. And he wouldn't. We know that. He wouldn't. So if you buy Spurs, which are a shining jewel in London, right, with the NFL and all the events, which, listen, I'm not against them because they're great for the borough of Haringey, which is a very poor borough. They're great for the local businesses and all that. So I'm not going to beat the club with a stick over events held at a stadium when it's not in use. I'm not going to do that, right? The local area needs all the money pumped into it can get, right? So that's not the issue. So you buy Spurs. Why do you buy Spurs? Well, like, okay, if you're Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Google are owned by Alphabet are worth $1 trillion, right, and all that, you don't buy Spurs to make money when you're a big business like that. You buy Spurs to use to increase your global brand. And by that, I mean, like, if you're Alphabet are worth $1 trillion, you buy Spurs, or Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, you buy Spurs and then you use it to promote all your businesses worldwide. Elon Musk will have thousands of companies, right? He'll have thousands of business partners. When they get involved with Spurs, even if they sponsor Spurs, 100 grand, 200 grand, whatever it is, all them other companies that want a piece of that action as well, they're going to want to sponsor Spurs and all that shit. Not because they're making money, they're just keeping in with a swim of all the best companies they ought to relate with, and do business with. So then it becomes self-perpetuating. You've got every man and his dog wants to be associated with Tottenham Hotspur. Now, if it's through Spurs itself, although we can beat the club with a stick over leaving all our money sponsored, or more interested in like Netflix, this, that, and the other, I'm not against that because like that money coming into the club becomes the total of the revenue streams. The bigger the revenue streams you've got, the more you can spend on players, right? And it has to go into the football side of the club because that's where the money's coming into it. So I'm not against that. I'd love a new owner. I've always said I want an owner that can maximise the amount of money we're allowed to spend this transfer window. I know we've got 670 odd million debt, but that's manageable. People out any ordinary person that's got a mortgage out there, that's got a decent job, that's paying a mortgage, survive because like they can pay the bills, still pay the mortgage, still have their holiday, go out and have a beer or whatever it is, right? Spurs are a bigger example of that, but we can pay the bill, we can pay the mortgage, we can pay the interest, 25, 26 million a year, whatever it is, and like we should be able to spend more. But it's a question of like, you know, getting the recruitment right, which has been crap because we've spent over 1.1 billion on players since that stadium opened, which you've always argued is a game changer, Mark. It hasn't been a game changer.
No, of course it hasn't.
Because the recruitment's been crap, right? We had 29 players brought in. Right, okay. According to what media streams you listen to, we spent 600 to 685 million on players since the stadium opened before Ange come in. Now we know we spent 420 million on players since Ange has come in, but that's not the net spend. The net spend is just under 245 million, right? Still a lot of money, right? We have failed better in the transfer market, but we're still trying to fix everything which goes back to when Poch was sacked and not invested in a squad. We're still trying to fix that, you know, because it took us this time to like revamp the squad basically, and it's still nowhere near a team that can challenge for the Premiership. You know, we are still 5 or 6 players short, in my opinion, but we're not going to fix that in this window, right? We might buy 1, 2, and we could get 3 or 4 or 5 in if it's loans. But this is where we're waiting to see. Now I want to see if Lange has got. Look, I've been harsh on Lange because like we got Solanke in, we got Odobert in, we got Bergvall in, we got Yimeng Hook in. That's 4. That's 4 in that I can think of. Don't know if all of them are bad signings or not. Solanke looks okay. Bergvall looks decent. Gray's coming as well during that time, right? So, and it looks okay, but this is a telling window, which is a tough window, but you've had all season to sort this out, right? To go for your targets. No, I'm not coming if a player don't want to come. No, the club's not selling. Okay, move on, next target. Don't waste your time. To go out and sort out players. And we should really be looking into bringing in at least 3 or 4. Even if it means loans to the end of the season. If it's a couple of loans and a couple of players in. What do I think? I think we'll get 1 player possibly signed long-term in, and maybe a couple of loans. I'm not expecting much more out this window. Are you, Mark?
No, to be honest, because like it's like I've told you, Adrian. Now you're a season ticket holder, and respect you for that. Because you only live around the corner anyway, so it's easy for you to get the games.
True.
You know what I mean? I mean, I live miles away, so it's not easy for me to get the games.
Well, it doesn't make me a better fan than you. I'm just being lucky.
No. I'm not saying it does. I'm just as much of a Spurs fan as you are. But it's easy for you to get to White Hart Lane. I still call it that. To there I die. It's easy for you to get to White Hart Lane than it is me. But we're not that club anymore, Adrian. Whatever you can come up with, all what you want. We are, since Levy's been here, Levy said it as soon as he come in, we're here to make money. All he's interested in is the money. Put it this way, right? If we like won the Carabao Cup, whatever it's called, the Carabao Cup. Do you know how much that's worth?
Peanuts. Less
than £1 million.
Yeah, but I want the trophy. I take the trophy.
Hang on a minute. So would I. We all want a trophy. Levy's not interested in that. Right? It's worth about...
I think he wants to win one, but like the way he goes about...
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He does. But
no.
win a couple of trophies before selling out. But like, he's not prepared to go about the right way of winning a trophy. Basically, I think that's more the issue. But that's only my opinion. You know, so.
No, he's not interested in winning trophies, Adrian.
Right, okay.
Adrian, right now. Why do you think when was it Jose Mourinho? I think when we were due to play Man City
he got the sack.
Yeah, in the COVID Man City final, we were due to play. I think it was Southampton. The game before the final, and he was going to put out a weakened team to so he could save the players for the Carabao, whatever it was called back then, cup final. And Levy poked his nose in. Oh no, and that's why they fell out, and that's why he got sacked. That tells you a lot.
I mean, I would have sacked Mourinho. I did want him anyway, but I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I supported him while I was there. I would have sacked him after we lost to Zagreb when the manager was in prison.
Yeah. No, but hang on a minute, Adrian. Right, we had a chance to win a final, and Daniel Levy pokes his nose in and tells him to play a weakened team. No. This is out.
Don't know if Mourinho had been there. We lost 1-0 under Ryan Mason. We don't know if Mourinho had been in charge. We might have lost 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, or we might have won it. I mean, we don't.
I'm not getting at that point, Adrian. The point I'm making is that Daniel Levy told him to play a weakened team in the league. Yeah, no. He told him to play a full-strength team in the league.
Right. I hear what you're saying.
Because it was more important.
I hear what you're saying.
He's not interested in trophies.
I've heard this with speculation, right? Can anyone show me proof that Daniel Levy turned around and told it to play a weakened team?
Well,
no one can.
It's widely reported.
Widely speculated, not reported. It might be widely
speculated. All right, speculated.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'm fine on that, right? This is where I've you know me long enough now. I have a big problem when people come to me with stats, because you know straight away they're always going to pick a point that suits their agenda, right? I get it, right? Okay, but like, what are the variables in your stat? I'm not doubting the stat isn't right, because if it's there, it's a stat, right? But like, how does it slot in to everything, around the situation where you're trying to enforce, an opinion on a debate and agenda that you've got going, that you want it to go forward. And I just have an issue with that, because I just think, okay, if you're right, I'll say you're right. I won't, I won't defend the indefensible, but at the same time, I'm not going to have an attack that against, say, Ange, when I know there are certain fans out there that are open to beat Ange with every stick they can pick up, right?
Hello.
They won't leave
Hello.
Hello. Because they won't leave you out, right?
No, I'm not like that. I want both of them, mate.
Which is fair enough. I know where you're coming from, right? It's what I like about us and our founders. You two Levy-outers. I'm neutral, and Ian's pretty neutral. But of course, if you're neutral, naturally, you're going to be a happy clap at a Sam, or someone's going to persuade you to lean this. It's never going to happen with me. No one ever's going to browbeat me. You might as well go and have a nice lie down somewhere, because it's not going to happen, right? I'll tell it as I see it. I always tell it as I see it. If people disagree, that's fine. I'm not going to get on hate wagon or nothing like that. I'll express my point. I'll just say I don't agree with it. I don't agree that Ange is clueless, right? I think he's in a very difficult situation now regarding the injury situation. If they get worse, I'm not as concerned as much as other fans are, because I've given up on top four. That's not my issue now. My issue is
Well,
like,
hang on a minute. At the start of the season,
my issue now is like, right, we should go all out for these 3 trophies. If we finished halfway because we've got more injuries, that wouldn't placate my feelings about what's going on at the club. I'd expect us with players coming back for us to have a better second half to the season. I don't know if that's going to happen, right? I want us to win a trophy. I would settle for this position now and we nick any trophy. I would finish in.
Can I just rebut on you on this? Because when this channel first started, and I was on here a lot, it was the pre-season. Before the season started, you said we were going to finish what? Third or fourth? Yeah. Well, there we go. We're miles off.
I might have said third or fourth. I don't know. I can't remember. But
yeah, well, I can't remember either. But this manager is completely inept. He doesn't change for anything.
Fine.
Look, mate, he's got to go, as far as I'm concerned.
And he may well go at the end of the season. But
Well, no, I hope he goes tomorrow.
I don't. Well, fine. I don't see it happening. Happy New Year, Nick. Nick, happy New Year, Nick. I don't see it happening, Mark, because what I've said, I'm going to leave you to sort of sit there even in silence. I've got to go boys' room in a minute. But as I said, all I'm asking you, Mark, to consider the fact, if Levy were to sack Ange, say tomorrow, within next week, or even on the 6th of Thursday, 6th of February, and we're out the League Cup, right, of the 2 legs, where does that leave Levy? Look at Levy in his...
I know, Adrian.
Levy, I think that rumour might have been spread out there because they intend to keep him no matter what. They intend to keep him no matter what because they know if that happens, right, they're in such a pressurised situation that, it's just the way I see things. I could be totally wrong.
No, you're not.
I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hang on. Stay there.
Right, I can just talk gibberish. Right, in my eyes, Levy's the biggest problem at the club. Let's get that in there. Levy is the biggest problem with Tottenham. Whilst Levy is here, we will never win anything because he's not interested. It's all about the money. It is all about the money with Mr. Levy. I think it's 700,000 or something for winning the Carabao Cup. That's peanuts to him. He's not interested in that. 2 million for winning the FA Cup. All of us, all the Spurs fans that are still watching, we would love a trophy. 700,000 for winning the Carabao Cup means nothing to him. 2 million for winning the FA Cup. That's what, a third of £2 million is a third of what the ground makes in a home game. £6 million our stadium brings in at a home game with the tickets, the beer, the food, everything that goes on there. It's like £2 million to Mr. Levy. He's not interested. He's in it for the money. In it for the money. He said it as soon as he come in. Whenever he come in, 2000, 2001, whenever it was, the first statement he made, I'm here to make money. I'm here to make money. And that, and it's the thing we'll put it this way, right? I'll tell you now.
I'm back.
Right, no, I'm just saying. I got a grandson. I have a grandson, and his birthday is 2 weeks. What day is it today? Tuesday? Wednesday? I don't know.
It's the 1st of January, and it's a Wednesday.
Yeah, where's the Wednesday? His birthday is 2 weeks last Sunday. My grandson, right? I said to my daughter, I'll buy him a football kit, right? And I wanted him and I wanted to get him a Spurs kit, right? But I thought, no, I'm not going to subjugate him to 80 plus years of misery. I got him his hometown club kit. I can get it now. It's right behind me. It's present.
Destiny will make about 6 million on a home game.
Well, I've just said that. I've just said that. We were in the loop.
Yeah, sorry.
Right. And I have got him a Plymouth kit. Right. Yes, they're crap at the moment. They'll probably get relegated. But I cannot subject my grandson to 80 years of misery supporting Tottenham. I can't. Hang on 1 minute, Adrian. I will get it.
No, you don't have to do it. You don't have to. I believe you. You don't have to get the kit. And why Mark's disappeared, guys? For the 15 of you still in the chat that have been like, great to stick with us this long, unless you've joined us recently. Big up and thanks to you all. Happy New Year to you all. Happy New Year to everyone who's watching us on playback. If you like the content of our shows, right? Today's been a bit different. We've all had a drink. It's New Year's Eve. It's been good fun and all that. And we had some passionate debate in here as well, to mix with the light-hearted stuff. If you do like us, though, please subscribe to the channel, give the videos a thumbs up, and leave a comment. I mean, like...
Hang on a minute, Adrian. Adrian, this is my grandson's birthday present.
Well done you getting your grandson a nice present like that, right?
No, it's a Plymouth kit.
Yeah, how old is he?
He's going to be one. He's going to be one.
Well,
he's going to be one, right? And it broke my heart.
He must support him, won't he, yeah?
Can I just say, it broke my heart that I never got him a Tottenham kit.
Thank you for your kind comments and Happy New Year, Destiny 5.
No, hang on. Yeah, all right. No, can I just say, it broke my heart that I never got him a Tottenham kit, right? But, I will not, yeah, it was, but I'm just going to say, Plymouth will get relegated this season, right? But they will probably win League One next year. And it's his hometown club. He was born in Plymouth, right? So I cannot subject my grandson.
Don't say the team are relegated, because if next season they're going to do well, then when they win, you can encourage them and say, look, they won a game. They won a game.
No, I cannot subject my grandson to supporting Tottenham. I can't pass that misery throughout my family.
Right, Mark, I've got a few questions for you, actually.
Oh, go on then.
In the banners, right? I'm gonna do this, which we normally do with guests when we get to an end of the show. If that hasn't gone on too long,
I've done these.
Well, you're going to do them again, right?
Oh, all right.
Right. Question Q&A. How did you become a Spurs fan, Mark? And I'll start off by saying, right?
Oh,
I made no choice.
Is this me or you?
No, I'm going to do me and you.
All right.
Well, I had no choice in becoming a Spurs fan because of a Spurs fan or the orphanage. Mark, how did you become a Spurs fan?
My dad.
Okay.
My dad was a Spurs fan, and if I didn't, I think I might have been in the orphanage with you.
Right. How did your dad become a Spurs fan? Do you know?
I don't honestly know, but my dad has just turned 80.
Oh.
So he was born in 1944.
Damn.
So yeah, well it was during the war. So he would have been 16, 17 when we done double. So I reckon that I've never actually asked him. I will ask him tomorrow.
You should ask him actually.
And so I reckon it had something to do with the double.
Name a famous Spurs player apart from Gary Mabbott and Glenn Hoddle.
Now you put me on the spot. Right.
Well, you got loads. Waddle, Berbatov. Bale,
yeah, I know. Favourite Spurs player without... I'll have to say, without Mabbott and Hoddle, Steve Perryman, the captain. I put him in front of Gary and that.
Mine would be Hoddle.
Well, hang on a minute.
All right, no, I'm going to change. Right, okay. I mean, when people used to ask me name is Spurs' favourite player, because I'm old enough now, 17 in the new year.
Yours got to be Jimmy Greaves, surely.
Well, I would say, yeah, no, I always used to answer and say like the Spurs double side was my favourite player.
Yeah, here we go.
I think I was 5'6" to watch them play. Couldn't really take in all the excitement going around there at that time because you're a kid. You don't really know what all the fuss is about. You're loving the excitement because you're a kid, right? You just don't know. So yeah.
Oh,
well,
Destiny.
Your uncle Destiny. Well done, Dembele. Good job.
Well, I take it he's young then.
Yeah.
To be honest, from that I gather he's young.
There were, apart from Hoddle, there were so many. We've had so many. Like most teams have had great players. We've had so many great players in their history.
Yeah. Ginola.
Yeah, if it wasn't Hoddle, I mean, I watched Jimmy Greaves play. I mean, like, it would be Greaves after that. If you put that, if you get that banner up again.
Yep. No, sorry. I'll hide that. Right. There we go.
Right. Okay. So Greaves, obviously, everyone loves a goal scorer. They always take the credits and the headlines and that. And also, they don't get the slagging when they miss back in the day. But if a defender makes a mistake, my God, or a goalkeeper, they get it big time, don't they? So, Mark, a particular Spurs victory?
Oh, bloody hell, Adrian! I've had 7 cans.
Yeah, you can pick anyone, doesn't it?
All right. One that I was at. 2-1.
I mean, Arsenal away when we, like.
No, I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Beating them in the semi-final.
Yeah.
Gazza's goal.
Yeah. One that I was actually at. 2-1 away at Anfield.
What, Klinsmann, the winner in the
Klinsmann and that. I was there. But I was sat with Liverpool fans, unfortunately. But I still cheered when Klinsmann scored.
If I'm going to pick a really emotional, I've watched Spurs. I've been fortunate enough. I feel guilty. I apologise to the audience.
Right. We got Elto's in the chat, man.
All right. He can come on if he wants.
Well.
Happy New Year, Jose.
Yes. So I do apologise, but carry on. I'll flick through the comments.
To me, what really hit me emotionally with Spurs, really emotionally, in whatever, was that 1984 UEFA Cup victory at the Lane. Ian alluded to that earlier on when Danny Thomas missed that penalty. And the whole crowd sang, "There's only one Danny Thomas." We thought like we're so hyped up at the time. We thought we've done it. We've lost this, right? And I suppose deep down you might think, we'll soften the blow because we've won a couple of FA Cups, 81, 82, and all that. It won't be so bad and all that and that. But that, and then Tony Parks. I mean that. I was at the Lane when we won the 72 UEFA Cup as well. So. Roberts getting the equaliser against Anderlecht, who later actually were reported to have bribed the referee in one of the earlier rounds. That because I was there. I mean, like that said it all. I remember Klinsmann saying, he had 2 spells at the club. He turned around and said, "There's something unique about this football club," right? Now, to me, that resonated with me because, like, and there is something unique about this football club. One, we endure. We suffered a lot of pain, right? And the fact that you really have to be a Spurs fan to realise what he's talking about, what's in the ether, like, to be a Spurs fan and the uniqueness of being a Spurs fan, because you'll still be there no matter what, no matter how bad it is, you're still going to be a fan. That is unique to me. It might not be nothing to other fans, but it does to me. Right? I think
we're cursed with it, Adrian. That's what it is. Cursed.
No, it's not cursed. It's not cursed. curses don't work when you've got the ability like Chelsea or Man City to spend millions and millions on players in the past and win things. They used to say back in the day, money doesn't buy success, right? Absolute BS. When Jack Walker was at Blackburn and he got Shearer in with like
he bought him the league. He bought him the league. Yeah,
he bought. That's the first time I said, yeah, money does buy success. You bought the league, right? And we've seen it since. And coming in with the Premier League and all that, like, no, that is bullshit. If you've got unlimited funds, you're going to buy success. But now these new rules are supposed to produce a level playing field, which I hope it does, actually. I hope it does. And I'd love it if there's a mix, like each season who's going to be involved in this, that, and the other. But it's always been Chelsea, Man City, Man United have always been able to produce a natural amount of wealth to stay up there, but they've sort of done it. Well, I like to think they've done it legally, right? Liverpool, not so much, because Man United have got a bigger worldwide support. Liverpool probably aren't far behind them, but I mean, like that, different situations for those two clubs. And South, well, Spurs have never had that worldwide support. Estimated 34 million, but like Liverpool's and Man United's must be sky. It must be so. Be multiple.
A lot more than us. A
lot more, right? So, favourite Spurs player for me, I will say the double side, always Glenn Hoddle. I think it's the best player England have ever produced.
Something me and you agree on, Adrian.
Yeah, Spurs a particular victory, like I say, that 84 UEFA Cup final. Goals, we know there's millions of goals we could choose from. Picking one.
Oh, no, hang on a minute.
What was that video? Goals.
What was that video you sent me at Guy Mabbert's goals?
All right.
No, I wasn't joking. No, for me.
I can pick goals of Bale scoring at West Ham when we won. Stal Torre scoring at West Ham, we'll win 4-3 or something like I can pick loads of goals. I think a lot of fans would.
Well, I can pick a few.
Ricky Wheeler's goal in the 80, replay of the 81 Cup final, because at least that nailed us a trophy. Yeah, I mean.
I'm sorry, Adrian, but for me, it's got to be Gazza's free kick. It's got to be.
In the 3-1 or 3-2 against.
No, 3-1. 3-1.
Yeah, I get that.
No, it's got to be that. Or even Yunus Kabul when we won it.
3-2 at Arsenal, 2-0 down at the time,
Yeah, 2-0 down, 1-3-2.
Yeah, I could even pick Martin Chivers' goal away to Wolves in the first leg of the final. That bullet shot into the net,
No, actually, can I change?
Go on, of course you can change it.
Yeah, I will change. The only goal as a Spurs fan for 54 years that made me cry, literally cry, is Lucas Moura at
Ajax. The
third one.
From the Dele Alli touch and from...
Yeah. Something I never thought I'd ever see is my team. As much as I hate them, right, my team get to a Champions League final. I never, ever thought I was going to see it.
That was unbelievable.
And I shed a tear that night. I openly admit I cried.
Unbelievable. I mean, and I thought it was also criminal from Poch not picking more in the final team. I mean, it's easy to say that in hindsight. We're all good. We're all great hindsight critics.
There'll be no slagging Poch off here, mate. I've got the ability to remove you.
We should have done this. We should have done that. I mean,
no, but I agree with you. I agree with you. It was criminal.
In that final,
he was only 40% fit.
Yeah, and Kane was picked, and like, look, Morris should have started. Kane maybe should have come on for half hour or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And we were the better team.
Yeah, we were.
And it's only when Origi scored and to give us that penalty for that poxy handball on Sissoko's shoulder. I mean, that's a fucking disgrace. Absolute disgrace.
And you know, they changed the rules after that game.
Yeah,
after it happened. After the fact of the matter, they changed the rules about handball. After we've been screwed over, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Chivers got us through to that final. Like you're saying, like Ricky Villa, 2 goals, 81.
Do you know, I'll tell you an interesting story about that.
Go on.
When the 81 final, I said earlier that I watched it at home on my own because my dad was at the game. And when he come home, he said to me, don't worry. He said, the man that got took off, he said he will win us the replay. Yeah, no, it's a true story. True story. It's a true story. He said the man who got...
He said, when I got took off against that game, this is different attitude of players now.
He was crying.
Yeah, I felt ashamed. I felt ashamed to be taken off. He comes on in the replay and smashes it with 2 goals. I like the Crooks Archibald thing when Crooks and Archibald joked before the game about it, and Crooks nicked the ball off Archibald's foot and smashed it in the net, right? And
was that the 2-2? That was 2-2?
Can't remember.
We were 2-1 down, and then we got a bit of a scrappy equaliser.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It was a 2-2 goal.
Yeah. So, if you select a special goal, and put them in the chat. If you're still with us in the chat, put your Spurs special goal in, right? We'll bring it up.
Yeah. No. There ain't been no comments for a while now, Adrian.
I think people are a bit tired. It's New Year's Eve.
I was going to say, I think we're running out of steam now.
Fair play to you if you had a few drinks and you're pissed.
Yeah, excellent. I ain't even had a vodka.
I can think of so many special goals. You know, it's hard to select one. We talked about, and if I'm going to select goals, I could virtually select most of it. Glenn goals anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the one at Watford, the one in his last game, the one in his Stoke, 1-1. Odo gets a free kick, buries it in the net, 2-1 to us.
Oh, here we go. We have a comment.
Yeah. Great, Lord Rodney. Big up, happy Merry Christmas.
Well, to be honest, which one?
Yeah, the hat trick in the second half.
Well, is he talking about that, or is he talking about?
He gave Mace. He gave Mace on the runaround, didn't he? Brazilian fullback.
Well,
and then at home we win the game.
Maicon.
Yeah, we won the game at White Lane. 2-0 was it? The deficit was it 2 or 3-0 because 1 goal down, right?
No, I think they scored. Here we go. There's another one here. Yes.
Oh, smashing and stars. Great.
Fantastic.
Well, he never did it since, I don't think. But I mean, on your debut, fantastic goal.
There we go. We have an answer. That was all 3 of his goals, though, when we lost 4-3. Wasn't it? Because, to be honest, all them goals, we lost that game 4-3 away at Inter Milan.
Yeah, we were 3-0 down at half time or whatever.
4-0. We had a player sent off. I will say Peter Crouch, but I don't know. Someone got sent off in the first half. We were 4-0 down, and we pulled it back to 4-3. And Gareth Bale scored a hat-trick in the second half. And all his goals was very similar. All the same. And that sort of, it was that game and the next game, the Taxi for Maicon game, that sort of announced him to the world. You know, and after that, he was just on fire. Yeah.
So what about Jonathan Woodgate? 2008, nods the ball, right?
Yeah.
I see visions of like Robbie Keane biting his fingernails because, let's be fair, Chelsea were a better side than us.
Mm-hmm.
They were a
Mm-hmm.
better side. Robbie Keane's biting his nails up there, like, waiting for the final whistle. I remember Drogba and all that, like having chances and complaining about this, that, and the
Yeah.
other. And like the Woodgate header, look at the goal. I think it was like, well, he was up there to get his head on the ball, you know. And
They might not believe this, Adrian, but I was drunk in a pub in my hometown.
listen, when you're watching Spurs in the final, you should get drunk. Let's be
Yeah,
fair.
but that's completely out of character, obviously. But I was drunk in a pub watching that game, and there was quite a few Chelsea fans in there.
For those of you still in the chat that have stuck with us, we've had this.
We have another answer here.
Go on.
The lob. I
Oh.
take it that's the lob. Yeah. Yeah, Bentley from about 40 yards. That was good as well. But that game was 4-4. That was the 4-4 game.
Aaron Lennon got the last goal.
He did.
4 seconds to go, and Danny on Talkshite Radio is going, "Oh, I love Spurs. I love Spurs."
Yeah. Right. The funniest thing from this game is when Aaron Lennon scored the 4-4, the goal to make it 4-4. He runs over towards the Spurs fans because it was that end of the ground, and the Spurs fan runs on the pitch and dives on Aaron Lennon before the rest of the players get to him. And all the rest of the players jump on the fan and sort of lead him back to the stand so he don't get arrested.
Right, guys, for those of you in the chat, we used to like go through guests, you get them to answer these 4 questions. And we also ask them, which we haven't done for a while, like, to what would you like to put in Spurs' empty trophy cabinet, which was always a real good bit of fun. We've had Levy thrown in, loads thrown in.
I put Levy in there. Let's get that straight.
So he's done Brian Daigle out of his choice.
Well, no, he didn't come on by that stage.
Got a lot of these people listed in a Word document, but I don't mind doubling up. For you in the chat, now you can put a player, a celebrity, anyone who hates us, right?
You put anyone in there.
Yeah, in the Spurs empty trophy cabinet. For those of you that are still with us, who would you like to put in Spurs empty trophy cabinet? And we treat it like Room 101, if any of you know what Room 101 was. Like, you know,
Yeah.
Put it in, and then I'll come back to Mark and me. And we'll see if there's any of you still alive in a chat channel, just having a drink. You know,
well, we got 17 still watching. So
yeah, brilliant. Actually,
anything to do.
If they're in the UK, that's brilliant, right?
No, we haven't done this for ages, Adrian.
No, we haven't.
I'd put Ange Postecoglou in there. The most useless manager.
Well, I think Levy's already in there, right? So.
Well, yeah. Well, I put him in there. Obviously, I will. But Ange Postecoglou's got to go in there for not adapting, refusing to play any different systems. No adaptation, no anything. Hamstring killer, because his tactics. Oh, here we go. We have an answer.
Roy James, a Chelsea fan. That's fine. That's allowed audio.
Yeah, of course it is. He might have been put in there already. I'm not sure.
I don't think. I mean, I think I put Cundy in there in the list. I'm going to put Jamie O'Hara in there. Right?
Yeah.
I think I'll put Jamie O'Hara in there as well. I could think of others. If you got other names, give us more. You can give us more than one. Right?
Well, yeah. Anyone go in there. Put them all in there. Lange, he can go in there because he's not as good as Parachichi. Donna Cullen. Oh, here we go.
I don't think she's
Yes. We don't like him.
Definitely David Baddiel as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he supports Chelsea.
Yeah, so that's
so chuck him in there. Yeah.
Well,
let's face it, as Spurs fans, we don't like Arsenal because they're our rivals. but we don't like Chelsea because we are human beings. Right, hang on. There's another. I'm sorry, Mr. Try. He's already in there. He's already. I put him in there.
I couldn't keep the Word document going because there's so many people in there, right? So
no, hang on. There's another one. He hasn't been in there.
Actually,
Yeah,
not a bad call. Not a bad call.
No, yeah, well, yeah, well, he's 90-year-old. He can go in there, whatever he is. But as long as he hands it, all I will say though, as long as he hands it.
I'll tell you what, he's got an Arsenal wife. I've not heard this. What about Adrian Durham and TalkSport?
I haven't listened to TalkSport for ages,
mate. Right. I call it TalkSport. Yeah. And with Sky Sports, I call it Sly Sports because that's what.
Yeah.
I'd put Adrian Durham in there.
Oh, here we go. It ain't all on Levy. Lewis is as culpable. Probably.
Both.
Probably.
I still think it's more on Levy, personally.
Well, I don't know. Well, the thing is, it might be on Lewis, but it's just Levy's the face of the company. He's the one that gets all the hate, quite rightly, in my opinion.
Well, he owns almost a third of the company, Mark.
Yeah.
But then Enoch are owned by the Tavistock Group, so it gets complicated.
Yeah. The thing is, though, we don't really know, do we? Because Joe Lewis spends all the time on his yacht in the Bahamas.
He's totally distanced himself from this.
Well, that's because he went to prison.
Lost his lifetime, isn't he? I mean, 80 or 85, he ain't dead. I mean, he's worth billions, so, what's he got to worry about? Yeah?
Well, the only thing I got to say on that, as long as Joe Lewis passes it down to the trust that his daughter's in charge of, because apparently, I don't know.
It's already been passed down to his daughter.
Yeah. That allegedly is a real big Tottenham fan, and she wants to see us be successful.
Well, I hope so.
Yes, exactly. So that's the only thing you can hope for. Because Levy ain't interested in winning a trophy. He's interested in the Dewey, the bread and butter.
No, I think he'd like to win a trophy. I think.
No.
He's not an ardent man like us. It's not. He hasn't done that.
No. Levy looks at the spreadsheets, mate. You don't look at the. Okay. He's not interested in winning a trophy. Why do you think, then, when the stadium was being built, and Levy poked his nose into every design thing, right? As soon as it was built with this supposed white wall that would reflect the sound, and it was going to be the Diehards plug on the show, Diehards home end and all this, he put a load of corporate seats in there. It's all about the money with him. It's all about the money. He's not interested in what the fans want, what anybody wants. It's all about the money. He is the biggest problem with his club. Ange is second, right? But he is the first.
Look, I know I'm going to give Ange support. While he's at the club, he gets my support.
Well, so will I. But he is the problem.
I don't think he's going to get sacked because, that would be suicide for Levy as well. Pile too much pressure on him. I agree with it. The reason they backed him or not going to back him is because by the time we get in a transfer window, we're still going to be in 2 cup competitions, at least the FA Cup and the Europa League. Logically, you think we'd go out to Liverpool, but that's not a foregone conclusion. And I think that will give them the time to get through to the end of the season without having too much pressure placed on Levy, which he doesn't want. On the business side, okay, good job, but what about the football?
Exactly. Football is a secondary thing now, Adrian. He's got his fingers in so many pies, right? Football, the stadium that you go to every home game, it's not really a football stadium anymore. It's an entertainment arena.
Right. Okay. Well, guys, we're going for 5 hours. We've brought them
Yes.
in, and we've got 11 of you still viewing. You're brave if you stayed with us from the start.
That's a miracle, Adrian. Honestly.
So, like, we'll play the outro video.
Go on, mate. Happy New Year.
I'll see you, Mark.
No.
Happy New Year.
Just like Happy New Year to all the subscribers. Right, Adrian, I looked at the thing. We are
Happy New Year to all of you supporters.
We are 870 subscribers now, Adrian. Okay. So we've jumped up a few.
Brilliant.
So thank you to everybody who supports us. Thank you to everybody who supports us.
We're only 6 months old. Right?
Yep, 6 months old, onwards and upwards.
Give you a balanced perspective on all things.
That's why I'm on there. That's why I'm on there.
We come from different angles, which is great. Thank you all for your support. Right? Obviously, we hope you give the videos a thumbs up. Comment on them.
Like and subscribe, all that stuff.
Subscribe. And all the stuff you hear from other channels. And we'll play you out with that. And I'll see Mark in the back room.
Mm-hmm.